This guy steps on a pile of mud and hears chilling sounds. I don't want to die. Save me please. It turns out he can see ghosts, and those piles of mud are the negative emotions left behind by humans after they die. They are everywhere. A person covered in black mud is usually about to face death. The dude Jeseung, his classmate, is a super unlucky guy. He avoided him like the plague, but that dude kept clinging to him like a leech, which was so frustrating. Your big brother doesn't want a sword fight. It turns out he is a YouTuber with 400,000 subscribers who specializes in exploring haunted houses. With massive engagement, he earns quite a bit. He even bought a limited edition camera that can detect spirits for 400 million. This is a far cry from Hyeon, who only knows how to survive on instant noodles. Thanks to it, Jeseung discovered Hyeon's secret. This made him panic and question him. You can see ghosts, can't you? Why is my friend looking at me with such a judgmental look, like crap? Because I explore haunted houses, there might be some impure things clinging to me. And since then, Jeseung has always tried to invite Hyeon to explore abandoned houses with him. No matter where, no matter when, it made him very frustrated. I can't even take a crap in peace with you around. That night, while he was scrolling through Hyeon's reviews, he discovered Jeseung was exploring an abandoned house. He dared to go alone to the abandoned urban area. As he walked, he explained, I will go into the building. This is the place with the most accidents in the region. Today, let's go inside and catch ghosts together. Just then, the spirit meter in his hand beeped, beep beep, with a reading of 700. This means we are standing very close to the ghost. Suddenly, a ghost appeared on the screen, making him scream in terror. That's not all, that dude even went down to the flooded basement alone. Thinking about it gave him goosebumps. Because the spirits who cannot let go of their emotions, they do not have the ability to move. They barely retain their human form. Now they have turned into tumors. But the thing I just saw, it was clearly a monster. Hyeon immediately called Jeseung to warn him of the danger, but he didn't pick up the phone. It turned out the demon had jammed the network. Its image flickered on the phone. The broadcast has ended. Hyeon's face became serious, breaking out in a cold sweat. After a moment of internal struggle, he finally decided to go to the basement to rescue his friend. The spirits here made him cringe. Hyeon carefully hid behind a wall to observe. Inside, it was pitch black and no one was there. He saw his friend's 400 million camera dropped here. And I thought the cameraman was always immortal. Hyeon called again, but the phone still couldn't connect. User's location is unknown. He immediately started sweating bullets and shouted, Jeseung, where are you? Looking at the dark, flooded basement, he wondered. Normally, in dangerous situations like this, I would always ignore it and stay at home under a blanket. But now, Hyeon gradually moved inside. The place was pitch black, making him tremble as he walked. After a while, he stopped to observe. This place was chillingly quiet, and also very tall, completely different from the first floor. He quietly reassured himself, I'll just check here and then leave immediately. Suddenly, a red light appeared in the darkness, making him freak out. It turned out to be Jeseung's spirit signal detector. His flashlight was also here. And for some reason, Hyeon ended up going into the deepest basement. I should have waited for the police to arrive. Hyeon suddenly turned back. A black figure appeared, making him sweat. Hyeon quickly moved deeper to search. The scene before him was like looking at hell. A long corridor with demon rooms on both sides. Hyeon tiptoed and quietly turned back. I'm still a virgin. I don't want to die. Just as he was hesitating, the ghosts kept wailing, Save us, you must save us. Hyeon could only remain silent, pretending not to see them. Suddenly, he was grabbed by the neck by a monster. It called for its mom. Its appearance was freaking terrifying. Hyeon was scared out of his wits. He raised his finger to confirm, but it was grabbed by its small hand, leaving him speechless. It hugged his head tightly and interrogated him, have you seen my mom? Hyun could only stand there, frozen in fear. He remembered his master's advice. In times of danger, bite the amulet. It will protect you for a short time. But remember, after that, its power will disappear forever. He immediately bit the amulet hanging around his neck. The power emanating from it made the monster fall into the water. He seemed to become invisible in front of it. He only breathed a sigh of relief when it left. Hyun quickly ran away, shouting, "Ah, ah! What was that thing? It can touch me? My only lifeline has been used. Damn it!" Suddenly, Jeseung appeared behind him. Hyun angrily walked over. "This bastard! I've already called the police. You have to explain the rest to them. Don't forget to donate to this guy for saving your life." He pointed his finger at him, but strangely, it went right through him. He just kept walking forward. Hyun tried to pull him back but only grabbed air. This made him freeze as if he realized something. His smile just now was the smile of a soul that has cast away the pains of life. Hyun shouted his name loudly, but Jeseung continued on, stepping into the dark cellar. He immediately panicked and ran after him. "I can save him. Stop right there." He recognized his name. The soul has not completely dissipated. It's faint, but there's still something left. This is the golden window. That live stream ended with a scream. He left his belongings everywhere. Was he possessed by a ghost? Or was he chased by something? In either case, it's highly likely that he has lost his sanity. Depending on the situation, even shallow water can be dangerous. If he falls into the water, I have to find him within 3 minutes. He took a breath and dived into the deep water. It's so scary. The floor is sloping down. Hyun looked around, wondering, what the hell is this place? He shouted loudly, "Choi Jeseung, where are you?" Under the water, there were swarms of ghosts. Hyun gathered all his courage and waved his hands at them. He silently reassured himself. At least the ghosts can't touch me. I have the amulet. There's no more time to think. I have to be quick. This place is too dark, I can't see clearly. No, there's nothing floating on the surface of the water. Did he sink? It's impossible to tell who is human and who is a ghost underwater. Hyun felt helpless and cried out, "Do I have to search through this mess? God, it's too vast and being underwater slows me down. He must be somewhere around here. He couldn't have gone far. Somewhere along the way? I have to check every single room." Suddenly, his whole body froze, and he held his breath. Before him was a huge monster, sleeping soundly. Hyun told himself, quickly find him and get out of here fast. Where is he? Splash. Where the hell could that bastard be? I was already crazy to rush here in the middle of the night. But at this point, if you've come this far, then you can crawl out on your own, damn it. I'm scared to death here too. Suddenly, he felt a chill down his spine. The monster had woken up, and along with it were its countless little ones. Hyun was stunned. We're so screwed this time, teacher. He recalled this morning in the classroom. He and Jeseung were eating noodles together. Hyun spoke up and asked, "Have you submitted the home contact information form yet?" "If not, I'll submit it for you." Jeseung replied, "I don't have a mom." It was the first time he'd heard this. Now don't tell me you don't have a dad either. And the answer was exactly that. I don't have a dad either. He could only say awkwardly, "All right, let me eat." He talked about himself. I was raised by my grandma since I was 7 or 8 years old. But my grandma passed away last year. Hyun couldn't even eat his noodles in peace with this guy. Jeseung continued, "Now I live with my relatives. But he left recently." He shouted in frustration, "Are you going to let me eat or not? Everyone knows you're super unlucky." He turned to him with a bright smile. "But you should congratulate me." Hyun asked innocently, "Congratulate you for what? Today is my birthday." "Hey, you should have told me that sooner." "All right, I'll treat you to dinner tonight. What do you want to eat?" But in response, he just waved his hand. Sorry, I have to do a birthday livestream. On special days like this, the donation money is really good. Hyeon was very frustrated now. Then what do you want me to do, you brat? Jeseung made an offer. Do you want to go into the haunted house with me? Shut up and take my birthday punch. Back to the present, 3 minutes had long passed. Why did that brat have to come here? It's over. I can't do anything. If I had come here a little earlier, thinking like that is meaningless. In front of him were countless large ghosts. I can't see. There's no way to find someone in a place like this. Let's get out. My body temperature has dropped a lot. It's so cold, I'm starting to have visual disturbances. If I pass out here, I'll die too. He reassured himself as he walked, finding bodies isn't my job. The professionals could probably find him faster. I'm just a high school student. Suddenly, he thought of the scenario of attending Jeseung's funeral. His portrait photo in front of me. I'm scared. Not scared, but afraid of death. At that moment, black screens rose from the water. He realized it was a tumor. The human-shaped tumor pointed to a dark room. He looked in that direction and discovered someone was in there. Hyeon immediately shouted and ran in that direction. Choi Jeseung. A crowd of strange ghosts urged him to save the person. But that room was too high up. Just one more time. Help me, he said to them, and his body was lifted into the air. Just big enough to fit into that hole. He thought to himself, now it's really over. My mind is a mess. But I'm trying to think of only 2 things. Get that guy out and escape from this hellhole. Get him out and escape from here. Got him. He used all his strength to pull Jeseung forcefully out of the small hole. Hyeon grabbed his collar to check. His skin hadn't turned completely pale yet. This is the golden window. I must perform CPR. Oh no, first I need to get him out of the water. Pumping his chest won't do any good. His body is freezing, as if he's already dead. He remembered what happened earlier. But those tumors had expressed a desire for salvation. That means there's still hope. Suddenly, the ghost from before warned him from below, danger. It turned out 20 minutes had passed. The amulet had lost its effect. He quickly dragged Jeseung out, but his whole body was pulled back by something. The monster from before had grabbed him tightly. Its mouth whispered, "Here you are. You've been here for a long time. I knew it, you can't escape." It bit down hard on his shoulder. And on top of that, we were trapped. A wall appeared at the only exit. Now there are no more protective talismans. The monster wailed, "Mommy, help me." It turned out it had no teeth, so that last bite was just a love bite. Hyeon was desperate. What can I do? I can't do anything. At that moment, he looked up and cursed, "Are you trying to kill us?" It replied with a laugh, "Chew carefully. Only then can we grow up and be strong." He asked it again, "Do you eat human flesh?" "Not like that. To become a healthy and kind person." His eyes became serious. He grabbed its head and took a bite out of its neck. "You bite me, so I'll bite you back." The monster screamed in pain, "Ah, ah." Before it could react, he lunged forward and delivered a powerful blow that distorted its face, until it begged for mercy. "Don't torture me," he shouted. "Shut up, you idiot. If you've got the guts, come and eat me. I'll send all of you packing and get out of this dump alive." In front of him were countless monsters. He realized something and quickly searched. "I need a weapon. These guys are stupid but very strong and tough. And if I'm not mistaken, they are getting bigger. Each one has a distinct voice and appearance, so I can identify them. The one I hit definitely has a mother's voice. And the one that made me use the protective talisman definitely looks more pathetic. If they had grown teeth, we would probably be dead by now." Looking at the unconscious Jeseung, he encouraged himself, "Let's get out of here alive together." He immediately picked up his friend's 400 million camera and used it to smash the monster. His eyes became crazed and challenging. "Come on, you damn monsters." A large one rushed forward and was immediately smashed in the face by him. Even the 400 million camera was broken. Fortunately, the camera tripod was still useful. A long, slender one crawled over and was immediately smashed by him, its syrup splattering. The less developed ones are softer. At that moment, the one he had punched in the face earlier also arrived. His punch was blocked by it. It used its strength to knock him away. Then, as fast as lightning, it grabbed his head and pushed it hard under the water. Its face was distorted. Is he dead? Fortunately, Hyeon used his strength to grab its head and smash it repeatedly. He quickly looked for his weapon. It tried to drag him away while Hyeon had grabbed the tripod leg. The monster threw him hard out into a more open space. It's hopeless now. Countless monsters were staring at him. As he surfaced, he was bitten on the shoulder by one, causing him pain. Hyeon immediately gave it a punch. Die, die, die. The one he punched could only call for its father and mother. Mom, mom, help me, mom, mom, mom. Hyeon felt a chill down his spine. Looking ahead was the giant monster from before. It slowly descended, causing him to freeze in terror. Suddenly, something was coming from under the water. A monster slowly lifted him up, bringing him closer to the monster they called Mother. Suddenly, from inside its belly, a slimy, writhing hand emerged. A voice called out, "Lee Hyeon." A girl crawled out from inside. She had long hair and was very beautiful. She smiled brightly and greeted him, "Hyeon, long time no see." He just stood there stunned, not understanding what the hell was going on. Suddenly, the ghost from before resurfaced, telling him to stab it quickly. "Stab it, Hyeon." For a moment, he froze. What? Meanwhile, the other ghost yelled, "Stab it right in the heart. Don't let it seduce you with its beauty." He immediately did as told, holding the camera tripod and stabbing it straight into its large heart. Even though syrup splattered everywhere, the girl's face remained cheerful as if nothing had happened. She spoke again, "You still haven't forgiven me?" I'm sorry. The kind ghost surfaced to remind him, "The wall is gone." Strong souls rushed to pull him out. "Finally, we're out. Perhaps they are the people who died unjustly here. We are free now. Thank you." As quick as a flash, the vengeful souls pulled him and his friend out. At the entrance of the cellar, 2 police officers were searching. They only saw the 2 dudes being thrown by the spirits right to where they were. The officer shouted, "Over there. Isn't that the person who reported it? Wake up. How did you just jump out from here?" "Hey, the person who reported it. Choi Jeseung was hospitalized. His condition is unknown because his relatives' numbers are not known. All we know is that it's a relief he's alive." But what were those things? How did the wounds disappear overnight? And who was that girl? Why did she know my name? Let's not ask any more questions. There are worlds that I can't understand. Digging deeper will only make it more uncomfortable and dangerous. Just forget everything. I have to look the other way. Even though the class president was possessed by a ghost, I've ignored it for half a year already, haven't I? So from now on, I will absolutely not meddle in other people's affairs. Suddenly, the ghost stared at him. It quickly grabbed him with its hands and moved closer. Hyeon was somehow able to see its memories. The teacher saw Hyeon spacing out and yelled at him. He just said he was dozing off. He scolded, "Just dozing off? You slept so well you fell on the floor? Go stand in the back to wake up. The person in front of you, go too. I am Han Yi-jun. People usually call me class president. I exist faintly and, of course, have no friends." A bald-headed thug spoke up harshly, "Do the auto hunt for me, you dog. For 2 years and 2 months, I was beaten for no reason. And they didn't just bully me. Auto hunt is their trashy game. It's literally like this. Level 1 waiter. Kim Seong-jun. Level 1 convenience store clerk. Lee Jeseung, they are truly scum of the earth. Besides eating and sleeping, they spend their whole day tormenting others. Among the group, the most evil one is this dog. Choi Tae Sung. Every day I prayed. I prayed to some god that I didn't even know existed, please kill all these bastards. It started in the 8th grade. For no reason. Then 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, 4 months. I couldn't take it anymore. I brought the evidence, wanting to open a school violence investigation. Photos of bruises, audio recordings, diaries from all this time. At this point, it should at least be intentional injury. The teacher just indifferently said, let's see what we have here. Yi Jun realized, why is this reaction so perfunctory? The Tae Sung group was sentenced to only 3 days of community service. I bet Han Yi Jun reported it, right? Poor thing. Tae Sung's family is rich, they probably bribed the school. He witnessed their pleasant conversation and became even more furious. So that's how it is. He could only stand there helplessly, tears welling up in his eyes. Looking at their parents, they were definitely powerful people. Meanwhile, the ringleader held a grudge and sneered. They teased, did you even see the audio file? It's crazy, gives me goosebumps. Almost made it to the 9 o'clock news. Okay, quiet down. Let's take a picture. 1, 2, 3, say kimchi. After that incident, the level of violence became even more severe. 1 year, 2 years, even in high school, it continued. This hell, I don't know when it will end. It makes me sick. As he walked, Yi Jun thought to himself, what's the point of being the class president? I probably thought getting into a good university, finding a good job, meant I had won at life. I intentionally chose a school an hour away, thinking it was over. Just half a year ago, I was so hopeful. Now, I don't want to do anything. I even want to quit being the class president. I'm so tired. Will it be like this for the rest of my life? In that case, I'd rather end it here myself. You can't hear the ghost wailing, trying to stop you from doing that stupid thing. Just then, Yun managed to pull him back, his face still covered in sweat, shouting, I will help you. It turned out the ghost had directed Lee Yun's attention to save the person. If I don't help the class president, it'll probably haunt me for the rest of my life. Yi Jun asked confusedly, help with what? Did he see me getting beaten? Then he quickly explained, I don't know what you saw, but it's not what you think. I was just watching the cars go by. It's better not to misunderstand. He remained firm, I will help you. Are you really okay living like this? His face became annoyed. Do you pity me? Who the hell are you? Don't meddle in other people's business and make a fool of yourself. Yi Jun then turned and walked away. Just pretend you don't know. I can take care of myself tomorrow. The next day, Yun found Yi Jun and offered, I will help you. But he still didn't respond. I told you not to worry about it. The day after that, he was still persistent but was always rejected by him. Then the day after that, he yelled, I said I'll help. No. Yi Jun was still stubborn. I said no. Why are you suddenly trying to help me? We're not even close. What if you get involved? I don't want to cause trouble for anyone. Yes, I have a plan. So what is your plan? Just then, the phone rang. It was the bully. He said, Yi Jun, be at Boreo Mart before 5 o'clock. Remember that. Yi Jun's voice explained, if I skip night classes again this time, I'll probably be disciplined. He brought up the auto hunt thing again. It seems pretty fun. I was thinking of raising one myself. Your little brother is quite big now, huh? He's even wearing a uniform. Hey, middle schoolers can get part-time jobs these days, right? If you're busy with school, what about your little brother, huh, Yi Jun? It's not that I never tried to escape. That's enough, you bastards. He recounted the time he tried to fight back. You guys have been tormenting me like this for over a year now. Aren't you tired of it? Then you might as well kill me. Let's just die together. At that moment, Yi-jun's younger brother appeared. Yi-jun was horrified, while the bully had a sinister smile. From then on, that trashy group chose an easier way. They always used the little boy to threaten him. This time was the same. Yi-jun still obeyed him as usual. Just then, Yun yelled, "Choi tae sung. You son of a bitch, come and fight me one-on-one at Borio Mart. Forget your mom, bring all your dogs to me." Yi-jun looked at him blankly. And then what? What are you going to do next? You go wait there too. I'll bring reinforcements. The time changes to 5 p.m. Yi-jun arrived at the appointed place, his face pale black. Sweat poured down his face from anxiety. I'm going crazy. I'm really crazy. My mood has been unstable lately, and I'm acting so impulsively. Even if someone provoked me, I shouldn't have done that. Why did I even believe Lee Yun in the first place? I have to run. This is really crazy. Yi-jun was suddenly kicked away. The bullies walked up. Han Yi-jun, my friend, did the heat get to you and make you go crazy? You want a one-on-one fight? Yi-jun. He grabbed his hair, then used a cigarette butt. Yi-jun could only think to himself, Lee Yun, that bastard, he set me up. Suddenly, there was a loud shout. Lee Yun, I will help. The bullies all turned to look at him, confused. Yi-jun's face was filled with joy to the point of tears. You're here? But his expression quickly changed when he realized Lee Yun came alone. The ringleader spoke up. Yi-jun, is this your friend? Is he strong? He looks pretty tough, huh? You were going to bet on just him and go big like that? Oh my god, Yi-jun, what were you thinking? Ha ha. Yun, as usual, offered, I will help. Yi-jun thought to himself, he's really a madman. A crazy guy who just keeps repeating the same sentence. It's my fault for believing him, but what do I do now? Yun yelled even louder, I will help. Which startled everyone. They were also wondering, what's wrong with this guy? He's definitely crazy. Yun's face became confident as he looked behind them. Uncle, why are you so late? Out of nowhere, a ghost nearly 3 meters tall had appeared there. I will help you, uncle. You promised, right? Its face was cute as can be. Yun gave an order. First, give them a little scare, then we can start. The bullies seemed to see something terrifying. Then came their piercing screams. He threw a small stick towards Yi-jun. Take it. You need a toy to fight. From now on, the two of us will beat those dogs to death. Don't worry about the consequences. They won't remember anything about today. After they wake up, they'll only feel hatred. Uncle, explanations can wait. Right now, we both have to do this, so you have to. The condition of the group was extremely tragic, as if they were possessed, vomiting black mud. One guy was in so much pain he rolled around on the ground. Yun hurriedly stopped him. Uncle, don't overdo it like that. If you do that, you'll really go to hell. Just then, another voice was heard. I will help you. You promised, you know. Before him was a towering ghost girl. Yun was startled and panicked. Who is this? I can't sleep. Ever since the class president's ghost changed its target, I haven't been able to get a wink of sleep. This one is really annoying. When he went to the bathroom, that ghost still followed him, wanting to peek. Please, just disappear. For half a year, it was fine. Why is it suddenly paying attention to me now? A person who doesn't sleep will die. I have to do something. Even if I want to switch to a less annoying ghost, I have to get rid of this one first. Returning to the battle, he replied to the ghost. I didn't promise anything. Go away now. He quickly pulled a few bullies to safety. The bully also felt it. That thing is too dangerous. We have to run now. What is this? I'm so dizzy. Where is this? Which way can we run now? He furiously turned to Jun. You. What the hell did you do? What are those monsters? What? What are you talking about? Before he could finish his sentence, a punch landed squarely. Jun fell down in pain, thinking to himself. Monsters? What monsters? Why did they suddenly go crazy like that? The crazy ringleader didn't stop, continuously stomping on the boy. You must have some backup to be playing this big, right? What is it? Did you drug me? While someone took the blows, he thought to himself. Fight back. Han Yejun. Fight back. Fight back. Even though I don't understand what's happening, this must be the last chance. You can do it. You can fight back. You can fight. You have to believe you can fight. Jun remembered when his mother was still alive. When she saw her son being bullied, she immediately scolded him. Han Yejun, did you fight with your classmates again? He bullied Yujun first. So did you win? He confidently replied. I won. Well done, big brother is the best. Mom always took my brothers and my side. But Mom was still worried. What if you keep fighting all the time and get ostracized? Oh my God, Mom worries about everything. Mom was sick all the time. Yes, Mom was in the hospital more than at home. Even so, she always reminded him. I love you so much, so don't get hurt, okay? Yes. My memories of Mom are probably just that much. When I was with my mom, I was clearly a very strong person. But I endured it. Getting beaten was to protect Yujun. No, actually, I was scared. The fear that had been suppressed for over 2 years. Whenever I tried to do something, that fear would stop me. Hey! Yun shouted loudly. Fight back. How long have you been taking this beating? Are you still scared of him beating you up now? I'm not free to help a second time. The painful memories kept flooding back. This is the last chance to escape these scumbags. Jun immediately threw the cigarette butt straight into his face. You bastard, are you out of your mind? You son of a bitch. Seizing the opportunity, he rushed forward and knocked him down. Continuously, Jun gave him loving face massages. However, his hand was blocked by him. He knocked Jun away with one blow, causing him to lose consciousness. The leader turned back. He was very confused when he couldn't see his juniors anywhere. He didn't know that Jun was standing right behind him. The boy grabbed his hair tightly and pulled hard. You are a damn piece of trash. But that guy was physically bigger. So he quickly threw Jun to the ground. Die, you dog. This time, Jun was truly unconscious. His 2 eyes could no longer see any pupils. He heard his mother's words. Yejun, aren't you afraid of fighting? Of course, I'm scared. But if I just keep getting up after being pushed down by bigger guys and keep fighting, I'll eventually win. He headbutted him straight on. The ghost saw this scene and cried non-stop. Mom doesn't like to see Yejun get hurt. If it weren't for Yujun, I wouldn't be fighting either. I will definitely win. Ba Jun and the other guy punched each other hard. After that, they both hit the floor. However, Jun was the one who stood up. In the end, he coldly walked over and kicked his nightingale, causing him to faint. Happy memories flooded back. When I was with Mom, I was a strong person. Because Mom was always by my side. Come home quickly, okay? Mom has to come home. I miss you so much. Mom. At that moment, he vaguely saw his mother in front of him. Mom? Why are you still here? Don't go. You can't leave me and Yujun behind and go like that. We promised we would go home together, don't go. Don't go, I told you not to go. Don't go, please. Have you been with me all this time, Mom? I'm so tired, Mom. But I've overcome it. I remember now. I am a very strong person. Now you can leave in peace. He felt as if he were lying in his mother's arms. I love you, Mom. You are the person I will miss the most until I die. Her soul also slowly faded away. Jun's negative emotions were also gone. He could feel it too. Waving goodbye to his mother for the last time. The next day, the bully was very bitter. I don't remember anything from yesterday. I clearly met Han Yejeung. After that, all 5 of them lost their memory. Han Yejeung must have used drugs or something. Jun still went to school as usual. He sighed to himself. You're here, Lee Yun. What the hell is, not worrying about the consequences? But it's not as scary as I imagined. What's the matter, coming all the way to the school gate at 9 p.m.? Suddenly, they heard Kim's voice or something. Why are you here? He immediately cowered. He left just like that, not daring to touch him again. Jun's smile hadn't been seen for a long time. On one side, Yun was standing there watching. So it's a happy ending, right? But the 2 tall ghosts still followed him. I guess I'll have to go for an exorcism. A few days later, he was busy trimming a tree. Is this okay? The male ghost still shook his head, not satisfied. It pointed to a nearby bush, signaling the coolie to pull it out. He had to do as he was told. The current temperature is 30 degrees Celsius. Yun still had to work hard as a coolie. I thought it was just a simple deal. Who would have thought I'd have to clean the house? The uncle was a person who really loved the first house he ever owned. Every day he swept the front gate, and in season, he would prune the branches. When it was time, he would pick the fruit and also regularly cleared the weeds. It continued like that until he passed away suddenly. Perhaps every day he repeated those tasks. So he couldn't leave the increasingly messy house. After he died, he stayed on the path he took every day. So I came to know about this. Actually, I had thought about helping him at some point. He sighed to himself while sweat dripped down. I didn't expect him to be so meticulous. He really has OCD. Just like that, he worked tirelessly from night until morning the next day. Is it okay now? It's done, right? It's done now, isn't it? The house was now sparkling, and only then could he stop. The uncle observed for a while. He couldn't touch it. He couldn't feel it. It was time to let go of the lingering emotions and leave his beloved home. He had realized that the negative emotions were gradually released. Finally, he was able to pass on. Before leaving, he didn't forget to thank him. Yun also waved goodbye to him. He rubbed his tired shoulders. I'm dead tired. He looked behind him. The ghost woman in the red dress was still there. Even though I'm tired, let's finish the job and get a good night's sleep. That night, looking at the thing in front of him, Yun became worried. This is not good. There's definitely something inside. It's a human corpse. Ghosts are a collection of black lumps. Because they can't let go of their emotions, they hold on to everything. They are those very blocks of emotion. He guessed there was both a ghost and it was filled with black lumps. Which means. But it's very likely a horrific murder case. This kind of thing, you should absolutely not get involved with. I don't see any cameras anywhere. The door is open, but if I'm not careful, I'll become the #1 suspect. He immediately took out his brick phone. He called the police officer. But he was grumpy. You damn bastard. What is it this time? Officer, I'm sorry. But in Bangdi Apartments, Building 102, Room 103, I think there's a dead body. Is it a ghost leading the way again? Yes. He instructed Yun. Don't you go wandering around there anymore. Go home quickly. This is my business now. He rushed to the scene alone. His colleagues also noticed his expression. Mr. Kim, where are you going? I'll call back in a bit. They seem to see this often. Don't tell me it's a ghost again. That comment annoyed the orange-haired guy. I'll shut your mouth in a bit. The new guy was still smiling. I guess so. He pulls all these major cases out of nowhere. That's why there's a rumor he can see ghosts, isn't there? What kind of case is it this time? By the time Officer Kim arrived at the room, inside was a refrigerator sealed with tape. It made even him break out in a cold sweat. He slowly peeled off the tape. When the fridge door was opened, there was indeed something inside. He bowed his head silently, then took out his phone to call headquarters. Kyung-soo, it's Bangdi Apartments, Building 102, Room 103. A body has been discovered. It's a murder case. Call the forensic team too. While checking the rooms, Officer Kim slammed his shoulder to break down the door. Inside, they found a skinny white dog. It must have been starved for a long time. The crime scene tape was put up. A member of the forensic team had to vomit at the sight. Oh. Hyeon stood there watching. It really is a major case. He noticed the ghost in the red dress. She was hugging the dog cage, and he thought to himself, "You raised a dog? Gurium." The white dog seemed to be able to see its owner. Its tears flowed endlessly with joy. Thank goodness. That girl's black lumps have almost all fallen off. Not because of her own death, but because she was worried about the abandoned dog. That was her final attachment. He turned to ask the girl. "A grudge?" She replied. "I hope it finds a better family than me. Just let go and move on. I'll take responsibility for finding a good person for it." Her beautiful face returned. Her tears fell non-stop. Before she left, she said, "Thank you." Then she left another big black lump on his hand. Hyeon looked at it and sighed. "I got involved in other people's business again." Officer Kim saw him and was completely startled. That kid, why doesn't he just leave quickly? 3 weeks passed. The dog that almost died from exhaustion recovered after 2 weeks. And until a new owner is found, it will stay at my house for now. Since my house only has one grumpy son, my mom agreed right away. And then Choi Jeseung contacted me. "Hey, it's me. It seems he has fully recovered." He shouted loudly. "It's time to compensate me for my losses." Hyun's face was full of question marks. "I saved your life." After school, he went to the hospital to visit him. Choi Jeseung's manager, Kim Jong-hun, 24 years old. "We should have a little chat about compensation for damages, shouldn't we? You probably heard the audio file about the 20 million won camera, right?" He was confused. "Wait a minute, that matter. Besides having 5 broken ribs, there is also evidence, images recorded by the camera. The scene of Hyeon shadowboxing with the air. It's truly surreal." The police arrived and filed a report. A minor entering an abandoned house to livestream was deemed to be distributing harmful content. What is this? A YouTube account with 400,000 followers, built over a year and a half, was deleted. Breach of contract with the company, resulting in compensation fees. The school also found out, so I was disciplined. Physical injuries, channel deleted, property damage, career affected due to penalties, and also have to compensate for mental damages. "Hey, you dog." Hyeon grabbed his collar. "Is it my fault you got punished? Is it my fault the account was deleted? I risked my life to save you." Jeseung was still shameless. "Help, someone is doing something to me." The manager holding the camera had recorded everything from beginning to end. "All I see is a video of you making a fool of yourself alone. I don't know what you went crazy about. But I'm grateful you pulled me out. But the damage I've suffered is too heavy, isn't it? Damn it. It was a ghost, a ghost. Do you think ghosts can be caught on camera? Here's the part where you threw the livestream camera and went inside. You don't remember anything from that time, do you? You weren't normal. Without me, you'd be dead." "Dead by a ghost? Are you serious?" His expression darkened. He told himself, "I get it. You want to make me the only crazy one, don't you?" Hyeon was too used to it, to the point of being sick of it. "I'll just take responsibility for being a busybody. There's nothing to be upset or disappointed about." Hyeon spoke up. "What do you want?" Jeseung cheerfully invited him to a haunted house. Hyun's face turned dark as if he wanted to kill someone. "At least listen to what I have to say. Just 3 times. If you go with me, then I'll consider it as if there were no damages." Hyeon immediately raised a friendly finger. "My life is more precious than money." I wish I had just let you die. From now on, if you dare to talk to me, you better watch out. 1 week later. Beautiful, isn't it? Contract complete. Win was crying a river inside. It always ends up like this. Why, oh God? Why did it turn out like this? What did I do wrong, oh God? He remembered the monk at the temple. He had given him a talisman. If worn around the neck, it can protect from evil things. But as you grow up, you won't be protected anymore. You must teach it not to interfere in others' affairs. The boy was curious. What if they attack me directly? Bite the talisman. You must bite hard until you hear a cracking sound. It will protect you for about 20 minutes. Remember to hold the talisman in your mouth and inhale for it to work. After that, the talisman will lose its effect forever. Consider it as having one extra life. Cherish it. The sound of the phone ringing snapped him out of it. Are you ready? We're going to the haunted house today. Get lost. A month has passed since the contract was signed. 4 before stamping. 3 billion? What? That's the value of the channel if converted to cash. Even if it's just a rough estimate. A free legal advice forum for law students. 400,000 subscribers, live streaming 6 sessions a week. 2 to 3,000 live viewers. A strong fandom, so the views and donation money are also relatively high. Videos with over 1 million views then. He wondered. Is there no way to appeal to YouTube to restore the channel? There has never been a case of a deleted channel being recovered. He explained. The fan club has already started writing petitions. It's a hot topic, you know. A legal guardian will be quite expensive. And this case will drag on for a long time. In addition, with the compensation for injuries and property damage, around 20 million won, it's highly likely you'll be forced to compensate. Settlement is still better. Now I'm more scared of money than ghosts. Their broadcast began. Jeseung's face was smiling brightly. Hello, my dear viewers. It's been a long time since we've met. This is Jeseung. Because I have to be more careful about choosing locations now, it took a little longer. I hope everyone understands. For the time being, I will be replaying old videos. I hope for your understanding. Because this is the first video uploaded to the new channel, I'm going all out. In front of them was a large abandoned house. He sighed to himself. Is he really going in there? Hyeon tried to sneak away but was pulled back by the other guy. Newcomers, please pay attention. Now is the equipment introduction section. Today we even have new ghost hunting gear. An EMF meter, an electromagnetic field meter. Everyone knows that when supernatural phenomena occur, the electromagnetic field fluctuates abnormally, right? If in a desolate place with no electricity or equipment, the magnetic field suddenly increases sharply, then that is a spiritual point. There's no proof. But in reality, when the index rises high, equipment tends to turn off or emit strange sounds. And this is the new ghost hunting gear I mentioned earlier. The principle is the same as the one above. Today, we'll play with this. He grabbed Hyun's backpack. How about we also introduce the backpack of this coward next to me? I'll kill you right now. Inside was full of heavy gear. Wow. Not good, not good. Are you planning to go to war? Hyun was timid. I've been traumatized since that incident. Now even the sound of falling leaves makes me jump. Come on, I already told you. There's nothing there. Ghosts and demons, you think they'll appear again? That time, the land was just a bit bad. As for this time, you chose a lighter one. Relax. He threw him a bottle of water. I've been telling you for the past month. Did you even understand? No. Guys like you in the movies always die first. Thanks for the compliment. The two of them gradually entered inside. Let's go in. Jeseung was still chattering. It's been a long time since I've smelled a real haunted house. I really miss it. This place was just recently reported. Other than being abandoned since the school closed, there's no other information. Since it's a place permitted by the landowner, I had to choose it. It might be a bit tamer than previous places. I hope everyone understands. The atmosphere is a bit creepy. But the equipment isn't reacting at all. Hyeon also looked around, scanning the area. Clearly. No, there's nothing at all. He secretly rejoiced. Choosing a clean place from the picture was indeed the right choice. There are no black lumps or spirits at all. A sly smile appeared on his face. How can it be this easy? We just have to walk around and one session will be over, right? Suddenly, they heard a noise behind them. It made both of them jump and turn around. Jeseung suggested, let's go check it out. If there's a sound, we have to check it immediately. Or let's just go home. Are you trying to cancel today's deal? In your dreams. Jeseung signaled. Wait a minute, it could be a person or a wild animal. I know. Meanwhile, Hyeon was still worried. But let me mentally prepare myself first. They went inside. They accidentally discovered an ugly drawing in the middle of the room. What is that? Hyeon turned to him. It's just a piece of paper, are you stupid? He replied. I didn't see anything on the camera, so I just asked. But it doesn't look like a ghost, does it? It's a poltergeist, The phenomenon of objects being moved or making sounds due to an invisible force. Sometimes ghosts also set traps for ordinary people to see. But if it's a trap, it's not needed here. This is already in the mountains. If you wander in here yourself, you don't need a trap. Or maybe there's something it wants to say. A small black shadow appeared behind the paper. It pointed at the paper as if signaling something. Hyeon immediately realized and warned Jeseung. Hey, run. He was startled. What's wrong? But it was too late, the door was slammed shut. Jeseung screamed. Why is this happening? The door is stuck. Something's not right. When they turned back, they suddenly realized. This place didn't look like this a moment ago. That's not right. There were stairs right in front of the door. Jeseung was still recording the video. Everyone, this is not staged. But since it's a pre-recorded video, I can't explain. The camera turned off. Hyeon immediately told him to shut up. Something is coming. Luckily, both of them managed to hide to one side. Otherwise, they would have been goners. Jeseung turned to ask him. Is it gone yet? But Hyeon didn't answer. He ran to the door as fast as lightning, but it wouldn't open. He tried using a hammer, but it wouldn't break. He turned to Jeseung. Don't just stand there like an idiot. Do something. What are you doing? I was so scared that I went crazy. What? No, I also find it really strange. Every time I turn my head, the scenery around me changes. This is really amazing. I've never experienced this when I go alone. Hyeon quickly grabbed him. You find this fun? It's interesting, right? If you like it so much, you go first. It really is. Hyeon reminded him. Wake up. Don't you see the situation? We're trapped. In this place with a monster roaming around. But I told you I've experienced something similar before, didn't I? Back then, the environment didn't change like this. But the door also disappeared. You have to stab it in the heart. You have to stab it in the heart. For now, let's just back up a bit. Jeseung looked at his friend like he was crazy. What are you talking about? Listen carefully. Right now, we don't know if there's one or how many monsters outside. Whether it's hostile to people. And how to get out of here. In short, we know nothing. We have to be extremely careful. I have no intention of making friends with those things. You can go and explore by yourself. If our goals are not the same, let's part ways here. I will definitely find a way out. Jeseung slowly stood up and asserted. Of course, I got you into this trouble. So I have to get you out safely. I promise this. If you're in danger, I'll die for you. So don't worry too much. He didn't notice. A giant arm was right behind him. Bam! A shocking sound. Jeseung was sent flying. He shouted his name loudly. Cho Jeseung. His body was swallowed whole by the monster. He died right after opening his mouth. The monster, having eaten, immediately turned and ran away. While Hyeon screamed his friend's name. He quickly pulled out the hammer he had prepared. He swung it straight at its waist. He hurriedly chased after it. "I told you to spit him out." At this moment, Jeseung fearfully called out, "Don't provoke it, old man." Hyeon was anxious. Jeseung, are you still alive?" From inside its mouth, the guy replied. "It hurts, but not enough to kill me." "It's not trying to kill me. It's more like it's taking me somewhere." If that's the case, then he pulled out a kitchen knife from his pocket. He continuously slashed the air like Yasuo. After some threatening, he finally escaped from its mouth. However, they also succeeded in pissing it off. Hyeon grabbed his friend. "Run, it's chasing us." The two of them ran for their lives. They saw a black shadow also running alongside them. "That dark thing is chasing us too. That eye keeps following me. I have a bad feeling about this. Let's deal with that later. Right now." Suddenly, the black shadow shouted a warning. "Get down." The two of them immediately turned back. They quickly ducked their heads to avoid the wooden trap above. As a result, the monster was hit by the trap. It screamed, and the black shadow told them to run. "You two idiots." Jeseung was happy to see this. That kid must be on our side. While he was wondering which way to run, the two of them were running when they saw a doggy door. Squeezing through it, they arrived in a different space. It looked like a room. Over there was a similar doggy door. If the monster chases us, we can run over there. Did that kid create this? Now, the abandoned school scene has completely disappeared. Jeseung spoke up. "First of all, I'm sorry. I was too careless. I can handle ghosts. But the fact that I almost died and a monster appeared, these things. Even if it's true, I didn't think it would be like this again. In the end, it caused you to get dragged to this place. It's my fault. As I said, the first thing is to find an exit, a way out. Speaking of an exit, I just remembered. Listen carefully, before, the door also disappeared just like this. At that time, there were many kinds of monsters. And it seems that the door only appeared when the heart of the biggest one was stabbed. So running around looking for an exit isn't necessarily the answer. I'm not sure if it has to be killed to open the door, or if just stabbing its heart is enough. And it's also not clear if that's the only monster. For now, we need information first. That kid seems to be helping us, so it's best to find him again. Before we go, we need to prepare some weapons for self-defense." He raised his hand, but there was nothing there. Hyeon panicked. "Where is my hammer?" He thought to himself that it must have fallen when he tripped. "What now? There's a mini axe in the backpack, but how can I fight a monster with that?" At that moment, his friend called him. He pointed to a container of tools full of axes and shovels. It was as if someone had already gathered them. Borrowing them should be fine, right? Just like that, they each took 2 for defense. First, let's check the lost items. I lost a lighter, a knife, and a flashlight. I lost my hammer and a flashlight. My eyes have somewhat adjusted to the darkness. There's one left, you should wear it too. They suddenly noticed some kind of tremor. An eye was always following them. No wonder I kept feeling like something was following us. It's even using a flycam. At that moment, a black shadow was thrown from behind the wall. Even though only the lower half was left. This terrified the blonde guy. From the dark room, the monster with its large eyes looked straight at them. Hyeon immediately stabbed straight into its body, causing syrup to splash everywhere. However, his entire body was sent flying by its punch, tumbling on the floor. In a flash, the blonde guy swung his axe straight into the monster's head. Its painful scream echoed, until Jeseung smashed it until it collapsed on the floor. His face was now covered in syrup. He quickly ran over to check on his friend. "Are you okay?" Hyeon was stunned. "What is this? You just split a monster's head with an axe. It's a good thing I was behind you. First, let's get out of here. The monster's heart has been stabbed too. It should be over, now let's find the door. They looked towards the black shadow from before. Its body was cut in half, but it could still run. They didn't notice that the monster wasn't dead yet. It was staring at them. You little brats, that hurt. It rushed towards them at lightning speed. It was holding a large axe in its hand and swung it at them. Luckily, the two of them quickly dodged. It aimed for the blonde guy, causing him to panic, slip, and fall to the ground. Well, this time I'm done for. The monster raised its axe, about to swing it down to take his life. Fortunately, Hyeon was quick enough to block its attack. He shouted, urging his friend. Go to the back door. Hyeon, while not paying attention, was punched hard by the monster. He temporarily lost consciousness. The blonde guy hurriedly picked up his axe to fight it. He swung it straight at the monster's leg, causing it pain. It screamed. On another side, the black shadow had reminded them, this way. Run quickly. The blonde guy immediately supported Hyeon and ran in that direction. He placed him on a cart, but he himself was not so lucky. He was grabbed by the monster's giant hand. The black shadow could only pull Hyeon away first. After a while, the blonde guy was beaten black and blue by the monster. It threw him hard onto the ground. Here's a fresh human. Although heavily damaged, he was still breathing. Lady Lisa, please keep your promise. How much longer do we have to be trapped in this loop? Please turn all of us back into living people. Those damn brats have also been tortured to near death. Back to Hyeon, he had woken up. My head feels like it's about to split open. My arm can't move. What about Choi Jeseung? He shot up. He's probably not dead. The black shadow sitting next to him spoke up. Your friend, that monster is the type that goes crazy for stuffing more people into the prison. If he's still alive, it definitely won't kill him, just throw him in there. He heard this and was confused. Prison. What's going on? Did you save me? You should thank your friend later. Wipe your face a bit. He asked curiously. Your body was cut in half. Are you okay? I'm already dead, so I can't die again. Although I can still feel the pain. But it's probably not as bad as your friend's. It began to introduce itself. My name is Hyeon. And this place is a place of chase. Being chased, killed, and killed endlessly. I've forgotten when this all started. There is no sun, nor is there a moon. The sense of time is completely gone. He wondered, no sun or moon. He turned off the light on his chest and looked around this place. He silently assessed it. That's right, even if my eyes get used to the darkness, this place still feels strange. There is no light at all. Yet I can still see objects to a certain extent. It's like adjusting the brightness in a game. It's strange and uncomfortable. Suddenly, he discovered something was looking at him. It's that eye. The black shadow shouted, grab it. Crush it. Hyeon lunged forward to grab it, but it was very agile and easily escaped him. The black shadow threw him a frying pan. How magical. This time, he directly hit it with a swing. It bounced back. But I'm supposed to crush it, right? So he lunged again, using his body to press down on the eye. But he was too eager and forgot that his left hand was injured. As a result, only he cried out in pain, "Ah, my hand." When he sat up, he found himself in a strange forest. He looked around curiously. Where on earth is this? Suddenly, a small boy ran past, but he passed right through his body. Is that Hyeon? Isn't this a scene from this place's past? He quietly observed the children. A boy in ragged clothes hugged his jar and thought to himself. Today's harvest is really good. Going to the next village was the right decision. He was elated. Hey guys, today. However, the other three children couldn't find anything to eat. Their faces were sad. That night, when they returned home, the children were covering their ears to block out the scolding. A boy was sent flying. The one who hit him was an ugly fat man. He yelled, "Useless thing." Before leaving, he didn't forget to threaten them. "You'd better not drink any water for this whole week." The boy seemed to be too used to this. He struggled to get up, silently cursing, "Damn bastard. I can't even remember my parents' faces. This disgusting ceiling is the first and last memory I have. The food every day is a rotten potato. If you don't meet the quota, you don't even get that. A place with only violence, cold, and hunger. Yet, I still call this place home." At that moment, outside the dark room, some children were asking about him. "Brother Hyeon, are you okay? Are you badly injured? Hyeon, you don't have to carry it all. Let me ask the sister in the village for some medicine and bring it to you." "Hyeon, here." The children threw potatoes inside. The boy dragged his tired body over and wondered. "Are you trying to make me choke to death? Give me some water. It's so quiet, huh?" "It's really quiet," the child outside said while crying. "Those managers have sold the kids in the next room. Now, only we are left here. They will definitely bring other poor kids here again. At this rate, we will all be separated. This place, and us, none of it belongs to them." While he was still nonchalantly devouring the food. "Do you guys remember the junk collector uncle I used to follow? I finally got it. It's a master key. I'm just borrowing it. I have to return it after using it. It should be able to open all basic locks. We can escape now. Do you remember the entrance to the abandoned house from last time?" The boy outside exclaimed. "Ah, I was the one who turned it into a paradise. I think I cut down so many trees." Hyeon said with annoyance. "Are you planning to lead the managers there too? Lower your voice, you idiot. For now, they won't enter this room. So I'll sneak out to see if there are any guards. Don't go out until the managers are fast asleep. Remember not to take your eyes off the window." The children together dreamed about a bright future. If you had your own house, what would you want to do? "I want to decorate the house. I want to nap all day. We have to make a garden first. Let's plant potatoes and eat as much as we want." Unlike the other children, Hyeon just needed to escape from those bastards. "We will definitely be happier than we are now. For sure." The next night, they decided to act. However, while running in the forest, Hyeon spotted a guard. "Damn it, why is he still here? This will probably take quite a while." At the same time, a large hand slammed down on the table. "Are you kidding me?" the fat manager angrily shouted. "I told you their share was mine." But his brother just waved his hand away. "Why is it your share? I'm busy, get lost." He slowly drank his soup. "You little brat, how dare you shout in your brother's face? Damn it, give me my money. My money." The sound of arguing made the two children outside tremble in fear. "What should we do now? We've already unchained the youngest. It's dangerous. But can we go outside and wait for Hyeon? If we're careful, it should be fine." The children slowly crawled through the corridor. Inside the room, the younger manager was boiling with anger. He grabbed a half-burnt piece of firewood and swung it at his brother, screaming, "My money is my money." Just then, there was another noise. He instinctively turned towards the corridor and discovered the children had unchained themselves and escaped. He roared, "Now even you brats look down on me." He threw the burning barrel of fire at them. At this time, Hyeon was still in the forest. He calculated silently. "Still, I should be careful. I can't let things go wrong at the last minute. They must have been waiting for a long time. I have to hurry now. I have to call them." But when he turned back, the whole house was ablaze. Everywhere was a sea of fire. Hyeon stood frozen like a statue. "There's no water. The stream is over there. No. Anyone. Please, someone." He desperately realized that it was all too late. "No, please no." He frantically broke down the door and rushed inside. A loud crash echoed. But in front of him was still a sea of fire. Wooden beams were piled on top of each other, blocking the way. Hyeon could only cry desperately in sorrow. And Hyun, witnessing all of this, was also terrified. "Why are you showing me this?" He watched helplessly. "I can't do anything. This already happened a long time ago. In this space, I can't do anything." He returned to the forest after the fire. Only black charcoal remained. Suddenly, someone appeared, holding that eye in her hand. "Thank you for showing me. You've worked hard. Goodbye, lost souls. I am Lisa. Isn't that the girl who appeared in the flooded cellar the other day?" Under the pile of charcoal were the souls that had been burned. She used her power, waving her hand. Their house from before miraculously returned to its original state. Then she said, "I can bring you back to life." Layer by layer, the black charcoal disappeared, revealing their faces. The two villains knelt and kowtowed non-stop. "Amen. No, Amitabha. Praise the Lord above." This made the girl smile happily. Suddenly, her expression hardened. "But it's not free." She pointed forward to where there was an iron cage. "I need pure souls. Lock the children in here. If, when I return, the children hate this world even more, I will turn you into living people once again." Hyeon angrily shouted. "What are you talking about? Who gave you permission, you demon?" She gently placed her hand on his head. "Of course, I will also give my little ones a chance." She whispered into his ear. "Kill the managers. Burn them to ashes. You must burn them so completely that not even ashes remain. If you can do that, I will resurrect you first and make you happy." Hyeon asked doubtfully. "Can you really do that? How can we trust you?" She calmly replied. "It will be very painful, but bear with it for a little while. Wait until I return." After that, she looked towards Hyun and smiled, making him confused. Is she looking at me? How is that possible? And from then on, their fight continued like a game of chase. He remembered her from the flooded cellar. It's definitely the woman from back then. What on earth happened in that haunted house? Back in reality, the black shadow, Hyeon, was sitting on top of him, slapping him. "This guy Lee Hyun, you're so big but you keep passing out. You're awake. If a monster finds you lying like this, you're done for." Luckily, the eye has been destroyed. Let's continue our conversation from before. I want you to help me with something. I have a plan. Hyeon, are there any more axes? I'll take care of that monster. His face was grim and frightening. While Hyeon recounted, the one from before was the younger manager. The older brother will be much harder to deal with. On the blonde guy's side, he was terrified by the scene in front of him. The manager, his brother, had turned into a monster with a giant mouth. He remembered luring Hyun to the abandoned house with him. At that time, in the flooded cellar, when he was close to death, he vaguely saw the monster and that girl. And Lee Hyun is the key. The world hidden in abandoned houses. At this moment, he had woken up, his body tired and in pain. He realized the prison didn't kill him but locked him up instead. "Why? I'm so dizzy." Jeseung carefully checked his body. "I've bled too much. Not dying must be due to luck." Suddenly, there were black shadows. 4 children were also here. They stared at each other blankly. The children spoke up and asked, "It feels like I'm still alive. Why do you keep appearing? How did you get in here? Are you friends with that spiky-haired kid?" After a while, the children had told him their story. "So there's one manager on the first floor, one in the basement, and they have to be burned to death, right?" "Yes, if the fire is put out halfway through, the faces of those two will become distorted, grotesque, and even stronger. So they must be burned until not even ashes remain." Jeseung suddenly asked, "Do you guys know the name of the sister who said to burn the managers?" "I think it was Lisa." Upon hearing that, his eyes suddenly changed. His body trembled uncontrollably. They continued their conversation. Your friend said you have to stab the heart. But has anyone tried stabbing it? I don't know. The managers are only afraid of fire. A little girl quickly answered. The heart. If you stab the heart, can you get out? I know where the heart is. When I was first locked up here, while running away from the managers, I saw that sister again. And she attached a huge heart to the wall. Jeseung realized that this was the way for them to get out. That's it. We have to stab that heart. But to do that, we have to get out of here first. The children, from somewhere, had gotten a key and held it out. This is the key to the door. This confused the blonde guy. You have the key, but you're not leaving. You'll understand when you see. Jeseung looked behind him. His face became extremely terrified. The huge mouth of the monster was wide open. The children introduced it as the older manager. Last time, the burning wasn't finished, so it failed. It turned into a huge monster. That monster can't see, but its hearing is very sharp. So even if you get out, you'll just get eaten. After being eaten, when you open your eyes, you're back here again. The children warned. We're already dead, so it's fine. But you'll really die. The blonde guy thought to himself. But I can't stay here forever. I don't know how much time has passed. I've lost a lot of blood and I'm starting to get thirsty. Staying here any longer will be life-threatening. Besides, I have a goal. After hearing the name Lisa, I can't just sit still. He pulled out the hot stuff from his backpack and asked the kids. Hey kids, if you want to get out, lead me to the heart. Leave the monster to me. At this moment, Hyeon was explaining to him how to deal with the two managers. Remember this carefully. The important thing is to hold it tight. If you don't hold it down before burning it, the manager will struggle. The fire will go out very quickly. Its face will become more horribly deformed. I will lure it into this circle. Look up at the ceiling. Although it's hard to see because of the black cloth, there's a hole up there. Drop a heavy object from the second floor. There's a second floor. The two of them gradually went up to the second floor to observe the situation. The kid walked while giving detailed instructions. Remember the way well. If anything happens, I'll make a mark to make it easier to navigate. Their weakness is their skin. So, when attacking, prioritize slashing over stabbing. Wounds caused by slashing seem to heal very slowly. Has he fought many times before? They came to a small hole on the second floor. Hyeon pointed and told him to go in. He used a light to illuminate it. Indeed, up here there was a large trap full of sharp wooden fragments. Hyeon took out a small whistle and explained the plan. I will lure the manager from the lower floor up and then blow the whistle. At that point, cut this rope. You must cut it in one single strike. Can you do it? After that, immediately slide down to where I am and hold the manager tight. I can't hold him by myself. Now, we really have to deal with the manager. Hyeon, don't get hurt. He held out his hand, confusing the boy. A fist bump. What's that for? He then explained, make a fist. This is very special. Only people on the same side can do this. Don't get hurt. Do a good job. Yeah. Just do it right. According to the plan, Hyeon went to lure him. And Hyun was waiting on the second floor to cut the rope. He thought to himself. The whistle. I have to cut it in one strike. All right. He took a deep breath to calm himself. Just then, the whistle blew. Hyun immediately cut the rope. With a loud crash, the trap was sprung. He happily rushed forward with his axe. Now I have to quickly hold it tight. However, the scene before him froze him. The monster, pierced like a porcupine, was unharmed and staring at him. It looked like it wanted to swallow him whole right away. Hyun remembered the kid's instructions. Listen carefully. If I fail, you must run immediately. Find the second circle. It used all its speed to rush towards him, its face full of anger. You little brat. Luckily, he ran fast, or he would have been done for. The second operation begins. I'll lure it. I have to find the second circle. The problem is I don't know where it is. I have to run all over this damn wide place until I find it. And if I find it, I still need someone to cut the rope. Otherwise, I'll have to solo the monster. It's almost over. It will be difficult, but endure it one more time, Hyeon. On Hyeon's side, he had just been beaten painfully, but he still tried to stand up. This is nothing. Even 100 or 1,000 times, I will stand up again. Back to Hyeon, he was being chased and running for his life. I've probably been running for over 30 minutes. Where on earth is that circle? My mouth is starting to taste like blood. My body wasn't in good condition from the start. Just then, up ahead, he saw the second circle. I found it. Above, Hyeon was holding an axe, waiting for the signal to cut the rope. He worried to himself. Why hasn't he arrived yet? Don't tell me he got caught. Just then, a loud shout was heard, "Cut it, Hyeon." He immediately swung the axe but didn't have enough force. It didn't break in one go. Below, Hyeon was confused, running and thinking. Nothing fell. Could it be that he hasn't fully recovered? Or maybe he can't cut the rope. He suddenly turned around. If that's the case, I'll have to solo this monster. But on the blonde guy's side, they had successfully opened the iron cage. The group of kids walked quietly down the corridor to avoid making any noise. Jeseung's shoes got dirty from the floor. The boy reminded him, the older manager usually just sleeps. He only goes down to the basement once in a while. He just went down to the basement once a while ago, so he's probably sleeping now. When the flashlight shone, the giant mouth of the manager was right in front of them. This is bad, Professor. They had to be as quiet as possible to avoid waking him up. But his shoes made a noise from being stuck in the mud. The big mouth opened right in front of them. At that moment, the blonde guy had an idea. He took out his remote-controlled car to distract it. He carefully controlled it, making sharp turns, constantly observing through the camera. I don't know how long I can hold on. Just hold him off until we find the way to the heart, RC car. But it wasn't long before his toy car was swallowed whole by the monster. The blonde guy froze, then immediately shouted at the kids. Run! It's coming. The little girl pointed to the room ahead. That's the place. However, when they went inside, they didn't see any heart at all. The little girl hurriedly said, "You have to get it out of that wall." The sister hid it in there. Can't you do it? Can't you do it? The blonde guy sat down, feeling helpless. Believing the kids and running all the way here just to die. He thought to himself, take the heart out of the wall. How can I do that? But when he looked at the wall, he discovered something. There were marks. He walked forward in a daze. Lisa. The wall. So that's it. The blonde guy remembered when he was a child. On the stage, a man was giving a speech. We are creating a god. A god will be born right here. The children with the purest souls. Jeseung was crying as he was pulled up. He looked towards his mother. Mom, can I not do it? But she showed no expression at all. The ritual was performed. A wooden sword stained with blood was stabbed into Jeseung's hand. Then he had to place his hand on that wall. Back in the present, he was standing in front of the wall. The blonde guy had somehow injured himself. His bloody hand touched the wall. The room shook. The children cried out in alarm. He's coming in. Jeseung had somehow drawn incomprehensible symbols on the wall. Just like that, he found the heart. It was calling his name, Jeseung, Jeseung. Outside, the monster had charged straight into the wall, but it was blocked. I thought there was a living person trapped in there. He shouted, I'll pull you out. However, inside that heart was a monster. A human head on a snake body. She opened her mouth full of sharp teeth. One blow was enough to pierce through the wide-mouthed manager. Hyeon outside could also feel the tremor. What was that? It can't be an earthquake. He noticed the monster was in the circle and shouted, "Hyeon." But nothing happened. Failed again. Above, Hyeon was diligently trying to saw the rope while crying. Why isn't it working? Why? I'm sorry for being a child. Because I'm too weak. The monster finally realized. I get it. You think I'm stupid. If I step in there, it will be like last time. That sharp thing will fall down again, right? You damn little brat. He quickly punched at him but couldn't hit. While moving, he calculated. When it goes crazy, it speeds up a bit, but it also has a stamina limit. My stamina is slightly better, but the difference in physique is too large. I can't possibly win. Taking a full punch like that means getting knocked out instantly. Not to mention, it also has a healing ability. I have to lure it into the circle, and then Hyeon started running for his life again. Hyeon rushed straight towards it. I have to aim for the head. When Jeseung split the manager's head with an axe, it was stunned for just a moment. I have to aim for the head. But he was sent flying far away by a single punch. His whole body was dazed, and he couldn't see clearly anymore. Wait a minute, why am I fighting this thing? My childhood memories were all about learning useless things, mainly to strengthen my stamina and fighting skills. But you can't fight ghosts, so learning it was useless. Mom just said it was because I have a weak spirit. If you see someone in trouble, you have to help. On top of that, I always meddled in other people's affairs. Let me think carefully again. The things I have an advantage over the manager in are speed and stamina. Once again, he took the axe and swung at him, but once again, he was sent flying. Hyeon realized something. It wasn't about thinking carefully. Why do I want to kill this monster? If I want to leave this place, there might still be other ways. So why am I going to such lengths? At this moment, the monster was furious at the pure soul. What the hell, I'll kill you. For what reason? I can't do anything. I can't save anyone either, or so I thought. But he acted in the complete opposite way. The hand bandage came off too. Come at me, you son of a bitch. With both hands, he gripped the axe tightly and charged forward, aiming straight for its head and bringing it down. This is revenge. Revenge for the wicked. The monster cried out in pain. He took the opportunity to hold it tightly, using all his strength to push it towards the circle. Then he shouted loudly for Hyeon to cut the rope. Above, the young boy was still frantically cutting the rope with his little strength. Please, please work. Please. Hyeon even used his mouth to bite the monster to keep it inside the circle, while Hyeon also used his teeth to bite the rope. And finally, he succeeded. Hyeon kicked hard, causing the monster to step back right under the spot where the trap was falling. With a thud, its body was crushed, unable to move. It screamed in agony. Now all that's left is to use the wooden planks to pin it down, not letting it escape. To be sure, he even jumped on the pile of wood and stomped down hard, making the monster cry out in pain. Hyeon also came down by now. He slowly opened the gasoline can and poured it over the monster. It pleaded and screamed. Hyeon, from now on I won't bully you anymore. Let's team up and take care of that Lisa something. Let's deal with that deceiver. The young boy remained cold. Go to hell. The fire blazed fiercely. Just then, there was a tremor, shaking the place. What is it? It feels like the space is shrinking. The blonde-haired boy also felt it and shouted loudly. You guys, come over here quickly. The ceiling is collapsing. Hyeon carelessly fell through the floor. He felt that the basement was very deep, like falling into a bottomless darkness. It will hurt a lot, but it's okay. Even if it hurts, I mustn't be afraid. I'm already dead, so it's fine. But at that moment, he rushed over, hugging the boy tightly to protect him. Hyeon angrily yelled. Are you crazy? What are you doing? He's already dead, so it's fine, but you're a person who will really die. He just gently patted the kid's head. Pain is originally an adult's business. You have to remember. No one remembers, no one knows we have disappeared. We are smaller than dust, more fragile than a candle in the wind, pitiful beings who have never been embraced by anyone. Hyeon cried streams of tears in his arms. We were here. This feeling is the first time. And it is truly so warm. The two of them just fell down with a crash. But it landed right on the spot to destroy the heart. The snake-headed person was also defeated instantly. The blonde head hurriedly asked about his mother's whereabouts, but she was already dead. Hyeon didn't believe it, saying that she was still alive. He realized it's about to collapse. Which way should we go now? Hyeon discovered a small passage nearby and urged them to try going over there. There's light inside, hurry up. By himself, he hugged all 5 children and ran. Climb up here for me. Such awful luck. The light was right in front of them. They finally escaped from that place. The children shouted in unison. We're out. We're really out. Their bodies began to transform, turning blue. No longer black. Look, they're even flying up. They discovered there was another door. Let's go over there and see. One of the kids couldn't fly. That was Hyeon. It turned out Hyeon's bag was still black. Is it because he hasn't burned the manager yet? Hyeon bent down and offered, give it to me. Then quickly go back to the other kids. Thank you, big brother. Finally, he was able to cast aside his negative emotions. Goodbye. They touched hands one last time. As they stepped through the door, the place was like a paradise, fresh and full of life. A place where they could play and enjoy themselves freely. Finally, they had a home of their own. Jeseung's face showed a clear look of bewilderment. He remained silent, unable to speak. Hyeon hesitantly asked, You can't see them? Jeseung replied in confusion. The moment you came out, they disappeared. You were just mumbling to yourself. He recalled the scene of Hyeon squatting and murmuring to the air under the night and moonlight. Jeseung asked him, Are the kids okay? Hyeon just replied softly with a single sound. Then let me continue. That's good then. The light from the match flickered. Hyeon and Jeseung stood outside the cave entrance. He swung his hand and threw the match inside. The flame flared up for a moment, then it slowly shrank and disappeared. Jeseung calmly watched the extinguished flame and hesitantly spoke. They're gone, Hyeon. Standing beside him, he also pondered and slowly added. It's not that surprising. Beside the blinding light from the tool, Jeseung looked at the dirt on his hand with suspicion. There are no wounds. He recalled the moments he had just experienced, his mind filled with a jumble of incomprehensible thoughts. When standing in front of that symbol, I did the only thing I could do, and the heart appeared. When I tore the heart, Hyeon appeared. Why did she turn into a snake? Jeseung's hand clenched tightly. He thought to himself with frustration and annoyance. But I'm sure I've found a way. Next time, for sure. Hyeon, on one side, was warming up his body and suddenly spoke, cutting off Jeseung's thoughts. It's all healed again. Just like the abandoned house last time. He looked up at him, thought for a moment, and asked. Come to think of it, last time you said you broke 5 ribs, right? Why were you the only one who didn't heal that time? Jeseung quickly dodged his question. Where is it? It must be here somewhere. After a moment of searching, he held up a few crumpled food packages and said happily. Here it is. It's all crushed, but... Hyeon looked at his actions suspiciously. What are you doing? Jeseung calmly answered his question bit by bit. I often buy small things to take to places like abandoned houses. He used a lighter to light a flickering flame for an incense stick and then explained. Especially in places where terrible things like this have happened. The food was unwrapped and placed on the ground. Jeseung stuck the incense into the ground and continued to speak. It's just my own way of commemorating them. Praying that they reach a better place. Hearing Jeseung's words, Hyeon flopped down on the ground with a deep sigh. Immediately after was his assertion. I'm never coming back to places like this again. Scene change. A little girl sat calmly on a monster much larger than her. Another monster was crushed under the foot of the monster she sat on. It fearfully begged the little girl, "Lisa, please spare me." Lisa coldly looked at the space in front of her, chewing bubble gum and blowing a bubble in her mouth. "So you finally made it there, huh? I was planning to take them away myself, what a shame. Snatched away right before my eyes. I didn't even have time to do anything." Suddenly, the bubble on her mouth popped. The monster crushed underfoot also vanished along with it. Only its scream echoed in the space. Lisa smiled and began to taunt the monsters. "It's so easy with you guys, but why doesn't it have any effect on Hyeon at all?" As soon as she finished speaking, a monster cried out pleadingly, "Lisa, please spare my life, I'll do anything you say." She glanced her eyes towards the source of the voice. Lisa let out a sarcastic laugh at those words. "Dirty souls like you don't need to exist in my world." Scene change, a scene full of vibrant colors. In it was also Yeon's inner voice. After that, Choi Jeseung seemed to have gone to the abandoned house alone. "I guess he didn't want to force me anymore. He still has some conscience, huh, but does he even have one?" He bent down to adjust his shoes. Right after, Yeon answered the phone. "Yes, Mom? Are you walking Gurium?" He walked while talking to his mother on the phone. "I'm not studying today, I know about tonight." "Okay, let's meet there then." The autumn sky made the trees wither and shed their leaves. Yeon walked calmly, but his mind was pensive. I wonder if the kids made it to a good place. Who is Lisa anyway? I don't know if she's a monster or a ghost. But she toyed with the kids' souls. She's a devil. Anyway, I'll never see her again. And my meddlesome nature should stop acting up. In front of him was a man handing out flyers. But on both sides of him were two people with strange appearances following him closely. He wondered to himself, "What is that?" Suddenly, the man walked up to him. The two people with strange appearances walking beside him were not people, but ghosts. They rushed towards Yeon, making him scream. That man handed him a missing person flyer. "Her name is Lee Eji." Outwardly, Yeon hesitated and uttered, "This is," while inside, suspicion arose. "Looking for someone?" Eji's father smiled wearily and said to him with a trembling voice, "If you have any information, please call." Yeon was stunned by his words and hesitantly replied, "Yes." In his eyes, as the man left, the two ghosts kept following him, advising him one by one, although he couldn't hear them. "Sir, that's not it, sir." Behind Yeon, a dark shadow faintly appeared. He thought to himself with apprehension, "Don't mind it. That meddlesome ghost is also standing still. It only latches onto things I see with my own eyes and that involve living people." Yeon's hand clenched the paper, causing it to wrinkle. "I don't know what's going on, but it's not my business." The sound of a dog barking brought him out of his thoughts, along with a familiar voice. "Oh my, what's wrong with him?" "Yeon." He hurriedly ran towards his mother and asked, "Mom, why is William like that?" He raised his head to look at the other man, nervously explaining, "I'm sorry. My dog is not usually like this." This man seemed to be immersed in a sticky darkness. The dog, William, kept barking at the gloomy man in front of them. A cold wind blew past Yeon. He fell into thought again, ignoring the noise outside. "I'm the sensitive type, and I rarely forget a voice I've heard before." He reached out and stepped towards the man, smiling and asking, "Are you okay?" His hand touched the black shadow around the man. In an instant, that shadow revealed different faces and the words, "Save me." Yeon's eyes widened. At the same time, he realized something. This voice, this mass of spirits is Guri's former owner. The gray-haired man in front of him returned to normal. He smiled cheerfully and answered his previous question. "It's okay." Yeon tiredly glanced at him and said, "It's okay, that's a relief." Suddenly, two female students ran up and hugged the man's arm, calling out loudly, "Teacher." After that, the three of them cheerfully went into a nearby store together. Yun's mother looked at her son worriedly and asked him, "Yun, are you okay?" Yun gently replied to his mother's question. "It's nothing, Mom. Let's go home." The two ghosts that were following Edgy's father stood on the side of the road, witnessing the recent scene. They just silently looked in that direction. Scene change. The gray-haired man is a teacher. The class ended, and his voice rang out. "That's all for today's lesson." A student called out towards him. "Teacher, let's go eat spicy rice cakes." The man smiled and told them, "I can't. I still have to go feed the cats." The other student heard this and laughed, teasing him. Feeding the cats. So cute. Scene change. The sound of traffic echoed in the ears of the man driving. He was quietly focused on what he was doing. Then, as if something amusing happened, a strange smile appeared on his face. The door to the room slowly opened. The gray-haired man stood at the door. He wore that strange smile as he looked at the female student he had imprisoned in the room. In the air, a desperate plea rang out, "Please." The two ghosts following Edgy's father stood outside on the balcony of Yun's house, begging him as he ate inside. "Please save Edgy." Hearing the plea from the two ghosts, Yun paused, speculating. "Edgy. I'm sure I've heard that name somewhere before." The face of Edgy's father appeared in his memory, followed by the words on the missing person flyer, "Lee Edgy, age 17. Yun hurriedly reached for the piece of paper stuffed in his bag. He held the paper up in front of the two ghosts and asked, "Are you talking about this person?" The female ghost exclaimed joyfully, "See? Following this student was the right thing to do." In contrast, the male ghost was surprised and quickly asked, "You can see us?" Yun helplessly held his forehead. He sighed and said, "What on earth is going on? I don't even know who's talking to whom." Suddenly, he remembered something and quickly asked the two ghosts. "That person named Lee Yeji, what happened to her now? Who are you?" The two ghosts quickly composed themselves. The male ghost then spoke up. "Do you remember the gray-haired guy you met this afternoon? We were killed by him." In the male ghost's memory, he was tortured to the point of constantly begging, "Please, let me go." The gray-haired man who had tortured them was now holding a camera, filming. He cheerfully commented, "Good expression." He bent down to pick up a wrench soaked in syrup from the ground and said with interest amidst the victim's moans of pleading, "Let's continue, one more time." The male ghost continued his story. "When the pain had almost disappeared, and then I suddenly saw myself and that guy." The gray-haired man looked at the corpse in front of him with disappointment. "He's dead." The two ghosts finally made eye contact. The female ghost covered her face and burst into tears. "I'm sorry, I couldn't do anything." According to the male ghost's account, images corresponding to his words also appeared. "So we just kept following him. After that, we witnessed another murder." The new victim was dragged into what he called his basement. The basement is a place you have to pass through before reaching the storage room. No sound can escape. A desperate Edgy was tied to a chair, coughing continuously. She looked at herself in the mirror and wondered, "How many days has it been?" That despair made Edgy burst into tears. She stammered out each word. "Please, someone save me." Suddenly, the sound of wiping was heard. Edgy looked up in suspicion. Someone had breathed on the mirror in front of her and written the words, "Run away at all costs." Seeing those words, she screamed in terror, her heart filled with fear and suspicion. A ghost? There are ghosts here too? The sound of wiping was heard again. The words on the mirror had changed to a different message. "Don't be afraid. We were once people like you, Edgy." So scared that her voice trembled. "Does that mean I'm going to die here too?" The words in the mirror changed once again. "Your father is looking for you." Seeing those words, Edgy burst into tears and sobbed. "Dad, please tell my dad I'm here." The male and female ghosts looked at each other with apprehension upon hearing this. The male ghost once again continued the story. "For some reason, outside the basement and the storage room, we can't do anything. Following you is the last glimmer of hope we have left, because you made eye contact with me once. Hearing the story from the male ghost, Hyeon quickly said, I can't do anything. I'll report it to the police. The female ghost helplessly expressed her feelings. I've been following that guy for a whole year. My body still hasn't been found by anyone. She continued to explain to Hyeon. He is a very cautious person. Even if the police investigate, they won't find any clues. If an investigation is launched, he will eliminate the only witness, Edgy. Hyeon bluntly asked the female ghost. What if I get killed by him too? Realizing the impossibility, the female ghost replied tearfully. I'm sorry, but I really have no other choice. Hyeon uncomfortably gritted his teeth and glanced to the side. In his mind, only one image lingered, Edgy's father. Hyeon complained silently in his heart. Why does that man's face keep popping into my head? After a moment of self-torment, Hyeon made a decision and asked. Where is that place? The female ghost replied in confusion. I don't remember the address, but I can give you directions. The male ghost beside her also advised him. You have to be careful. Hyeon quickly put on his jacket while saying, I know a police officer. As soon as I know the address, I'll forward it to him and won't get involved anymore. Let's go. He rode his bike as fast as he could, while also managing to call Officer Dong-sok. The officer shouted annoyingly into the phone, causing him to flinch away. What kind of trouble have you gotten into again? Hyeon didn't back down and shouted back. Officer, do you remember the missing student case named Lee Edgy? Dong-sok replied loudly in confusion. How many missing person cases are there every day? How am I supposed to remember them all, you punk? Hyeon lost his composure and yelled into the phone. Her name is Lee Edgy. A 17-year-old female student. She's currently being held hostage by a psycho. If we're late, she'll die. I'll find the address and send it to you. Dong-sok got angry. He shouted, calling for Hyeon. Hey, you punk. If you get involved, you'll really die. Through the phone, the officer's voice was still booming. If the suspect realizes he's been exposed, the first thing he'll do is destroy the evidence. That will put the girl in even more danger. Hyeon hurriedly said into the phone. I know, that's why I'm calling you, officer. Please, catch him soon. He has already killed 3 people. Those last words stunned Dong-sok. What? Hyun's voice came through his phone. I'll tell you the exact locations of the victims. Dong-sok quickly asked his colleagues. Can someone lend me a piece of paper and a pen? On Hyun's side, he listened to the female ghost's words while relaying the information to Dong-sok. The first person is a female named Lim Yong. Buried on the mountain near Gangbo Bar, I think it's Gangbo Port. The second person is a male named Kim Min-sok. There are 2 suitcases between the large rocks. It's a dry stream that used to be called Jongsu Stream. The third person, you've met before. It's Gurium's former owner, the victim who was dismembered. Hearing this, Dong-sok's face became stunned. He quickly composed himself and shouted to his colleagues. Get ready for a night shift. Someone quickly accepted the order. Roger. After saying that, he shouted into the phone, warning Hyeon. You punk, stay put. Don't do anything. His footsteps stopped at the location in front of him. The female ghost's voice rang out, pointing to the house in his line of sight. Over there. Hyeon raised his phone to take a picture of the house in front of him. In his mind, he calculated. Of course it's locked, right? He looked at his phone worriedly. I just need to send the address to him, and then think about what to do next. While Hyeon was reading the address, 11, Lane 130, Bubi-eon Avenue, the gray, curly-haired man stood behind him. He raised a brick high. The sound of the brick shattering echoed. Scene change. Hyeon slowly opened his eyes in the man's basement. There was now one more person. Hyeon was restrained, sitting opposite Edgy. This caused him to panic. In that silent moment, the man's voice rang out. "You're awake?" The curly gray-haired man sat leaning back in his chair. He happily held a camera in his hand and smiled. This pervert even put his hand on her shoulder, admiringly asking edgy, "Ah, is this your darling boyfriend?" This made her shake her head vigorously. Returning to the unwilling victim, the curly-haired man laughed in bewilderment. He, full of excitement, raised his camera and intently praised. "Wow, what a good expression." He recorded the woman's moment of fear, describing it with great pleasure. Eyes filled with fear, heavy breathing, a trembling body. The photo that the curly-haired man had just taken of him, he quickly pinned it onto his board of achievements, uttering a disgusting compliment. "Everything that appears through the lens is so lovely I could die." A wall full of Jeseung-style photos. He spread his arms wide as if showing off his trophies. "That's the reason I do this." Without further delay, he used his arm to cover Edgy's mouth with a cloth soaked in a poisonous substance, causing her to struggle. Witnessing this scene, Hyun's eyes widened in horror. The curly-haired man emphasized that Edgy would become a beautiful work of art. Taking the cloth from his prey's mouth, he dangerously emphasized, a picture more beautiful than anyone else's. Not only that, this sick pervert grabbed Hyun's hair tightly, revealing, "Oh, by the way, I didn't plan on killing Edgy so quickly. It's all your fault." Then, without any difficulty, the curly-haired man carried her unconscious body away without hesitation. Seeing her being taken to another place, Hyun tried to move his body off the chair, not accepting it. "I have to save her at all costs." Finally, the chair leg, which was stuck with stronger glue and iron adhesive, came loose. Due to the strong force, Hyun was thrown onto the floor, sliding a long way, his whole body face down on the ground. Quickly, he forced air from his throat, pushing away the tape. His breathing was heavy and weak. Hyun managed to shout loudly, "Edgy is in danger. Please think of a way to get out of here." However, both the male and female ghosts were out of ideas because this place was locked from the outside. There were no windows, and sound couldn't get out either. It was a completely sealed room. Upon receiving this information, Hyun closed his eyes and calmly assessed. "I have to think of a way. I have to do it no matter what." The female ghost, seeing she couldn't help, whimpered, "I'm sorry, before I could call you, that guy suddenly appeared." The male ghost was at a loss, not knowing what to do. "What should we do?" In his haste, Hyun's eyes widened and his face tensed as if he remembered something. When they were separated, Hyun remembered a piece of information. After that, it seems Choi Jeseung continued to go to abandoned houses alone. He raised his camera high, waving his hand, "Say hi, welcome dear viewers. Today I will go to the abandoned church in Bokdi district." Watching his silly antics, he could only rest his chin on his hand in exasperation. After going through something like that. However, Jeseung didn't know and casually interacted with the camera. "All the ghost hunting equipment is live. Ah, it's a shame this is just a recording." Therefore, Hyun could only rely on him. "This time, you have to save me." And then he took a deep breath and shouted as loud as he could, "Please find someone to get me out of here." Full of hope, that person was Choi Jeseung. With his hands and feet tied and his body stuck to the chair, he asked the two ghosts for help. "Find the abandoned church in Bukgu district. There will be a tall, brown-haired guy with a flashlight walking around." The two ghosts flew through the night sky, spinning endlessly. Searching in broad daylight was difficult. The male ghost then suggested going to deserted. "Here, according to Hyun's instructions about his characteristics, he has some strange items, just tell him everything. Tell him that Lee Hyun is in danger, that he needs someone to rescue him." As the instructions finished running through their minds, they suddenly stopped. Looking down, they shouted in unison, "There he is." It was exactly Jeseung, fumbling to turn on the flash on his camera, tapping the camera lens in confusion. Even though the ghost bait was already activated, the devices weren't reacting at all. Suddenly, an ear-splitting static sound erupted from his backpack. It blared for a moment, then gradually quieted down, leaving only a beeping sound. Jeseung was completely baffled. He took out the single device from his backpack, holding it in his hand with suspicion. Only the radio was still on. "Is there something you want to tell me?" The staticky radio emitted a faint, whispering voice, "Hyeon." That was all at first. Hearing his friend's name, Jeseung was very confused. Hyeon? He quickly took his phone from his pocket and called him, only to hear a notification that the subscriber could not be reached. At that moment, the voice from the radio continued, "Hurry and come save him." With just that information, he jumped on his motorcycle and sped off in a great hurry. He affirmed to himself, this must have been sent by Hyeon's ghost. He plugged an earphone into the device. While Jeseung was twisting the throttle to its maximum, he shouted loudly, "Where is it?" They tried their best to guide him. "Turn right." And Jeseung quickly turned the handlebars. He drove with a worried heart, not knowing what was happening, but hoping, "I hope you're still safe, Hyeon." He arrived at the dark alley where he had been ambushed earlier. Isn't he supposed to be here? However, looking around, the place was silent with nothing there. Jeseung exclaimed in confusion. "It's locked." He took a deep breath, twisted the handle forcefully, revved the engine, and Jeseung shouted enthusiastically, "Whatever. My friend is calling for help, so here I come." Therefore, not afraid of paying for damages or anything, he heroically and recklessly crashed through, shattering the door into pieces. He appeared inside and drifted smoothly. Hyeon had been lying there for a very long time. His serious eyes wondered, "How long has it been?" At that moment, he was completely shocked, his eyes widening at the extremely loud noise. Jeseung took off his helmet and breathed in the air. His face was quite cheerful as he exclaimed, "Good thing I wore a jacket." However, when he looked around, there was no one. "Where's Hyeon?" The voices of the male and female ghosts were transmitted to the box. Following the signal, Jeseung looked at the corner of the wall. He approached, kicked it hard, and then asked, "You mean get rid of this?" After the impact, the styrofoam boxes rolled everywhere, revealing a door behind them. So it was true. Back to Hyeon. He heard the loud noise and was stunned for a moment. Jeseung, holding a brick in his hand, rushed down headfirst. Finally, the two were reunited. Hyeon called out without any hesitation, "Jeseung." Jeseung quickly untied his friend and asked, "Are you okay?" "We should probably go to the hospital." But Hyeon ignored it, wiping his face cursorily and emphasizing, "First, let's get out of here. We have to catch that madman." The only way in and out was the single path up through the wooden plank. That situation made Hyeon stand frozen on the spot. He lamented, "You completely destroyed it." Jeseung, not knowing anything, gave an apologetic laugh. "Well, I didn't have a key." When they entered that passageway, it led to a completely strange place. Hyeon checked his surroundings, very surprised. "What is this? There's a basement under the basement? Let's go up. What kind of weird structure is this?" But his friend was very chill. He calmly said, "Let's go up." Pausing for about 5 seconds, before his shock could subside, Hyeon was startled again. "This place is also a wreck." In Jeseung's sheepish excuse, "Well, I didn't have a key." As if that was just a demo, up on the top level, the wall had a huge black hole where he had crashed his bike straight through. Wooden splinters were scattered everywhere. The compensation will be more than the insurance. Hyeon was horrified. "What did you destroy so badly?" "Calm down, calm down." He laughed it off with a single reason, "Well, I didn't have a key." While in his head, Hyeon was cursing, "What a complete madman." Tossing the phone to Hyeon, Jeseung called out, "Why are you still spacing out?" With his helmet on and everything, he was ready, telling him to get on the bike. "Let's go catch that madman, right?" Furthermore, the male and female ghosts were helping, immediately revealing the location. "You have to go to Jeseung village. Go to Jeseung village now. Without a second thought, before Hyeon could even put on his helmet, Jeseung revved the engine, ready to take off. As if he wasn't in a life-or-death situation yet, Hyeon yelled with gusto, "Let's go." To Jeseung village. Then he chimed in, "Okay, Jeseung village." He was furious at the curly-haired guy from earlier, cursing without a break, "You son of a bitch, I'll smash your skull." Hyeon, sitting behind, continuously pointed the way, "Go straight." Amidst the rush, there was a small annoyance that bothered him. "Don't you know how to charge your phone?" Jeseung retorted, "At least I have one. You lost yours." Pressing the phone to his ear, Hyeon tried his best to make the call before the battery died. Will they still believe me? The moment the person on the other end picked up, he shouted a long stream of words. "Hello, is this the police? I found the missing person. Lee Eji was kidnapped by a serial killer. Yes, I'm the informant. Any more delay and that girl will be killed. If you find it hard to believe, go to the Dongnam restaurant in Dong-un district and check. From there, go up the North Mountain and you'll see an abandoned warehouse. The serial killer is holding the missing person there. Please come immediately." This shocked the police officer. "Informant, please calm down and speak slowly." He heard that, but he was in a hurry. The battery was draining faster than water, making him rush his words. "My name is Lee Hyeon. Please report everything to investigator Kim Dong-sok at the central station. Someone is going to die. This is not a joke." Then the phone shut down. Completely exhausted, he was sweating profusely, praying in his mind, "Please, understand." After hastily rescuing his friend, Jeseung now had time to piece things together. "If what I heard is true, then you were kidnapped while trying to save the missing person. Now, the two of us are heading to a place the ghosts pointed out. The missing person and the madman are there." At this, he just asked, "And that madman is a serial killer?" Yet Hyeon wasn't scared, he stared back and replied, "That's right." Hearing that, Jeseung panicked and cursed outright, "Are you crazy? Why do we have to go to that place?" However, it was a human life, so he couldn't just turn a blind eye. "If the police don't believe me, that girl will die." That thought gnawed at Hyun's conscience. "I know it's risking my life, I know. But I also have a share of the responsibility," causing him to grit his teeth, unable to let it go. There must be some reason. He asked further, "Do you know the missing person?" And the answer he received was a firm one, "Not at all, just like my friend." Jeseung could only feel helpless. He's truly a madman. They arrived at the right place with the tree indicated under the bright moonlight. They got off the bike. He was the first to ask for confirmation. "That big ginkgo tree, that's it, right? From here, we climb the North Mountain." But Hyeon couldn't stay calm. He rushed ahead without any warning, forcing Jeseung to call out, "Hey, Lee Hyeon." He had to stop his friend. "Don't overexert yourself. It's obvious you got hit in the head." However, he was still stubborn, speeding up and replying, "This is still fine." He paused for a bit to ask for directions. "Just go straight up and we'll get there, right?" Then the male and female ghosts both confirmed, along with a warning, "You have to be careful." Witnessing that scene, Jeseung couldn't believe it. The ghosts are still following us? As for that curly-haired pervert, he was putting on gloves, preparing to get to work. His camera, camcorder, and tools were all ready. More shockingly, next to him was a car repair toolkit, with hammers, screwdrivers, and so on. Without a shred of mercy, the curly-haired man ripped the tape from Eji's mouth, causing her pain. Helpless to the point of despair, she could only sob and whimper. He leaned his head close to Eji's face. The pervert asked, "Your lip is torn, does it hurt a lot?" He smiled as he said, "Sorry about that." However, the curly-haired man already had a wrench ready in his hand. Seeing it made her scream and beg, "Teacher, oh teacher, my dad raised me all by himself. Dad can't live without me. Someone please help." Her screams of pleading excited the sick man. Please, please. He slightly opened his palm, letting the wrench almost drop. Edgy's screams grew more tragic with it. Please save me. Just as he was about to strike, another voice yelled, Hey you, making the curly-haired man turn around. Hyeon jumped up and delivered a kick, accompanied by a curse. Inside, it was still unclear what was happening. The scene cut back to a bewildered Jeseung. Why do the two of us have to be the ones chasing a murderer before the police? We're just high school students. Seeing his friend rush into danger, he was worried but couldn't stop Hyeon. You're really beyond saving. When I almost died, you probably risked your life and rushed in just like this, huh? Knowing he couldn't win, Jeseung cried out, Don't go. With extreme fear, what gives him the right to do that? With just a rock in his hand? And he's planning to confront a murderer? I really can't understand it. Back to the scene, just as he was kicked away, the curly-haired man fell to the ground in pain. Just to save a complete stranger who was kidnapped. However, he had provoked the man's madness. A dagger sprang from his hand. What was the difference now? A moth flying into a flame. When Hyeon rushed out, he hadn't considered this. His face went pale with shock. Wait, hold on. It was too sudden. He couldn't react and was frozen on the spot. At this point, the curly-haired man laughed savagely and raised the dagger high. But then Jeseung rushed forward. But hey, Hyeon. I think I kind of understand now. Before I could even think, my body had already rushed forward. A slash went straight across his face. Hyeon could only stand there trembling, calling out, Choi Jeseung. His initial reaction was just to cover his face with his hands. When he moved them, a gash had cut through skin and flesh, a deep wound on his face covered in blood. The ghosts who had gone through horrifying experiences, afraid that the girl would suffer a similar pain, had put Hyeon's life and death aside. And Hyeon was afraid that because of him, someone else would have to die. The curly-haired guy looked at him lightly, laughing strangely and casually. It's all your fault. Hyeon couldn't maintain his composure anymore. And Jeseung had thrown himself into the middle of the mess. They were all careless, and this was the consequence. Seeing Jeseung get a long cut across his face by the curly-haired guy, Hyeon stood there stunned. But in contrast to his panic, Jeseung seemed numb to the pain on his face, only using his hand to cover the wound and coldly replying, First, we have to deal with that guy. The curly-haired guy suddenly threw the dagger away from his hand and smiled, turning his back. Jeseung yelled at Hyeon when he saw him quickly bend down to pick up the knife. What are you planning to do? He didn't say much, just placed the knife in his hand. Take this. Then he turned away. Seeing the toolbox, he walked over, picked up a hammer, and thought to himself, the weapon is on our side. With this. Before he could finish his thought, both he and his friend were stunned by the sight before them. Because the curly-haired guy just casually said, Hey, to the two of them, while his hand was holding a chainsaw. Then he laughed again like an innocent child. Which one of you should I start with? As soon as he finished speaking, he started the machine like a madman. He swung the chainsaw towards Hyeon. Luckily, he managed to dodge in time. At the same time, he turned back to Jeseung and said urgently, Jeseung, get that girl out of here. But the curly-haired guy wouldn't let him easily take her away. He turned with a cold and furious expression, staring at him. In your dreams. His face suddenly stiffened as he heard a strange sound from behind him, then he let out a tragic scream. At the same time, Jeseung had already run to the girl who was tied up. She fumbled while waiting for him to cut the ropes, stammering, I'm sorry, it's because of me. But he didn't blame her at all, very understanding of the current situation. It's not your fault. He used the knife that Hyeon had picked up and given him to rescue Edgy from her bonds and instructed, listen carefully. The police might have already arrived at the foot of the mountain. You go down and let them know there's danger up here. Can you do it? Edgy's eyes welled up with tears and they streamed down. She tried to be strong and replied to his instructions, "I can do it." "Run!" That was the word Jeseung shouted at her, to give her more strength to run safely down the mountain and quickly get support from the police. The curly-haired guy laughed towards her, simultaneously mocking and questioning, "Edgy? Where are you going?" But his attention had to shift to the person closer to him, Hyeon, as he shouted in his face, "Shut up and focus on me." He had just turned to look when he had to hastily dodge and step back from the chainsaw blade. Hyeon cursed in his heart in panic, that was close to being cut in two. The guy saw the fear on his face and smirked contemptuously. "Just a little further and you would have been split in half." On this side, Jeseung was also thinking of a strategy to resolve this battle. Fighting against a chainsaw is unsustainable. Both of us will die. What should I do? He had just come up with an idea in his head when on the other side, Hyeon had dropped his weapon, the hammer, and had to clutch his left arm tightly. It seemed the curly-haired guy had hit him, so he became even more excited, laughing devilishly at him. "You've lost your weapon now. Try blocking with your forearm." Even though Hyeon was panting because of his injured arm, he still let out a cold snort and gritted his teeth. "I'm not stupid." It seemed this answer from him further fueled the excitement in the man's heart, so his smile grew larger and more insane than before. He continued to swing the chainsaw he was holding, aiming it towards him. But then suddenly, a long chain wrapped around a rock flew from Jeseung's side, tightly coiling around the chainsaw's blade, stunning him. For a moment, this was the moment for Hyeon to enter the fight. He stepped forward aggressively right next to him. "Had enough, you son of a bitch?" As he spoke, he swung his clenched fist towards the curly-haired guy. And at Edgy's location, she was crying her eyes out while trying to run down the mountain as fast as she could, but she tripped and fell flat on the ground. She cried out in pain for help, "Someone save me. Someone please." The pain made her subconsciously think of Hyeon. Who is he? Who is he to save me? But whoever he is, now I want to be the one to save them. Just thinking this, she seemed to gain an invisible source of strength. She immediately shouted loudly, just hoping someone would hear her cry for help. "Please. Police, find me quickly." On the police side, Dong-seok was also extremely anxious and impatient. "That ginkgo tree, right? The way up the North Mountain." He hung up. Right after that, Edgy managed to find where he was standing and collapsed to the ground. Even though her knees were bleeding, she still managed to speak weakly, "Officer, please save us." Dong-seok hadn't even hung up the phone when he saw her pathetic and pitiful state, and he was stunned and bewildered, asking, "You're Lee Edgy, right?" She, with 2 streams of tears, replied intermittently, "Yes. There are some boys up there. Save them. They're going to die." Hearing these words from her, he became even more panicked than before. But up on the mountain, Hyeon and Jeseung seemed to have defeated the curly-haired guy. He was curled up on the ground like an ant. Hyeon, though slightly injured, still had enough strength to say to Jeseung, "That should do it, right?" Jeseung suggested, "Let's find a rope to tie him up." While searching for a rope, they had a short conversation. "Let's use the rope that was used to tie up the girl. There are plenty of ropes here. Is this guy a rope smuggler?" When they found the rope, they planned to tie his hands and feet separately. "You tie his feet, I'll tie his hands." Suddenly, the curly-haired guy spat some kind of liquid into their eyes. The two of them felt like they had lost all their strength, worriedly asking each other, "What is that?" It seemed the guy wasn't stopping there. He poured more of the liquid onto a cloth, then pressed the cloth hard against Hyun's nose. This made him feel extremely scared, stunned. And the man lay down, cackling at the two of them. "You idiots. One hit of this and you're confirmed paralyzed." He grabbed the wrench near him and slowly stood up, staggering. "I'll gouge out both of your eyes first." "Oh, wait. You two are too disrespectful. I have to pull out your tongues first." This guy probably hated Hyun more, so he moved towards him to deal with him first. As for Hyeon, at this moment, he seemed to have lost all ability to feel his surroundings, so he just stood there dazed, letting the man stuff the wrench into his mouth. Fresh blood dripped down drop by drop. The wrench fell down along with it instantly. That wasn't Hyun's blood, but the curly-haired guy's. His eye sockets, nose, and mouth were all leaking blood non-stop. His body and face were frozen stiff. Along with that moment were the faces of the ghosts in the same state, with blood flowing out like the curly-haired guys, appearing and whispering, "I will kill you." Those ghosts' hands were tightly gripping the curly-haired guy's neck, causing him to only groan a few weak sounds. The other ghost relentlessly whispered in his face, "I will kill you." Hyun, seeing this scene, gradually regained consciousness with difficulty, uttering a few words to the ghosts, "Don't do it, you'll go to hell." But the other guy couldn't see the ghosts and couldn't open his mouth to call for help. He could only cry out in his heart, "It's so hard to breathe. Help! Where is this? Save me! Save me!" He just kept clutching his neck, running around chaotically. Then when he saw Dong-seok, he stopped and looked at him as if terrified. He had seen Dong-seok as a demon with big horns, deep-set eyes, and a mouth full of sharp teeth. That demon even spoke to him, "Found you." Faced with this horrific sight, he could only scream loudly, then clutch his neck and run away again. But Dong-seok chased after him and yelled loudly, "Stop, you! Stop!" He actually did stop running and was grabbed by the collar by Dong-seok, who shouted angrily, "That place is dangerous." Suddenly, not knowing if it was out of fear or what, he kicked Dong-seok and had to face falling off a cliff for pushing himself away from the officer's protection. At the hospital, Dong-seok was waiting with a serious and intense look. Then a person next to him spoke up and asked, "Mr. Kim, we're screwed this time, aren't we?" Dong-seok lowered his head in thought, stoic. "Shut up. The fall wasn't high enough to kill him." A while later, the emergency doctor came out, his face calm as he announced, "His life is not in danger, but due to a spinal cord injury, his neck is paralyzed from the neck down." The person next to him was once again disappointed and lamented, "Well, we're screwed." The doctor continued to talk about the condition of the curly-haired man who had just been treated. "But he has a pain reaction, which means there's nerve damage. We've given him painkillers, but it seems the patient is still in pain." He lay on the hospital bed, and although his body had been stabilized, his eyes were still wide open, trembling because he could now see the ghosts surrounding his hospital bed. Those ghosts gave him strange smiles, and each of them held a knife in their hand, stabbing it into his body. Tears streamed down his face, and although he didn't speak, in his heart he was trying to say, "Kill me, please kill me." In Hyun's hospital room, Dong-seok's voice was ringing out steadily. "Hello, ma'am. I'm Officer Kim Dong-seok. Are you the one who called? Yes, you're Hyun's mother, right? You must have been very worried. If anything happens in the future, just call this number." Saying that, he handed out his business card. Hyun had also woken up and sat up, his face pale and weak, calling out to the two people who were talking. "Mom, officer." The woman heard him call and immediately turned around, both surprised and worried. Hyun. At this time, Jeseung was also in the hospital bed next to him. He was dazed, looking up at the ceiling, but didn't make a sound. As for Hyun's mother, her initial worry had turned into more anger. "What on earth is wrong with you? Do you want to anger me to death?" Because his mother suddenly got angry and yelled at him like that, he could only timidly stammer, speaking softly to his mother, "I'm sorry." She helplessly turned her face away and held her forehead. "We'll talk later. Just let the officer speak comfortably." Then he didn't hesitate at all, immediately looked straight into his face and said loudly, "You punk, this is really dangerous? Are you kidding me?" Then he let go of his anger from before and used a somber tone, closing his eyes and speaking slowly, "You, that girl, and your friend, you all almost died. You have to be more careful. Don't ever let this happen again." Hyun, As if suddenly remembering something, sat up and asked Dong-sok, "How is that girl?" Lee Yeji. Dong-sok, after hearing the question, put his hands on his hips and looked at him helplessly, shouting loudly, "You punk." Then he had no choice but to tell him about her situation. The girl was malnourished and scraped her knee a bit, but she's safe and has been reunited with her father. Thanks to you, Yeji was saved. Eji sat listlessly on the hospital bed, then suddenly burst into tears, sobbing like a child in the warm embrace of her father. Both she and her father cried out loud, perhaps out of fear, and also out of happiness that she had been rescued and returned. Dong-sok, having told the story up to that point, lowered his face and blamed himself. "I'm sorry for being late." Hyun was a bit stunned by this act of apology from him and then refuted, "It's okay, sir. I was the one who didn't explain clearly." Then he hesitated and asked another question, but this time it wasn't about Eji. "And the culprit?" Dong-sok didn't want to leave him curious and had no intention of hiding it from him. "According to regulations, I'm not supposed to say, but he's paralyzed from the neck down." This answer didn't surprise him, but it left him with a bit of turmoil in his heart. He thought to himself, so he's not dead. Then what about the ghosts? He turned to the window and saw the two ghosts waving at him. The ghost in the yellow shirt knew he had seen him and signaled by pointing his finger upwards, meaning, "Go to the rooftop." Hyun didn't say anything, just smiled and was about to get out of bed to go to the meeting point with the two ghosts. But Dong-sok didn't know this and was a bit worried, warning, "When your friend wakes up, you too will also be investigated. So just stay in the hospital room, don't sneak out." Then he also turned his back and went outside the hospital room. He obediently agreed very quickly so Dong-sok would leave. "Yes, goodbye, sir." Then he climbed out of bed and walked to Jeseung's bed, looking at him and saying sternly, "Let's go out for some fresh air. I know you're awake." Hearing that, Jeseung opened his eyes and looked at him, his face somewhat pale, along with the wound from the slash on his face caused by the curly-haired guy, which was bandaged, making his face look even more pale and weak. "Couldn't fool you, huh?" Then the two of them went up to the rooftop together, where the two ghosts were waiting for Hyun. As soon as he arrived, Hyun rushed forward and exclaimed, "Glad you two are okay. Are you ready to leave?" The male ghost smiled and replied, "Yeah. He's probably received enough punishment." But the female ghost in the yellow shirt next to him couldn't be as serious as the male ghost. She burst out laughing and started to mock the curly-haired guy. "It's like he's hallucinating, he looks so stupid." The male ghost also smiled more brightly after the female ghost's actions and words. "Thanks to you, I feel more at ease now." After he finished speaking, darkness enveloped them, and the souls of the two gradually faded away. The female ghost this time became more serious, no longer laughing loudly but just smiling gently. "I will let go of everything and leave. I'm sorry, and Then, the two ghosts also dissolved into a brilliant stream of light, merging into the void. Jeseung, sitting on the chair, looked up towards Hyun's hand as he waved goodbye to the two ghosts and then asked doubtfully, "Is it over? Were those the ghosts that showed me the way back then?" He replied to him very gently, "Yes, they're all gone now." Jeseung exclaimed in awe and walked over to hold onto the railing where he was standing. He continued speaking. "The world you see must be very confusing, huh?" Then he nonchalantly asked him again, "Did you drag me all the way up here just to see this?" Hyun glanced at him, his voice somber with a hint of regret. "I want to apologize. I'm sorry, your face will probably be scarred." Jeseung turned around. He smiled faintly at him without saying anything for a moment. Then suddenly, he smiled so brightly his eyes disappeared. "If you feel guilty, then come with me to the abandoned house." After hearing this, he immediately cursed him with the phrase, "You lunatic." Hyun felt extremely confused by this request from Jeseung. "I'm really curious about one thing. Why are you so obsessed with those places?" He didn't rush to answer, but first gave a faint smile. Then he looked directly into his eyes. My mom is trapped in there. His expression at this moment was still incredibly calm, as if his previous answer was just a joke. But Hyeon was the complete opposite. He was very startled and turned his whole body to look at him. What? Trapped where? In the abandoned house. Jeseung didn't look at him, but looked straight ahead at the blue sky full of white clouds. He calmly recounted a story. When I was little, I entered a place like the abandoned school the two of us went to. A place where the space changes. And my mom couldn't get out. I was too young then, so I don't remember anything clearly. So now I can only fumble around in abandoned houses. That's all. I've been to so many haunted places before. And yet nothing ever happened. Then he remembered his marvelous ability. And everything that had happened to the two of them again. He turned to look at him, who was deep in thought, and continued speaking. But since I started going with you, everything has changed. Spaces transform, monsters appear. I think there are probably many more strange places like that. My mom might be trapped in one of them. I thought you were the key to making those places change. This is the last time. Just go with me to the outside of that place. I'll go inside by myself. I need to try something. Hearing this, he looked up at the sky, closed his eyes and let out a deep sigh. The two of them just stood there like that without saying anything. After a while, Hyeon spoke helplessly. Fine, I'll go. In the evening, while he was sleeping, a hand suddenly appeared on Hyun's peacefully sleeping face, caressing his cheek. It was a girl. It was Lisa. She was mesmerized, gazing at the quietly sleeping face. Then smiled and said softly, Hyun, come with me. Chapter 23. Beneath the tall, lush green trees. Hyun gently awoke as the faint rays of sunlight shone on his eyes. Lisa was also here, right in front of him. As soon as she saw Hyun wake up, she smiled joyfully at him. You're awake? She was sitting under a large tree, having let him sleep with his head on her lap. Noticing this indescribable scene, Hyun was momentarily stunned and wide awake. He immediately sat bolt upright, his eyes wide, staring at the girl. He said loudly in alarm, Who? No. What is this thing? Lisa seemed to have anticipated this, and was not at all surprised by his attitude. So she remained very calm and replied gently, Hyun, it's me, don't you recognize me? Hyun's initial panic was no longer visible on his face, replaced by a dazed, sleepy look. Why am I here? And where is this anyway? A dream? Then, his face changed to an annoyed, angry expression. His gaze also became colder than before. Is this another one of your jokes? Don't act so familiar. Hyun stood up, his bare feet stepping away from where Lisa was sitting with him just now, decisively and coldly. I know everything you did to those kids. Only now did Lisa stop smiling like before. Instead, there was a sense of urgency, panic, mixed with a little remorse. No, that's a misunderstanding. I had my reasons. Her explanation only made his indignation surge fiercely, and he showed this clearly, without any attempt to hide it. He turned back and shot her a look full of disgust, saying, Whatever it is, you're still a demon. I don't need to know what you want to say. But don't say it. And don't appear in my dreams anymore. I don't want anything to do with you anymore. After speaking, Hyun immediately turned his face away, silently wondering to himself, where on earth is this place? I keep seeing weird things in my dreams. Before he could think for long, his arm was grabbed by a hand. Holding it tightly, Lisa tried to plead and persuade him. Please, just listen to me for a second. Her face looked like it was about to burst into tears, both anxious and somewhat worried and panicked. Hyun, come with me. If you don't go, you'll really be in danger. Yet he didn't hesitate for a moment. Snatching his arm away from her hand, coldly, he cast a murderous glare down at her. Let go. Where are you telling me to go? I'm not even sure if you're human. That's enough. Lisa's eyes could no longer hold back her sea of tears. 2 streams of tears just flowed down in her sorrowful and aggrieved state. She stood there, frozen, then spoke in a very small voice. Hyun, how could you say that? You won't listen to a thing I say. Though her tears couldn't stop falling, she still tried to shout at him helplessly and with frustration and resentment. If you won't go with me, then you can figure it out on your own this time. You'll regret it. After Lisa's angry shout, Hyun also woke up with a start, panting heavily. He looked around in a daze at the room he was lying in. It was also a hospital room, but this room looked very strange. In his heart, he probably had already guessed what was happening to him. The hospital has changed. This isn't the hospital I was in anymore. Where is this? Suddenly, Hyun felt a sharp pain in his right arm. He pulled up his sleeve and saw something carved on his arm. And he wondered, utterly confused, in his own thoughts. What is this number 3? The pain is too real. This isn't a dream. Could it be? He turned his face to the left and suddenly saw an eye staring at him. Immediately, he looked at it in shock and jumped up. Getting out of bed, he chased after it, shouting loudly. The eye. Hyun remembered seeing it once before. That eye was the thing from last time. He chased after it, but couldn't catch it, because the eye had slipped through the window and flown away very quickly. He looked out, wanting to see which way it had gone, but was met with a terrifying silence, because what he saw outside was not the direction the eye had moved in, but a pitch-black space, where nothing else could be seen. His heart was also in turmoil and terror. It's all just blackness. He went back into the room, closed his eyes and thought, why did things turn out this way? It must be the work of that bitch named Lisa. Hyun calmed and stabilized his spirit. Even though there was no light, he could still see a little ahead. Just like at the abandoned school. Which means monsters might appear again. I need to find a weapon. He opened a cabinet in the hospital room, hoping to find necessary items for being in this space. He saw an axe and a flashlight, and he was a bit stunned. Astonished as if he couldn't believe his eyes. Silently shocked in his heart. A pretty good starter pack. Besides the axe and flashlight, there was also a coin in the cabinet. Hyun wasn't very interested in this coin, but he just reluctantly thought, a coin? Maybe it'll be useful. I'll just take it with me. He put the coin in his pants pocket. He gently opened the door of the hospital room a crack, observing his surroundings. Seeing no danger, he stuck his head out to observe the hallway more closely, then exclaimed silently, this hallway is so long. I have to be careful from here on. Hyun stepped out of the room, turned on his flashlight, and began to walk slowly down the corridor. I don't know what will appear. I have to find the exit. After walking a little, he was once again shaken with horror. Is the exit in this direction? He reached out to open the door but couldn't. No matter how he tried to twist it open, the door wouldn't budge. So he gave up and turned his back to it. He seemed a bit annoyed in his heart. But more than that, he was pensive, thinking of a way to deal with this door. It's locked. I have to find a key or a crowbar or something. First, I'll search in the direction opposite the emergency exit. He thought he should look in the nurse's station first. This room was both dark and messy and old. And especially, it wasn't small either. But he was all alone. He searched throughout the room. After rummaging around for a while, he only found 1 battery and 2 coins. This made it very difficult for him to explain. But he wasn't angry about it. Just 1 battery and 2 coins. I've replaced the battery. The flashlight is working fine for now. I'll save this battery. But maybe there's a door that opens with coins. I found 1 coin earlier, so it should be fine. Leaving the medical room, he continued walking along the long, dark corridor. Next is the left corridor. Most of the patient rooms couldn't be opened. On the floor, on the waiting chairs, he occasionally picked up coins and batteries, which made him feel a bit bored. In the corridor, there were scattered batteries and coins. In total, I've gathered 3 batteries and 1 coin. When he reached the very end of the hallway, his expression changed slightly. It was surprise and astonishment when he saw a vending machine there, emitting a very attractive light. This machine has the key. But he couldn't hold that expression for long, because in a very short time, he went from amazed and confused to a state of indifference and disappointment, when a message on the vending machine showed that he needed 10 coins to get what he wanted. Hyun's face was emotionless. He didn't say a word, but was lost in his own thoughts. So I have to put coins in to get the key? But then he raised the axe in his hand, his eyes fixed on it. Then, as if enlightened, he struck it with a powerful blow into the vending machine, because the surface wasn't made of bulletproof glass. That vending machine could not withstand such a powerful blow from Hyun. The glass door shattered into many pieces, so he could easily take out the key from inside. Holding the key in his hand, Hyun was both happy and a little doubtful. I got the key. Was it that easy? Now I'll just open the door and leave. And indeed, it wasn't as easy as he had thought. As soon as he turned his face back, Hyun was startled with fear. Before his eyes was a dark scene, and the light from the vending machine illuminated a huge monster crawling towards him on 8 legs. It had no face, but on its head there was only a mouth, as big as a small pit, sticking out its long tongue. Although Hyun was panicking inside, he still maintained the spirit to protect himself. He loudly let out a long scream, and holding the axe in his hand, he charged forward, intending to attack the monster. But before he could get close to it, he was caught by the long tongue sticking out from its large mouth, which pierced through his body and lifted him high up. The axe fell from his hand, and Hyun immediately cried out in pain, spitting out a mouthful of fresh syrup, then woke up again as he was at the beginning. When he entered this space, although there were no wounds, his body still felt a sharp pain, which made Hyun terrified and panicked. He panted heavily. His face looked much more haggard. He let out a soft groan, because his right arm had the same feeling as last time. When he pulled up his sleeve, the number 3 was gone, and had changed to the number 2. Hyun was horrified when he saw the number on his arm had changed. The number has changed. Don't tell me this is the number of lives I have. He touched the spot where he had just been pierced by the monster, and he did not feel relieved at all, but felt even more bewildered. The place where I was stabbed has healed. This isn't a dream. This pain is definitely not a dream. What the hell is this? There are real monsters roaming freely out there. His hand began to tremble slightly, realizing he no longer had the equipment from before. He could only fumble in his pants pocket for the battery and coin. Hyun felt extremely confused in his heart, unable to understand. Where's the axe? The flashlight is gone too. The key is also. Only the battery and coin are left in my pocket. Only the things that fell from my hand are gone. Or maybe those things are still where I died. He became more and more pensive, and perhaps fear was invading his mind. He felt a sense of unease, as if he were in a game. Hyun felt completely unsafe and had the impression that Lisa was the one controlling everything that was happening to him. He thought she had orchestrated everything, and that she was very amused to see his current situation. Lisa, that bitch is playing with me. Thinking of this, his previous fear was overwhelmed by his anger and hatred for Lisa. The coldness and killing intent were now very clear. If so, Then I'll make this game boring. He silently vowed to himself. 2 lives left? No. From now on, I won't die again. And I will escape this place. Just sit there and yawn. He just stood there like that, silent for a long time. Until he heard a noise from outside. And his heart suddenly wavered. I'm not scared. My stomach just hurts a bit from being stabbed earlier. Then the clattering sound got closer and closer to him. The glass cup on the cabinet shelf suddenly fell, shattering into many pieces right before his eyes. And the monster, at the same time, charged into the room. Hyeon quickly ducked down and hid, covering his mouth tightly so as not to make a sound. The monster crawled back and forth. Then it stopped in front of him. And its large mouth that could swallow a whole human head was facing Hyeon's eyes. At this sight, he could only widen his eyes, silent and motionless. One person, one monster, they held that pose for a long time. Like a movie scene that had been paused. Suddenly, the long, dangling tongue shot out towards Hyeon's head. But luckily it only flew past his hair and didn't hit his face, because it had no eyes. The monster thought there was no one in the room. Then it turned around and left the room, leaving behind Hyeon, who was both panting in panic and feeling lucky to have survived that attack. That was insane. He cursed angrily in his heart. It's crazy. Forcing me to escape this room? Hyeon clenched his fist to rally his spirits. Trying to survive and fight. Get a grip. At least I've learned a few things. That thing has no sense of sight or smell. He stood up and continued, analyzing the monster's abilities and weaknesses. But it's extremely sensitive to sound. And its speed is also quite fast. As long as I don't make a sound, it'll be fine. That's a silver lining, I guess. Then he slowly and quietly walked out of the room, gradually approaching the vending machine. Again, he didn't feel surprised at all when he saw the equipment from before scattered in this place. So those things are still here. Looking at the still wet syrup stain on the ground, a very unpleasant feeling welled up in his heart. It's strange to see the place where you once died. But he still turned his face away as if nothing had happened, and walked towards the door that needed a key to open. The door really opened when he inserted the key, which made him very happy. Hyeon turned his head back, gave a wicked smile and silently cursed. It's open. Goodbye, you stinky cockroach. But when he pushed the door to leave this place, he couldn't. This door, no matter how much strength he used to push it, it only opened a tiny crack, enough to peek through with one eye. He was a bit stunned, then became anxious and eager to push the door open. This door is so heavy. And noisy too. Hurry up and open. The noise from this heavy door was too loud. So it attracted the monster, which was rushing towards him. He was trying his best to push the door open. Come on, open up, hurry. He noticed it was about to reach him. Hyeon abandoned the door and ran into the medical room, hiding under a table to evade the monster's pursuit. He sat still, hiding from the monster. But he didn't forget to clench his teeth, cursing angrily in his heart. Damn it! What kind of door is so noisy and heavy? How are people supposed to escape? Then Hyeon thought of another way to escape. Do I have to find another exit? The monster is heading towards the left corridor. If I want to check the right corridor, now is my chance. No sooner said than done. Hyeon immediately stood up, shone the light and was about to walk, when he saw some test tubes on the table next to him. So he grabbed all the test tubes while thinking, I should pick up a few things I can throw to make noise, just in case. He told himself to hurry up, but in such a situation, Hyeon completely forgot one thing, which was his damn bad luck. Because of that, he tripped on a wheel that was lying freely on the ground. Then he fell flat on his face, and all the test tubes followed suit. hitting the hard tiled floor, making quite loud noises, coupled with his mouth that he could no longer control. Damn it! That monster must have heard the noise from here and is about to rush over very quickly. Hyeon was extremely panicked. He hurriedly grabbed the axe and flashlight, stood up and ran. Shit! I have to hide somewhere, quick. Every room is locked. Never mind. I'll pretend to be a statue. But it was too late. He stood still, clutching the axe. Sweat was drenching his body. And tears also fell drop by drop without him realizing. He tried not to let it notice his presence. But by now it was standing right in front of him. The long tongue flew towards Hyeon very quickly. But it was blocked by the axe in his hand. If not, his face would have been knocked off. Seeing its prey resist, it attacked even more fiercely. But this time, it mistakenly plunged its long tongue into the wall. Hyeon seemed to seize the opportunity. He immediately grabbed the tongue and shouted, "You think you can eat me again? Without this tongue, you're nothing." Then he mercilessly chopped off the tongue. After it was done, he panted, silently screaming in his heart, "Run!" Witnessing the scene of the tongue gradually growing back to its original state made Hyeon extremely panicked. He quickly stood up and ran towards the back. "It's regenerating. Oh my God, what the hell am I doing fighting it?" Running to the end of the corridor, he saw a bed. He immediately felt like he had been saved. He ran even faster towards it, then kicked with all his might, pushing the bed towards the monster, while his heart ceaselessly cursed, "Get the hell out of here." Then he continued to run, at the same time observing his surroundings, to see if there was anything that could help him in his current situation. Is there nothing? Is there nothing I can use? He suddenly realized, now that I look at this place, I remember. Even though the ceiling lights are broken, these places are still lit. That means there's still electricity running through. After thinking, Hyeon didn't hesitate and directly pressed the alarm button, making the entire hallway echo with the sound of the alarm. Immediately, this loud noise made the monster hold its head in pain. Hyun's heart could breathe a sigh of relief for a moment. It's in pain. Now's my chance. It worked. He quickly lowered his body and slid straight towards the monster, passing it and heading towards the exit door. But the door was still very heavy, making it a struggle for him to open it. As he was trying to push the door, his heart lamented, "So heavy. The fire alarm has stopped. Hurry up, faster." The monster immediately rushed straight towards him. There was no other way. Hyeon could only swing the axe and throw it hard at the monster, and shouted, "Die!" The axe managed to cut a line across the pit-like mouth. Hyeon also succeeded in pushing the door open, allowing himself to run in. He let out a breath and then had to try his best one more time. "Close it." "I did it. It's closed." But the tongue had very quickly slipped inside to where he was. When Hyeon saw this, his heart became even more panicked. He opened his mouth and screamed loudly, using even more force to push the door closed. Close. With a loud slam, the door closed, leaving half of the tongue on this side. He locked the door and sat down on the floor, panting and feeling regretful, thinking, "It's over. I lost the axe. Is that okay though?" After sitting there for a while, Hyeon picked up the flashlight to light the way down the stairs, where another door was located. Look at the symbol on the door. It's probably really over now. Now I'll probably be sent back to the original hospital. Right, Lisa? He opened the door very easily, not heavy and difficult like the previous one. Then he stood stunned at the scene he was seeing, thinking in his heart, the main lobby. Does that mean I'm on the first floor? Then he couldn't help but open his mouth and curse. This is so damn unfair. This is probably the lobby of this hospital, but everything is in chaos and ruins. Papers and objects are scattered everywhere. Hyeon turned to another spot to observe this place, then suddenly stuttered and shouted very loudly. "What is that?" In front of him was a man. No, it was a dry skeleton. Its two eye sockets were deep, black pits. And its fingernails were long and sharp. He was quite startled. Then he tried to probe it by lowering the flashlight. Not shining it on it anymore, then suddenly it rushed forward, raising its claws to attack him. He tried shining the light on it again. And it stopped its movement and stood still, motionless. He thought doubtfully. That monster stops when it's illuminated. Then he was quite annoyed, saying, "This is just too damn unfair." As he finished speaking, the skeleton's head fell to the ground due to Hyun's punch. He was astonished. His mouth agape in a gasp, then he turned away and mumbled, "Sorry, I didn't mean to knock your head off." Then he shone the light and continued walking forward, unaware that, behind him, there were two other skeletons, rushing quickly towards him. The beam of the flashlight shone in the ruined corridor. Hyun, wearing his patient's gown, was exploring the dark corridor. Suddenly, from behind, there was a sound as if someone was running towards him. Turning his head, he discovered two figures rushing towards him. They didn't look human but more like deformed monsters. When the flashlight shone on them, they froze as if sealed by the light. They look the same, and there are two of them. As soon as the flashlight's light went out, the two monsters, as if unsealed, were about to pounce and tear him to shreds. Damn it, no time to run. Hyun launched a kick straight into the monster's stomach, sending it flying. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, the second one rushed forward quickly. But Hyun managed to dodge and counterattack immediately after. He fumbled in his pocket for the flashlight. When the light came on, the monsters froze again. At this moment, Hyun discovered they recovered very quickly, and could even replicate into other monsters from the parts that were severed from their bodies. No wonder it was so easy to take down. It's too dangerous to keep fighting. Terrified, Hyun decided to run from that place, hiding in an empty room. The door isn't locked. These things probably don't know how to open doors, right? Closing the door, Hyun assessed the room around him, as if an idea flashed in his mind. Maybe I should give it a try. The door opened. The room was pitch black, creating an opportunity for the monsters to hunt. At that moment, Hyun ran quickly to the middle of the room and swiftly turned on the flashlight. Seeing the monster standing still, he sighed in relief and quickly ran outside, closing the door behind him. Now I can explore in peace. After walking a bit, Hyun opened the door to a room to check, and encountered another monster. Startled, he closed the door. I'll check later. Continuing on, Hyun saw two doors. He guessed that one of these two doors must be an exit. He took an old chair and threw it at the glass door. They still didn't even budge. Just as expected, they can't be broken. He noticed that the door had both a lock and a piece of paper. A hint: friendship anniversary? If it's a friendship anniversary, is it talking about the first day I met that bitch Lisa? Hyun thought for a moment and then entered a password. It seemed the password was wrong. The lock made a piercing sound. It startled me. At that time, we met in the abandoned house in the basement. What date was that? The loud noise seemed to have awakened these monsters. They furiously rushed towards Hyun. Terrified, Hyun shouted, "Damn it, don't come here," and shone the light on them. The light from the flashlight could only illuminate a certain distance and space, so it couldn't illuminate all of them. Hyun charged forward, knocking away a few monsters to clear a path to run. Suddenly, from behind, a monster rushed forward and clawed him on the back as fast as lightning. He immediately ran into a nearby room and closed the door. Hyun leaned his back against the door and slumped down. Only a long streak of syrup was imprinted where he had just leaned. As if in extreme terror, Hyeon cursed. Hyeon, dressed in a patient's gown, leaned in panic against the door, a bright flashlight held in his mouth. His face was beaded with sweat, looking exhausted. His mouth was slightly open as if he was about to murmur something. Suddenly, Hyun's whole body slid down the door, his hair flying up in a trail. A streak of syrup was drawn down the door. Hyun sat there, his whole body exhausted, the flashlight in his hand still shining brightly. His voice trembled. He regained his composure, his eyes flashing as he whispered, "The wound is too deep." Hyun forced himself up, the hand holding the flashlight gently reassuring him. "Not enough to kill me, but I've lost too much syrup." His face was pale, his body drenched in sweat. His eyes were a bit hazy as he thought, "I'm getting dizzy. At this rate, in a few hours." 4. Suddenly, the number 5 appeared on the wall, attracting his attention. Hyun was confused, his eyes staring as he wondered. As he finished speaking, he seemed to recall the details. 2 red arrows pointing at the door made him think. Come to think of it, all the red text and red marks from before were all hints. On the piece of paper, there were 2 lines reminding him of the friendship anniversary and not to enter it incorrectly. He exclaimed in his head that they were all clues. Although Hyun was in pain and drenched in sweat, he remained calm and called out, "If the friendship anniversary is a date, and if those red numbers are those 4 digits." The long-haired ghosts with sharp hands were causing a commotion outside the door. He thought urgently. Then he had to find the room with the number written on the wall. There was nothing in the hallway. Hyun's memory began to replay the recent events. In a chaotic scene, he analyzed to himself that when he ran in earlier, he had already checked the room next door, which had its door open. The back of his shirt was soaked with red syrup. His whole body slumped as he reassured himself. Anyway, staying cooped up in here is just waiting to die, so I might as well risk it once. As soon as he finished speaking, the door was kicked wide open. The ghosts from outside swarmed in. Hyun lifted his legs straight up and kicked them forcefully, sending them flying out. He hurried away. Some ghosts lay sprawled out, others stood frozen, creating a chaotic scene. On the wall, the number 0 appeared starkly. He had made a suspicious discovery. It was indeed a code. Before he could rejoice, the ghosts behind him swarmed to attack, causing him to scream in pain. Hyun's face was contorted in pain, veins bulging, as he ground out each word, "All right, you bastards." The ghosts clung to him like leeches. He angrily used his strength and shouted, "Come on, all of you." Hyun gained momentum from below, placing one foot on the table. He forcefully twisted his foot in the opposite direction. He launched himself powerfully in the opposite direction from the ghosts. Unfortunately, as soon as he landed, Hyun's foot twisted to one side. He fell flat on the ground, unable to move. Hyun struggled to lift his sweat-soaked face, his voice trembling, "I'm so dizzy. Before I die, I have to close the door." A long-haired ghost in a pink outfit stood silently in front of the door, watching. He continued to tremble and whisper, "Luckily, why isn't it coming in?" It stood silently, looking at the still door in front of it. Hyun was suddenly startled, his eyes wide, already dark-circled and drenched in sweat. He raised his hand and discovered a fresh red scratch on it. He forced himself to regain his composure and reassured himself, "I have 1 life left, I have to stay sharp." He jolted upright on the black bed in the not-so-clean room. He dazedly asked quietly, "Where is this? The emergency room?" In front of him was a gloomy, empty scene. The number 8 shining on the wall attracted his attention. Hyun raised his gaze, shining his flashlight towards it, looking intently. He found the numbers 5, 0, and 8. The first number was definitely 0. He got off the bed, looked up, and speculated, it could be 5 by 8 or 8x5. "I can't just guess." His hand still gripped the flashlight tightly, his face a bit dazed. If he was wrong, those monsters would be released again like before. The only way was to find the remaining number. Hyeon turned his head to the other side, his eyes scanning as a reminder. The hallway on the opposite side still had a few rooms unchecked. The ghost in the pink dress from before was slowly stepping out from the darkness. He froze, standing behind it about a step away in silence. It was best not to fight. Instantly, he dashed forward, shouting, "Run!" He ran through the hallway, turning his head to look at the reception desk. No number. Hyeon continued running to a messy area with syrup splattered everywhere, the syrup room. Nothing there either. Suddenly, his attention was caught by the nameplate for the internal medicine department, then the neurology department. Finally, his hand rested on the doorknob of a room. His face was drenched in sweat as he prayed hastily, "Please, just one more number." A ghost's shadow appeared in the crack of the door, looking out coldly. He stammered, "Could it be in that room?" Hyeon suddenly discovered the number 2 in the right corner of the door. He went over, threw the door wide open, and shone his flashlight inside. The number 2 was shining on the wall, making him exclaim joyfully. Here it is. So it's 0528 or 0825. His pupils suddenly contracted, his expression changed as he hesitated. Between these two numbers. From a distance, the creepy ghost from before ran towards him. He shouted, "I have to try." The ghost seemed completely unaware that he was standing behind it. The doors remained still and unmoving. He frowned slightly, pointing at them, his voice faltering as he read each number, 0528. A long beep sounded. Hyun's expression changed to despair as he cursed, "Damn it, it's 0825. The door creaked open. The ghost raised its sharp hand and stepped inside. Loud noises echoed from within the room, making his whole body freeze. Hyun nimbly dodged the attack from the ghost's chilling claws. The ghost pressed its terrifying face against him. He grew angry, his eyes sharp, and yelled, "All this time." As he finished speaking, he immediately struck back, both defending and attacking. The ghost screamed. "Why do you keep?" A powerful blow knocked the ghost to the ground as he asked, "Haunting me?" His trembling hand placed itself on the lock, pressing each number, 0 to 8. Suddenly, Hyun's whole body trembled. His face contorted in pain as he cried out. A long, sharp hand was stabbing into his back. Despite the pain, he struggled to press the rest of the numbers. 2 to 5. The moment the door opened was also the moment he went limp. On Hyun's back were stab wounds that had torn through his shirt. His entire body collapsed towards the dark figure. Lisa stepped forward to catch him just as he fell, gently comforting him, "You've worked hard." She smiled brightly, took his hand, and asked if the game was fun. He moved slightly in his exhaustion, whispering a curse, "You psycho." Lisa maintained her smile and spoke softly, "Now, I will let Hyun know, bit by bit, who I am. Remember this well, the friendship anniversary." Those words made Hyun startle, his eyes widening in disbelief. A brightly smiling face suddenly appeared in his memory, along with a reminder, "Don't you forget." The friendship anniversary. His eyes slowly closed as he drifted into unconsciousness. He jolted awake, panting heavily, his body drenched in sweat. His terrified eyes scanned his surroundings, afraid of what he might see. Jeseung sat comfortably on the bed next to him, eating a tangerine. Seeing him looking around, he asked, "Want a piece of tangerine?" Seeing Hyun's terrified and sweaty state, Jeseung asked worriedly, "Did you have a nightmare?" His body ached. He discovered a wound on his arm, just like in the dream. He mumbled vaguely, "That dream. Damn it." Jeseung grinned and said, "Let's go buy something from the vending machine." Hyun replied sullenly, "No, I hold a grudge against vending machine." Chapter 28. An image of a young Hyun with a sweet smile appeared, next to a smiling girl whose eyes were missing. Their two hands, wearing flower bracelets, were clasped together. Hyun glanced forward. Since then, I've often dreamed of childhood memories that I don't remember clearly. As he spoke, he thought of Lisa's figure, which frequently appeared, asking, "Hyun? It's me. Don't you recognize me?" The more he thought about those memories, the more his head throbbed as if it would split. Under a clear sky, a clear voice rang out, "I'm off to school now." And it had been a week since I was discharged from the hospital. On the way to school, he pondered, the midterm exams are coming up. I'm probably screwed for this one. As soon as he finished speaking, a girl's figure rushed towards him from the front, startling him. The collision sent them both tumbling to the ground. Minji's face was contorted, her hair a mess, as she quickly apologized, "I'm sorry. I'm really sorry." Hyun pushed himself up to a sitting position and replied softly, "Ah, it's okay." As he said that, something seemed to catch his eye. He saw a ghost clinging to Minji's back while the girl continued to say, "I'm sorry." Minji frantically looked around. "Huh? The doll?" Hearing her voice, Hyun turned his head to look at her, confused. The ghost doll was lying naked on the ground. He thought in confusion, could it be that one? Someone's hand picked it up. Minji grabbed the doll and ran off, leaving behind one last, "I'm really sorry." Hyun tried to call after her, "Hey! That thing." Then he slapped his own face, reminding himself, "I told myself not to meddle in other people's business." His face twisted as he looked into the distance. But leaving her like this felt too dangerous. The image of the doll kept circling his mind as he mumbled, "If that doll." In the end, he still followed her. His whole body was drenched in sweat as he said, "It disappeared." Suddenly, he saw half a body sticking out from a doorway. "It should be fine then, right?" Hyun walked over and looked through the window. He saw someone being called President. Minji, holding the ghost doll, spoke timidly to the person in front of her, "Last weekend, I went to an abandoned house and..." Hyun looked at the back of that person and asked suspiciously, "Choi Jeseung?" A loud scream echoed, "Hey!" Hyun was startled and threw open the door, shouting aggressively, "Don't touch it." The loud noise made Minji jump and turn to look. Jeseung turned his nonchalant face and asked, "Huh? Hyun? What are you doing here?" He was momentarily stunned, standing frozen. "Who is this guy?" As he finished speaking, Hyun's eyes darted around suspiciously. "How does he know my name?" A bright banner caught his eye, YouTube channel GG Dung with 400,000 subscribers. On the shelf were skull talismans and other occult items scattered about. Jeseung's mouth lifted into a smirk as he said, "Ah, you must find this strange, right? We understand." Instantly, they all held out their hands in welcome. On the table was a picture frame of Jeseung. Jeseung introduced, "The Occult Club. We greatly admire the great Jeseung." He was surprised, "For real?" Jeseung was full of excitement, smiling widely. His extraordinary courage, his captivating way of speaking, his professional equipment. He rambled on without stopping. "He's my role model." Hyun stood there, displeased, and went along with it. "He really does look like him." Jeseung, pleased by the fans' comment, replied, "Of course. Just the hairstyling alone cost 300,000 won." Hyun stood silently outside the door, narrowing his eyes as he listened to Jeseung's ramblings. "By the way, I know all about you too, Junior Hyun. The only person the great Jeseung ever invited to explore an abandoned house with him." Before he could finish, Hyun rushed in, causing Jeseung to stammer and shout, "What are you doing?" He coldly pointed at the ghost doll on the table and asked, "Where did you get this doll?" Minji trembled, momentarily too panicked to speak. Hyun looked at her with a pleading gaze. "Tell me everything. Everything that happened. Aren't you in trouble because of this doll?" Minji became even more flustered, thinking fearfully. Then, her eyes flickered as she stammered, "Actually." Minji faintly recalled the old building under the dark night. She said, "Last weekend, I went to an abandoned house." Before she could finish, he pressed her, "Was it that place?" The mysterious building that Mr. Jeseung visited in Stream 25? That night, Minji was drenched in sweat and tears, whispering, a place famous for its unknown construction purpose. And I will. Her small feet walked through the darkness. A dark, gloomy room gave people goosebumps. There were stains on the hallway floor, and the furniture was a mess. It was definitely an abandoned house. The scene was dead silent. Suddenly, a noise rang out, startling her into a loud scream. Minji put the phone to her ear, her face pale with fear, and asked tremblingly, "President? What's wrong?" A voice came through the phone. "Minji, did you find anything?" The person on the other end of the line said in a rush, "As you know, Vice President Park Dae-hun's grandmother is a shaman, so it's easy for him to get talismans. And member Young Eunji's cousin is a horror story YouTuber, so she knows a lot of information." After hearing that, she felt a heavy weight on her back. The person continued relentlessly, "What about you, Minji? You joined this occult club just to stand out, to escape the pressure of studying. Is that all?" Minji's face was filled with exhaustion as she cried out. Minji lowered her phone. The person's voice grew fainter. "You need to show some results this semester. Even a video of a poltergeist phenomenon would be good." A grotesque doll sat in front of the door. Minji slowly approached, shining her flashlight on the ghost doll. Her face showed no willingness as she slowly squatted down, thinking to herself, "I can tell just by looking at it that it's extremely unlucky." Instantly, she raised her phone, her eyes showing a determined look. "President, I think I can make a contribution this time." With that, Minji picked up the ghost doll. The ghost doll's face pressed close to Minji's cheek. She felt it, startled, screaming loudly and falling to the ground. She frantically looked around. The voice on the phone called out, "Minji? Why did you suddenly scream so loudly?" Before Minji could calm down, the ghost doll pressed close to her again. Minji screamed at the top of her lungs and hastily ran out of that cursed place. She ran for her life out of there. But reason urged her on, forgetting the doll. It seemed she was running with all her might, her face scrunched up as she said, "Forget it, I just need to run." The sound of "I'm home" echoed through the house. Minji panted as she opened the door, thinking to herself, "I really saw a ghost." As expected of a place chosen by Mr. Jeseung. Even though I only saw it out of the corner of my eye. I should have brought the meter and recorded it. The ghost doll sat neatly on her bed, causing her to freeze. Minji's face was terrified, soaked in sweat. It was thrown forcefully into the trash can. Minji's entire body was still trembling with fear as she stared. "Even if I throw it away again and again." Minji's bedroom door was slightly ajar. The ghost doll was sitting neatly on the bed again. The doll still returns to my room. Its cold face pressed close to her back. Minji screamed in terror, covering her ears and face. She was so scared she started to cry, tears streaming down her face, but the ghost doll wouldn't leave her alone. "It's over, I'm really done for." Chapter 29. Minji sat on the chair, trembling with fear. She recounted, "I kept seeing ghosts, even if just out of the corner of my eye. Of course, I couldn't sleep. And just a few minutes ago, as she was walking down the street, the ghost doll appeared, walking slowly towards Minji, causing her to run away in fear. So that's why I bumped into you." She sat there, covering her face, trembling as she said, "I thought if I brought it to the club, maybe there would be a solution, since everyone here is an expert." Hearing this, Hyeon could only scratch his head helplessly. Suddenly, he squeezed the ghost doll's face and held it in front of Minji, asking, "Hey, do you still see the ghost now?" Suddenly, it appeared behind her, making her shudder and scream. "I still see it." He asked helplessly, "You still see it?" Hyeon held the ghost doll, thinking, "I'm not sure, but if the doll's owner changes, the ghost might switch its target. Or maybe this is a type of cursed doll that affects the first person who owns it." Minji quickly ran out, saying loudly, "Or maybe we should go get a talisman from Vice President Dae-han." Seeing this, it laughed. It pushed a large sauce container from a high shelf. He was surprised and shouted, "Wait!" The container was about to fall on Minji when Hyun quickly ran over to shield her. The container fell on his head, but he still worriedly asked Minji, "Are you okay?" She stared wide-eyed, stammering, "Thank you. I'm sorry." Hyun glanced at the ghost doll standing there, thinking, "This ghost is an evil spirit, a spirit filled only with malice, without purpose or consciousness. The curse has already begun." She continued to run, but it grabbed Minji's leg, almost making her fall down the stairs. Seeing this, he ran over and grabbed Minji's hand to keep her from falling. Suddenly, the window behind Minji, where she was standing, seemed to be hit by a strong force and shattered, making her turn around in fear. People around them whispered and gossiped. "Did you see that? The window just broke by itself. I hope she's not hurt." Later, during the lunch break, the two of them took the ghost doll to burn it, but it still stood behind them. Hyun looked at her worriedly and asked, "It's useless, isn't it?" Minji helplessly hugged her knees and cried, "Yeah. To suddenly run into something so weird like this. I'm really done for." He comforted her, "Get up. Crying won't solve anything. The bell rang, we have to go to class." She looked down and said, "Just leave the doll there." She thought, looking at Hyun. "He's so strange. Cold and scary looking, but he's protecting me. If it weren't for Hyun, I probably would have been in danger several times today. As a friend of Jeseung, he might be able to see ghosts too. Maybe I should invite him to join the club." When the two of them returned to the classroom, the ghost doll was still on the table. She looked at it and stammered, "It's back again. I really can't take it anymore." Minji screamed loudly, picked up the ghost doll, and threw it hard onto the ground. Just then, Hannah walked in and saw it lying on the floor. She asked curiously, "What is this?" The ghost doll suddenly pressed its face close to Hannah. She wasn't scared and glanced at it, causing the ghost doll to retreat to the back of the class. This made Hyun disbelieve his own eyes as he looked towards it. Just then, the teacher and other students walked in. "Who's that?" "Not from our class. That boy, get out." The teacher's voice broke the classroom's noise. Now, everyone pay attention. It's a bit sudden, but this is a transfer student." "What? Why is a boy here?" "Go back to your own class." "Who let you into the girls' area?" "In a little while, when class starts, I'll introduce him properly." Before she could finish her sentence, Hannah walked to where Hyun was standing, leaving the teacher bewildered. "Hey, where are you going?" She walked over and slapped him, leaving Hyun confused about what was happening. Then she said coldly, "This is revenge for that time." Everyone around was surprised. Two female students couldn't believe it and said, "That's crazy. So funny. Keep going." Suddenly, the teacher shouted angrily, "That boy, get out now." "What did you do?" Hyun held the side of his face that had been slapped and said angrily, "Teacher, I'm innocent. I've never even met her before." Hannah grabbed his shirt and whispered in his ear, "You really don't remember? You used to torture us." Hearing this, Hyun couldn't believe his ears. "I'm the type who never forgets a voice after hearing it once." A memory surfaced in his mind. Back then, a small ghost had begged him, "Please stop torturing us." But Hyun didn't listen and hit it with an iron rod. When he remembered, he immediately grabbed Hannah and pulled her away. Seeing this, the teacher shouted angrily, "Hey, where are you two going?" The other students gossiped around them. There's definitely something going on. Minji saw this and was bewildered. What did I just see? Suddenly, two hands were placed on her shoulders, frightening her to the point of losing consciousness. A moment later, Hyun pulled her to the school's backyard and shouted angrily, "What on earth are you? A monster or a human? What are you doing here?" In contrast to his tone, Hannah replied calmly, "I am human. And the bell rang, we have to go to class. I came here because of a request from my mother." He anxiously continued, "Your mother? Are you talking about Lisa?" I don't know what she's plotting, but please leave me alone. I have nothing to do with you people. Hannah looked at him and said, Mother told me to keep an eye on you. Hearing this, Hyeon grabbed his head and said angrily, I'm going crazy. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind him and said, when you see someone in trouble, you should help. He looked at the ghost and shouted, who here is in danger? The ghost said nothing and just pointed towards the rooftop. Hyeon looked up and saw Minji and the ghost doll standing there. Chapter 30. He looked closely at Minji and saw that she seemed to be in a trance. Hyeon thought in panic, she's really possessed. What should I do? If I run up, I won't make it in time. She'll die right in front of me. No. He suddenly remembered in class, when Hannah approached the ghost doll, it immediately retreated to the back of the classroom. Hyeon turned to Hannah and begged, please, help me. She only replied coldly, why should I? He tried to persuade Hannah, but she's about to die. You're a human too, a person. But you're even stronger than that ghost. I saw it. That ghost deliberately avoided you. Hearing that, she proposed a condition. A give and take. If I help you, you have to give me what I want. At that moment, up on the roof, Minji was unconsciously stepping forward. Seeing this, Hyeon panicked and shouted loudly, I'll do anything. Please. Hannah said coldly, what I want are your emotions. She observed him, thinking, humans are so strange. They scream, get angry, and then immediately beg as if they're about to cry. Is this natural change in emotion and innate instinct? Why am I not like that? Because I was never born, nor did I go through the process of growing up. Just a created human, a hollow soul that doesn't know human emotions. I want to know about it. The so-called emotions that make you people act this way. Hyeon was extremely anxious. I told you I understand. Hannah looked up with her gloomy eyes and ordered, don't move. Everything seemed to freeze. She held up 2 fingers towards Hyeon and said, you have 2 minutes. During that time, run up and save her. After saying that, she threw him a talisman. Hyeon looked at the talisman in his hand, surprised. This talisman is mine. It's the one I dropped in the basement that time. She said, you know how to use it, right? It'll be useful. It's a gift from Mother. Hyeon ran, looking at the talisman and thinking, how to use it. I have no idea how, but I'll give it a try. He then bit the talisman in his mouth. By the time he ran up, the 2 minutes were up. Minji and the ghost doll were about to fall. Seeing this, Hyeon shouted, no. He quickly ran over, grabbed her shirt, and pulled her up, causing all 3 of them to fall backward. Hyeon looked at the ghost doll standing there and thought to himself, why did this one get pulled back too? Without much thought, he went over and slapped it hard, leaving the ghost doll stunned and holding its face. He then realized that biting the talisman allowed him to physically interact with ghosts. Hyeon said with excitement, so that's how it is. He then chased after the ghost doll. You're dead meat. Pass on. After dealing with the ghost doll, he took the talisman out of his mouth, thinking, initially, when I bit this talisman, I could be protected from evil spirits. But now, if I bite it, I can physically touch ghosts. Did Lisa modify it? Why did she give this to me? At that moment, she came up and asked, that ended quickly. Hyeon looked at it and assessed, its physical strength wasn't that great to begin with. She walked over to the ghost doll. Now, time to eat. He heard this and asked, confused, what? Eat? Wait a minute. She replied calmly, anyway, that thing is broken now. It has already killed people. I'm giving it a chance to be reborn. After saying that, she opened her mouth and sucked the black air into it. Suddenly, a sound came to his ears, die. Die, die. Die, all of you. She thought to herself, this emotion must be resentment. What an unpleasant feeling. I have to spit it out. She then spat out a cloudy marble. Hyeon saw this and asked, what is this? Hannah said angrily, why do you always want to know everything? She looked up at the sky. Mother will be so happy when she finds out. At that moment in the classroom, the teacher was lecturing at the board. And what Jeseung wants is... In the corner of the classroom, the doll that was lying there disintegrated into ashes. Up on the rooftop, Minji woke up and thought with admiration, I saw everything. The moment I regained consciousness, the first thing I saw was Hyeon with a talisman in his mouth, wrestling the ghost to the ground. If only I had my phone, I would have recorded that scene as a memento. When Hyeon removed the talisman from his mouth, the ghost also disappeared. He exorcised it with brute force. Even more impressive than Jeseung. Some time later, everything about the ghost doll had settled down. Jeseung instructed, a little more this way. This way? No, you have to go like this. Is that right? Good. He is instructing the other person on how to hang his picture. Coming over, Jeseung cheerfully asked Minji if she recorded anything about Hyeon fighting the ghost hand to hand. She regretfully said she couldn't record anything. But it was real. Hyeon beat it to a pulp. Otherwise, how could the ghost that was following me have disappeared? Hearing this, he nodded and said that made sense. But I wish I could have seen it with my own eyes. Minji, are you going on a trip after the first-year exams? Meanwhile, on Hyun's side, he was having trouble with his exam. As expected, my midterm exam was a complete disaster. Lately, I've been running into all sorts of strange and horrifying things, leaving me with no time or mental space to focus. Plus, a feeling of unease, as if I've forgotten something important, kept clinging to me. And so, that unbelievable trip began. Chapter 31. On the day of the trip's departure, Hannah coldly uttered a single phrase, "Give it to me." Hyun, a bit surprised, asked, "What?" She calmly replied, "You promised to give me your emotions, didn't you?" He then said, "I thought we dropped that. Why are you asking now?" Hannah explained, "At that time, I swallowed something rotten, so I had no appetite. I'm better now, so give me your emotions." Hyun, before proceeding, asked, "Just asking, but if I give it to you, will I turn into a robot or something?" She questioned with a look of confusion, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Then, without another word, Hannah raised her hand and touched him. She asked in a low voice, "What made you save Minji?" Suddenly, Hannah's question surprised Hyun. Before I could react, an unpleasant image reappeared. A boy with a terrified face, his eyes welling with tears, and one cheek stained with blood. A strange voice echoed, "I'm so scared." Hannah suddenly shuddered. She thought to herself, "Fear. I hate this feeling." After that, Hannah immediately removed her hand from Hyun. She mumbled, "I accidentally absorbed a little of it." Suddenly, Hannah turned and walked away without saying a word to him. Hyun silently lamented to himself, "I really don't understand this girl at all." Suddenly, Jeseung ran over from somewhere and chirped, "Hello." Even his suitcase had his picture printed on it. Seeing this, Hyun casually grunted a few times. Then he turned and walked away. Another person arrived. It was the class president, Jeseung. He looked helplessly at his classmate and thought, "I still don't understand how you people, who are so different, can be friends." A friend ran over and said to Jeseung, "Jeseung, hurry up and find a seat on the bus." After that were images of their entire class on the trip, taken by Jeseung. Like the group lunch photo, the picture of them on top of Seongsan Ilcholbang, then a picture at the Blue Sea of Jeju, and also a photo of their lodging for the 3-day, 2-night trip. After being followed all day, Hyun angrily yelled at Hannah, "You can go back to your class now." She blandly replied, "All right. I can't follow you at night anyway." Hannah added, "There's something strange about this place." Hyun asked, puzzled, "What?" She slowly said while thinking, "It feels familiar." Suddenly, she turned away, leaving behind a sentence, "When I'm sure, I'll tell you." A few friends standing nearby shouted, teasing Hyun, "What's going on?" He snapped back, "It's not like that." And then a friend's voice called out from inside the room, "Hey, come on in. Everything's ready." Inside the room, food and drinks were all laid out. Hyun lazily said, "You guys have fun. I'm going to sleep. I'm dead tired." The other friend put his arm around Hyun's shoulder and said, "Hey, let's hang out. We should at least hang out once before we change classes." Hyun said, "I don't have any money to contribute." The friend who was already sitting properly on the floor looked up and said, "You only ever hang out with Jeseung, so we're not really that close." The friend sitting next to him also chimed in, "Just join us, it's on us." Jeseung, while splitting his chopsticks, casually said, "Come on, sit down." Hyun retorted, "You didn't contribute a single damn cent either." In the end, shouts of "Cheers! Cheers!" echoed from their room. When will that shoulder-shrugging dance ever stop? A young man stood outside the door, hearing every sound coming from inside, and exclaimed, "They're so bold. Drinking openly like that." Jeseung chuckled. "The teachers are busy having fun too, so no one will probably notice." The other friend replied, "We'll be fine just drinking Coke." "Where's Hyun-woo?" Jeseung replied, "He said he was going for a walk around the resort or something." The friend asked, puzzled, "Alone?" An image of Hyun-woo standing in front of a room at the end of a dark hallway from some night appeared. Jeseung answered his friend, "Yeah. He'll probably be back soon." Scene changed to the room with Hyun and his friends. It seemed like everyone was dead drunk. He propped himself up, muttering, "My head hurts like hell." Hyun looked over at Jeseung and thought, "You're sleeping so soundly, huh?" Then, a sharp whistle pierced the air. Then the person shouted loudly, "All right, morning roll call. Assemble and sit properly in your rooms." Hearing the shout, the people in the room immediately scrambled to hide the evidence. "Oh crap, we have to get rid of the smell right away. Hide the drinks. Wake up the guy in the bathroom, quick." A moment later, the person opened the door, standing with his hands on his hips in front of Hyun and his friend's room. Everyone started the roll call. 1, 2, 3, all present. 1, 2, 3, 4, all present. Hyun sighed listlessly at the shouting around him. When it was his turn, he shouted clearly, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All present. The person who woke them up asked, "That's strange. Isn't this the last room? This room is supposed to have 10 people. I know you all switched rooms to party all night. I'll let it slide that each room has a different number of people. But right now, we're missing 3 kids." After talking for a bit, he answered a call from someone. "Yes, Ms. Yang? What? 4 kids are missing? On the boys' side, we're only missing 3. Hearing this, Hyun and Jeseung instinctively looked at each other. Someone thought to themselves, "I have a bad feeling about this." Scene changed to a young man who was terrified, his voice trembling as he spoke. "No, no, that's not right. I already escaped from you guys. I'm a high school student now. I have friends now. Strange, bright red figures rushed to attack him with horrifying sounds. "A guy like you? What friends? Just go and die." Below, large and small black lines appeared on the floor. Then it turned into a hole, causing the person to fall through. He thought to himself, "It's me." Scene changed to a person with a terrified face, surrounded by the sounds of arguing. "Come at me, you bitch. Go die." In front of the person was a scene of a violent fight. And the person sitting there could only sit stunned, tears streaming down. In the end, a sea of red blood flowed up past their neck. That curse finally showed an image again, in front of a door in a dark hallway. Chapter 32. Someone voiced a question. The entire schedule is cancelled? The students started gossiping among themselves. The teachers are really tense right now. 7 students have disappeared. I heard they're about to file a missing persons report. They're probably just close friends who snuck off to hang out. I heard they're not close at all. For real? One person, using a formal tone, said, "Rule number 1 of the resort. Do not enter rooms that are not on the guide map. Hearing this, the group of girls burst out laughing. That ghost story stuff is so outdated, sweetie. Spoken like a true member of the occult club. The other girl got angry. I'm being serious, listen up. Hannah, standing in a corner, said, see? I told you something was strange. Hyun questioned her, tell me the truth. What's going on? You know something, don't you? Hannah hesitated, I don't know the details either. It just seems like it was caused by my family. He was slightly panicked and exclaimed, what? Then it's directly related to you, isn't it? Can't you handle it? She replied flatly, why should I? Scene changed to another place. An adult was shouting, leading the students into their rooms. All right, everyone back to your rooms. This time, absolutely no switching rooms. You must stay in your assigned room. Wait for instructions until lunchtime. Absolutely do not leave your spot. Suddenly, someone grabbed another person's hand. Jeseung, with his hands around Hyun, leaned against the wall and asked, this place is just like that abandoned house back then, right? He hesitated and replied, I guess so. But I'm not so sure. Hannah said in a calm voice, there will be strange rooms. The kind of rooms you can enter but can't exit. Rooms like that are usually in places where they can't exist or are completely isolated. Jeseung asked, who is she anyway, and why does she keep following you? Hyun replied, it's a long story. And you wouldn't understand even if I told you. To put it simply, remember that monster in the abandoned school? She's something like that. She's not human. Jeseung was shocked. Why can a monster roam around outside? Hannah angrily kicked Hyun's leg. I'm a real person. He stood like a statue and said, you're a bit violent, I see. Jeseung asked in surprise, so if you get hurt, you heal right away? Hannah replied, I've never been hurt, so I don't know. But I couldn't heal from Hyun's punch. I think my body wasn't complete back then. Hearing this, he covered his mouth and gasped, my God. This son of a bitch. Hyun yelled, I told you, she's a monster. She turned and asked Hyun, in the end, you're going to go save people again, aren't you? Your fear isn't normal at all. Are you planning to interfere in this matter again? Jeseung thought to himself, she clearly understands Hyun very well. Suddenly, Hannah said again, I won't back down. That's enough. You gave, and I received. He thought again, what's with this monster girl? Then she turned away and coldly left him with a sentence, I have my own business to investigate. I'm leaving first. Take care of yourself. Jeseung watched her go and said, the attitude on this monster girl is something else. Hyun grumbled in annoyance, so obnoxious. A moment later, Jeseung slammed a piece of paper on the table and said, here. This is the layout of the resort. Hyun asked, where did you get this? Jeseung continued, the school rented out this whole area, so the scale is a bit large. There are 2 floors, and it's quite long horizontally. Hyun, following him, asked, what's your plan? I'm used to meddling in things like this. But you have no reason to look for them. He kept talking, not noticing what was appearing from behind him. Jeseung then said, why not? If this place is like that abandoned house from back then I might be able to find a clue about my mom. He looked somber and thought to himself, you have your purpose, I have mine. Jeseung spoke again, come on. Let's find that strange room together. This floor goes up to room 110. Besides that, there's a plaza, a service room, and a convenience store. The second floor goes up to room 213. This is the first floor, the last room is 110. Hyun asked, this is the last room? He pointed forward and asked, then what's that? A door, just like any other door to the other rooms. Hyun looked up at the number plate and read, room 111. Jeseung immediately said, no matter how you look at it, it's weird. Hyun turned and suggested, if they went in there and couldn't get out, why don't we try opening the door for them? Jeseung questioned, What if you get sucked in too? Yun calmly replied, then just hold on to me. He then placed his hand on the doorknob and continued, okay, opening it. Suddenly, a voice rang out, Yun, Dad's home. He lost his composure and cried out, Dad. Jeseung grabbed Yun's wrist, and he was pulled back out. Both of them fell to the floor. The door suddenly slammed shut. Then it vanished, leaving behind an intact wall. Jeseung yelled loudly, what was in there that made you rush in like that? Yun's voice trembled as he replied, I don't know. I don't understand either. My mind just suddenly went blank. On the second floor, their two arms were tied together. Jeseung complained, this is so uncomfortable. Yun also said, I'm not exactly comfortable either. Jeseung continued, our job is to open the doors of those strange rooms and wait for the people trapped inside to get out on their own. If we find the suspicious person behind this, we have to catch them immediately. Yun replied, leave catching them to me. Suddenly, all the lights in the hallway went out. He exclaimed in shock, the power's out. What do we do when we find those rooms? I wish I had asked that girl for detailed instructions on how to handle this. Ordinary people like you and me can do almost nothing. Hey, answer me. Jeseung was somehow transported to another place. Before him was a dark hallway, and at the end was a strange door. A strange sound echoed from the darkness, reverberating a name, Aksa. Mingle with our breath. Jeseung's face turned pale. But the sound echoed again, though without roots, nor with bones. You are the light from our faith, Aksa, Aksa. Please look upon us with faith. We light this lamp. Aksa, Aksa. Please listen to us, we shall build a monument to you. The world is false. You are the sacred dream, Aksa. Please reveal the truth amidst the illusions. Please let us see your form with our blood, with our hearts. We engrave you, O light, O Aksa. The great one who ascends at the dawn within us. You will live forever. Yun shouted loudly, hey, answer me. He turned around to see only a deep, dark, and empty hallway. One of his friend's arms had slipped from his grasp. He frantically called for Jeseung. Yun, terrified, ran down the hallway shining his flashlight. He shouted, Choi Jeseung. Yun thought to himself, what is this place? The hallway just keeps going on forever. He was stunned when he saw something. On the blank wall, another door appeared, just like the one before. Yun thought in confusion, the room only appears when I shine the flashlight on it. He turned away and continued thinking, I can't go alone, it's too dangerous. First, I have to find Jeseung. I bet he's off doing something stupid again. Suddenly, a small ghost appeared. It walked past Yun gently. A hint of fear appeared on his face. The ghost walked into the strange door that had just appeared. An image of young Yun suddenly appeared. Inside the door, what was once blackness transformed into an amusement park. Chapter 33. Black smoke billowed out from inside the building. A rescue worker in a full mask ran over. He looked at the hallway in front of him and thought, just one last person. Suddenly, something appeared that caught the rescue worker's attention. A strange wisp of black smoke appeared. It looked like the shadow of a person pointing at the room, as if guiding him. The worker didn't think twice and quickly ran in. What hit him was a small cloth covering a child. The worker ran over and picked up the child. He turned and nodded to the shadow and said, thanks. It also nodded back at him. Scene changed to another place. A cry of pain echoed faintly. Yun's mother irritably patted the father's shoulder and said loudly, I told you not to get hurt. He turned and said, but honey, today I saved a child about Yun's age. When you see someone in trouble, you have to help, right? Isn't that right, Yun? Young Yun looked up with sparkling eyes and replied, yes. Dad is the coolest. I want to save people too. His mother immediately yelled, I don't approve. A small thought appeared in Yun's mind. To me, Dad is the most wonderful person in the world. His father reminded him, but don't go into dangerous places, understand? Yun's thought appeared again, when I grow up, I'll become a person like Dad. Well then, first I should help that friend. In this park, there was always a child who only appeared in one spot. Every day, even on snowy days, on days when flowers bloomed, and even now when the cicadas buzzed. It must be a ghost. No, I haven't checked yet. Yun remembered his father's words, when you see someone in trouble. Finally, Yun made up his mind and thought, I can help if she's a person. He walked towards the little girl sitting under the tree. Yun thought to himself, I have to at least check once. He dropped a leaf on the little girl's head. It fell and touched her head. Yun smiled brightly and thought, she's a real person. He friendly initiated, hi there. The little girl, her face hidden by gloomy hair, looked up. Yun held out his hand and asked, do you want to play together? The other girl was suddenly taken aback by the invitation from a strange boy. Suddenly, the girl stood up. Yun was a bit surprised and thought, this is the first time I've ever seen her stand up. The other girl put both hands to her hair and suddenly coughed dryly. Seeing this, he became flustered. You don't have to force yourself to talk. The other girl still cried out. The little girl hesitantly said 2 words, hello. Yun was suddenly surprised that his friend could talk. Then he held out his hand and said, let's go play on the swings. I'll push you. The little girl's eyes suddenly filled with tears. She took Yun's hand. After that, he led the little girl to play on the swings. Then the 2 of them ran to play on the merry-go-round. After a while, they were both so dizzy they couldn't stand steadily. A little later, Yun used scissors to trim the little girl's hair. He happily exclaimed, all done. The girl's hair had been cut short to shoulder length, with some wispy bangs that looked very cute. A cup of steaming hot spicy rice cakes was brought out. The little girl put a piece in her mouth. Her eyes immediately sparkled. Yun happily asked, is it good? The scene changes, and the 2 children are leading each other somewhere else, looking at strange things like a dragonfly caught in a spiderweb. One of them reached out, took its wing, and pulled it free. The children let the dragonfly fly away. On a stone, a few lines were carved to commemorate their friendship, August 25th. Yun smiled brightly, his eyes full of joy. The friend also smiled happily back at him. The 2 little kids wore friendship bracelets and held hands intimately. The scene changes to another day. Under a cool tree, the 2 little friends were happily eating ice cream together. 2 women were whispering to each other. The other children looked a bit scared seeing Yun sitting on the bench, laughing by himself. The scene changes, and young Yun suddenly has a nosebleed. He raised his gloved hand to wipe away the blood. A snowman was fully equipped with a nose and mouth, wearing a hat and a red scarf. The friend had a scarf wrapped around her neck. The little girl happily said, thank you. Yun looked at his friend with excitement. Suddenly, his hand was grabbed by someone. Hey, Yun! Come play with us. Yun exclaimed in confusion. The friend said loudly, you were playing with us at first. Stop playing with ghosts. Another boy's voice trembled, don't, you'll get haunted. She's not a ghost. Yun pulled his hand away and yelled, she's not. She's not a ghost. The kids looked at the empty bench, their faces turning grim. Seeing this, Yun looked at them, puzzled. The other boy firmly pulled his hand and said as they walked, who are you talking to? Let's go to the yard. Yun cried out, wait a minute. The little girl stood in the cold, snowy yard, watching her friend. Then, losing control, she rushed forward. The little girl grabbed Yun's hand and pulled him towards her. Then she rushed forward and pulled him behind her. The little girl kicked the other boy in the stomach. The boy was kicked off the sidewalk right as a large vehicle was approaching. Chapter 34. Yun's friend fell onto the road. At that exact moment, a bus was approaching. Seeing someone fall onto the road, the driver slammed on the brakes. The bus managed to turn its wheels in time and avoid the boy. The panicked driver looked out and asked, "Oh my God, are you okay, son? You're not hurt, are you?" The terrified boy looked at the person, crying. Hyun stood there, stunned by what he had just witnessed. The demon turned to look at him. It flashed a bright smile as if nothing had happened. The demon took Hyun's hand, pulling him along while saying, "Let's go play on the swings." He was jerked along while still unable to process what had just happened. Suddenly, Hyun spoke up, "I think you were wrong. He's my friend. He almost died. You have to apologize later, okay?" The demon turned and replied nonchalantly, "Okay, I'll apologize." Hyun then asked, "Didn't you know a bus was coming?" The light in its eyes vanished. The demon answered, "Yeah, I didn't know." Hyun didn't hold a grudge and got off the swing. He then invited it, "Let's go eat fish cakes." The demon happily accepted. The two of them were walking on the sidewalk, chatting happily. Suddenly, an old man walked by and warned, "Hey, kid, getting involved with strange things will only bring you trouble." Hearing this, Hyun asked, "Excuse me?" The man continued to say strange things. "You can't quite see it, but it's clearly there. Carrying things with evil energy on you will only bring disaster." Hyun immediately defended her, "She's not a ghost." He said this while turning back to look at the demon. It maintained a normal expression, showing no reaction. The man walked past, leaving Hyun with a few words, "I never said it was a ghost. But you should stay away anyway. Whether it's a good or bad omen, being close to such things will have your life force drained." The demon didn't turn back to look but just followed with its eyes. On the snow, a sharp piece of glass appeared. Hyun frowned slightly and said to it, "Don't mind him. He's just a weird old man." Suddenly, tears started streaming from the demon's eyes. It cried while wiping its tears and choked out, "Lee Hyun, are you not going to play with me anymore? Because I'm a strange thing." Seeing his friend cry, he panicked and yelled, "That's not it. That old man is the weird one." Hyun held out his pinky finger and said, "I promise. We'll be friends forever." The demon stopped and asked, "Really?" It held out its hand to make a pinky promise with him. "You promised." The scene changes, winter passes, and the trees turn green again. Flowers also bloom under the sunlight. In a certain room, there was a withered plant and the sound of a dry cough echoing faintly. Hyun was lying in his room with a high fever, sweat pouring down his face. His mother looked at her sick child with worry, sighing deeply. His father came in from outside carrying a basin of water and asked about his condition. "Is Hyun any better?" She replied, "His fever hasn't gone down at all. We've been to so many hospitals, but they don't know the cause of the fever, even though his condition keeps getting worse." Do you know what the other mothers are saying? That Hyun is playing with a ghost, instead of playing with friends his own age. The father immediately objected, "Even if Hyun can see special things, there's nothing around Hyun that's like a ghost." The scene changes to another time. The father was smiling and calling his son. When Hyun saw his father, he replied, "Dad." The father asked, "Playing by yourself?" Hyun replied, "Yes, I was just observing some insects for a bit." He glanced down at where Hyun had been observing. A thought flashed through the father's mind, "I just thought Hyun wasn't good at getting along with kids his own age." Back to the time when Hyun had a fever. He suddenly said, "A ghost friend? I should investigate this." The scene changes to the demon crying and wailing, "I want to come over to your house to play. But you keep saying no." Hyun thought helplessly, but other people can't see her. One thing was clear. She wasn't a ghost, nor was she human. She was an invisible. To say it's a ghost isn't quite right, because Dad can't see it. Besides, I can even hold its hand and kick stones with it. But being secret friends forever is kind of weird. Today is Dad's day off, isn't it? Thinking this, Hyun spoke up in agreement. Then I'll ask Dad's permission to let you stay and play. The demon was really excited. Hyun took its hand and reminded it, "You have to stand behind me." The demon nodded and replied, okay, okay. Hyun was sure in his heart that Dad would definitely understand. Arriving at the front door, he punched in the password to open it. Hyun asked for permission. Dad, can I bring a friend home to play? His father came out and asked, Hyun, you brought a friend home? Come in. Suddenly, appearing behind his son was not a lovely little girl, but what looked like a strange, human-shaped creature. His father was a bit startled and froze when he saw the thing. Then everything returned to normal. The thing had disappeared. He was astonished, thinking to himself, just now, for a split second, I felt a bad omen. Hyun entered the house, bringing a strange black mist with him past his father. His father froze again, his eyes wide and motionless. He stood there thinking, something has entered. Something my eyes can't see. Hyun, what on earth did you bring home? Suddenly, the phone screen in his hand lit up. A contact named Wei Si Duong Van Tin Lao Ba appeared on the screen. The demon smiled mysteriously and said, Hyun, we're going to become even closer, closer than family. Chapter 35. Hyun raised his hand to say goodbye. The demon also raised its hand and waved goodbye. Then it returned to the tree where the two had first met and sat down. Hyun turned his head to look at his friend and thought, my friend has no home to go to. It can't feel the cold, the heat, or hunger. One day, Hyun asked the demon curiously, what's your name? It laughed and replied, I forgot. The line of thought echoed again, it doesn't even remember its own name. The friend that only I can see is always at that place. In Hyun's eyes, the demon was a bright and lovely little girl. When she saw him, she would call out, Lee Hyun. The thoughts appeared again, the child who always waits for me. She only has me. Therefore, I must stay by her side. The scene changes to another place. A hand holding a plastic toy sword stabs into a plastic barrel. Immediately, a pirate figure shot up from the barrel. The demon immediately screamed, while Hyun laughed happily watching it and said loudly, what was that? Do it again, do it again. Hyun replied, all right, all right. The mother put a hand to her head and said, my ears have been ringing. Something strange. It's like people whispering. Is there something in front of Hyun right now? The father replied, I don't see anything either. It's just tinnitus. He thought to himself, if Hyun's mother also hears that voice like a buzzing sound, it means it really exists. And things keep getting moved around. That means there's physical interaction. What on earth is this thing? Can Van Tin Lao Ba do anything? The demon grumbled irritably. Let's play one more round. Hyun said with a trembling voice, one more round. Then he got a nosebleed and collapsed. Seeing her son fall to the floor, the mother cried out his name. Hearing his mother, Hyun immediately sat up, pretending to be fine, and replied, Mom, I'm fine. I was just a little dizzy just now. The mother said worriedly, Hyun. The father, also concerned for his son, said, let's take him to the hospital. The boy asked, can I go with my friend? The father patted Hyun's head and said, go to the hospital with your mother. Hurry up now. Listen to Dad. Your friend will stay home and play with me while we wait for you. He sat cross-legged on the floor and began to speak. I am Lee Hyun's father. Do you know how to write? A pen and a piece of paper had already been placed on the floor by him. The father stared down at the floor. The pen suddenly disappeared. A large X appeared on the paper. He was a little surprised but calmly asked, so, you'll answer with O or X, okay? The father began the conversation. Since Lee Hyun became friends with you, he's been getting sick a lot. Taking him to the hospital doesn't help. I think because you are a ghost and you're friends with a living person like Lee Hyun, that's why this is happening. For Lee Hyun's sake, can you stay away from him? The paper still showed the letter X, but it was suddenly torn in half. Then, crisscrossing slashes appeared on the wall, on the bedroom door. Large and small marks gradually appeared all over the room. The father didn't escalate the situation but spoke gently to the demon. All right, if that's your answer. Suddenly, the doorbell rang from outside. An elderly woman, who was probably Van Tin Lao Ba, and a young girl arrived at Yun's front door. She and the girl walked past the father and said, "Consider this a repayment for the kindness of saving my son." He immediately replied, "Yes, I hope you can help. It's like a child. Can we send it to a better place?" The old woman picked up a mirror and asked him, "It's like a spirit?" She clicked her tongue. "It's the kind that has lost its soul, only an empty shell remains. Since it has no soul, it cannot be sent there. We can only drive it away with strong measures. Once it's driven away, unless it bears malice, it won't dare to come back." After a while, the old woman announced, "It's done." Yun also returned from the hospital. As soon as he arrived home, he eagerly asked about the demon. "Dad, my friend." Unexpectedly, what greeted the boy's eyes was a house stained with red blood, from the walls to the floor. Yun's face darkened as he said, "What is this?" His father came out and asked, "Yun, you're back?" The boy turned to ask his father, "What is this, Dad? Where's my friend?" Yun's sudden words made his father look around the house. But the father couldn't see anything strange. He was also sure of himself and thought, "As I thought, Yun can see something." Then the father said to him, "Lee Yun, listen to me. Your friend went home." The boy was surprised and snapped, his eyes welling with tears. "That's not right. How could she go home? Where is my friend?" His father raised his voice, placing his hands on his son's shoulders and said, "Lee Yun, listen to me. You can't play with that friend anymore." Yun cried and said with a tremor, "You once said that if we see someone in trouble, we must help them." The father suddenly found it hard to explain, "Lee Yun." Then Yun struggled, running out while shouting, "Let go. I have to find my friend." His father called out loudly, "Lee Yun." The boy kept running and running to the tree, but he saw nothing. Yun panted and looked around. Day after day, he searched for the one he considered his friend, but all he got was helplessness and desperate cries. Nature continued its course. The tree branch was slowly budding and blooming under the sun and blue sky. Yun's mother looked at her husband and said, "You have the day off today, so please pick up Yun for me. You two have been distant since that incident. Keep trying." The father replied helplessly, "I know, I'm going now." The scene changes. Yun is walking down a road with his backpack on. A girl at a food stall, seeing a regular customer, called out curiously, "Hey kid, aren't you buying 2 portions of rice cakes anymore?" Yun replied sadly, "No, because my friend disappeared." The girl called out, "Oh dear, she probably transferred schools." He bowed his head and replied, "Goodbye, auntie." Yun continued walking, looking down at the ground. He kicked a small stone on the ground. Suddenly, it rolled to a pair of bare, muddy feet. Yun looked up in bewilderment. He saw a little girl with short, frizzy hair. Her whole body seemed to be stained with red blood. She suddenly turned and walked away. Yun thought he had found his friend. He immediately ran after her, calling, "Wait! Wait a minute, wait for me." The girl selling food saw him running into a construction site and became alarmed. She ran out, "Hey kid, you can't go in there." But Yun just kept chasing, not paying attention to his surroundings. He ran, panting heavily. Finally, Yun stopped after a long while. The demon stood still, a tear rolling down its face. It said happily, "Lee Yun. I missed you so much." Then it opened its arms and smiled at Yun. Chapter 36. The flustered woman muttered, oh my God, what should I do?" Call 119. Just then, Yun's father arrived. He asked her curiously, "What's going on?" She replied, "It's a big problem. A child ran inside. That's a construction site, it's in danger of collapsing." The father suddenly froze for a moment because he saw his son's backpack on the ground. The scene shifts to Yun's location. He was standing and panting inside a part of the construction site. The demon shed a tear with a smile familiar to Hyeon. It happily opened its arms and said, "Hyeon, I missed you so much." It held out its hand and said, "Come here, Hyeon." The boy anxiously ran over and asked about its well-being. "Shizo. Shizo, were you hurt from that time?" The demon didn't answer but hugged him tightly. It sobbed, "Hyeon, they said I can't be friends with you anymore." Hyeon raised his voice and exclaimed, "What are you talking about? Who said that? We are friends." The demon tightened its grip, hugging Hyeon closer and said, "Yes, we are friends. Real friends. But for that to happen, you have to die." After saying that, it stepped back and jumped down, holding on to Hyun's hand and pulling him down as well. He screamed in fear. Looking down, it was very high. A fall would mean certain death. But Hyun quickly grabbed onto a nearby iron pole. He asked in fear, "What are you doing?" "We're about to fall." The demon replied, "Yes, we're falling. Together." Hyun, still trying to hold on, cried out, "What are you talking about? We'll die." Hyun thought to himself, "It's so heavy." The place where he was hanging was the highest floor of the construction site. His father ran in from outside. Seeing his son, he was terrified. Suddenly, Hyun's hand slipped from the iron pole. His heart felt empty as he let out a dazed cry. Hyun was terrified as he was in free fall towards the ground. His father, with quick reflexes, lunged forward. He reached out to save his son. With his experience on the rescue team, he caught Hyun without fail, but he slid a long way on the ground and hit an iron pole. The boy opened his eyes in fear and asked with a trembling voice, "Dad?" The father panted and asked, "Hyun, are you okay? Hyeon?" Suddenly, an iron bar fell from above. It hit another iron bar. Seeing the situation was not good, the father shouted, "First, we have to get out of here." Hyun then looked to another spot. He saw the demon rushing towards him like a mad thing. Hyun exclaimed in panic, "No!" The demon fell and hit a falling iron bar. The father and son, Hyun was also terrified when he saw the iron bar. In the end, it seemed many more iron bars fell, turning the entire construction site into a cloud of dust. A moment later, when the iron bars were still, Hyun was too scared to even open his eyes a little. But his father seemed to be in a worse state, as he coughed up blood. But he still tried to sit up and ask, "Hyeon, are you okay?" When the boy turned to look at his father, Hyun was so scared that tears couldn't even fall. His father, because he shielded him, had been impaled by a small iron bar. Hyun screamed, "Dad! The iron bar!" His father, even at this point, was still worried about his son's safety and shouted, "Don't move." The surrounding air suddenly became silent. He reminded him, "Just a little longer. Just a little longer, my friends will come and save us. Hyeon is strong and resilient. You can endure it, right?" The boy cried, "Dad, I'm sorry." The father smiled affectionately, "Dad is here. It's okay, it's not your fault, Hyeon." Later, the rescue team arrived. The voice kept echoing, "It's not your fault." The mother also received the news and rushed over. Knowing her husband and son were both buried under the rubble of the construction site, she cried in agony. She couldn't even stand properly and had to be supported by others. The voice echoed again, "It's not your fault. It's not your fault, it's not your fault. No, it's not your fault, it's not your fault." After some searching, the rescue team finally found them, thanks to professional search dogs. A rescuer shouted, "Over here. We found 2 buried people." Hyun, with a face devoid of color and wide, soulless eyes, was brought out. He was still in a daze, not moving at all after what he had just experienced. Hyun saw the demon still standing a few steps away. He immediately ran towards it and yelled, "Why? Why did you do that?" A shackle suddenly appeared out of nowhere. It locked around the demon's neck. Hyun ran to the demon and screamed, "Because of you, my dad." The people there gossiped, "Oh my God, what do we do?" The kid is in shock. The demon said pitifully, "Now, no one will stand in our way. From now on, we'll be best friends forever, right?" Lee Hyun shouted angrily, "Give me back my dad." His mother rushed to hug her son, her voice raised, "Lee Hyun. That's not right. Look here, Lee Hyun, let's go to the hospital." A pale white hand attached to a chain appeared. A slightly eerie voice rang out, "It's too late." The hand clenched the chain. A strange sound was heard. This world was never perfect. A demon in human form was using the chain to control the smaller demon. It said, "Accept it, little child. Its existence will be erased from this moment, both in this world and in your memory." As the figure finished speaking, Hyun suddenly collapsed. Seeing this, his mother screamed, "Lee Hyun!" The little demon had been pulled through a spatial portal, out of his sight. Then Hyun was taken to the hospital. After observation, the doctor said, "The diagnosis is short-term amnesia." The mother wondered to herself, why does he remember the accident clearly, but not anything about the year before that? In the hospital corridor, the mother cried and thought, "My husband is gone, and my son has amnesia. But as a mother, I must go on living." The scene changes to a day at Hyun's house. The mother was coaxing her son to take his medicine. "Lee Hyun, time for your medicine." Suddenly, she saw her son sitting in a chair and talking to the air. The mother thought worriedly, could it be that ghost again? Suddenly, Hyun spoke, shattering her thoughts. "Yes, Dad." The mother didn't understand and asked, "Hyun, what dad?" Then she shed tears, her voice choked with emotion. "Is your father there?" Hearing his mother ask, he turned and replied, "Yes, Dad is here." Hyun also shed tears and asked his mother innocently, "Mom, is it okay for us to live with Dad like this? Even if you can't see him, I can, so it'll be okay. The three of us are together again." The scene changes. Hyun was walking and looking to his right side. Then he turned to his left and smiled brightly. On one side, his mother was holding Hyun's hand. On the other side, his father's spirit was walking alongside them. They went camping together like other families. Sometimes, it was just the two of them, his father and mother, sitting together on a bench. Hyun was playing in the yard when he got a nosebleed. He staggered to his feet and hesitated, "Mom, I have a nosebleed." Seeing this, his mother ran over worriedly, "Hyun." She worried in her heart, could it be happening again, like last time? Suddenly, someone approached and said, "Spirits are like that. Whether they are good or evil, they should not stay with the living. The deceased should leave the mortal world. That is the natural order." She looked up at the man who had just appeared and thought, "This person is very famous around here." The father's expression became pensive for a long time. The man looked at his spirit and thought, that illusion, has it finally left its mark on the human world and fallen? An image of Hyun at a different time flashed by. The strange man handed over a piece of paper with a phone number and said, "But there is someone more suitable than me to handle this. On the 49th day of the child's father's passing ceremony, come to this place. Even if they want to leave, old emotions are too heavy, making it impossible for them to let go. They must be sent off properly, right?" Time passed until one day. Hyun was now sleeping soundly in his mother's arms. But his mother was the opposite. Her face was covered in sweat, and she was breathing heavily. She said, "Hello, master." A young monk was sweeping the yard. Seeing someone arrive, he looked up and replied, "Yes." He remembered his master's instructions. "This afternoon, a guest will arrive with a child on her back. Please receive her on my behalf." Immediately after, the young monk led the way for the mother who was carrying Hyun on her back. "Yes, I was told. Please come inside." She replied, "Ah, yes, thank you very much." The leaves here were lush and green under the sunlight. In a serene place in the temple, a monk was sitting inside the main hall. He held 2 pieces of paper and some kind of seeds in his hand, shuffling them back and forth. Hyun and his mother sat solemnly, waiting for the monk to finish. Then he put a necklace on the boy and said, "Wear this around your neck. It will protect the child from evil things." Hyun obeyed and replied, "Yes." The monk continued, "When he reaches a certain age, he will no longer be protected. Teach him not to meddle in others' affairs." The mother replied, "Thank you, master." He instructed Hyun, "If they intentionally try to harm you directly, bite this amulet. You must bite it until it makes a cracking sound. It will protect you for about 20 minutes. Remember, its effect only works when you hold it in your mouth and take a deep breath. After that, the amulet will lose its power forever. It's like a second life. Use it with great care. Today is exactly 49 days since the child's father passed away, right?" The mother quickly replied, "Yes, that's right." The monk turned to leave and said, "Then I will prepare the ceremony to guide the spirit." Hearing this, she said, "Thank you very much, master." Time passed again. Still somewhere in that temple, the sound of chanting echoed. The formless obstacles are resolved. The karmic debts of wandering spirits now dissipate. Light illuminates the path through darkness. A way appears out of the deep abyss. Sins are cleansed. Walk the path of life and death. Cross the sea of suffering to reach the pure world. Be seated on the lotus throne and enjoy the radiant light of compassion. Hyun saw black shadows emerging from his father's spirit. His father's thoughts appeared. "The first time I met you, Dad was still in shock. Is this baby my child? Really?" At that time, Hyun's mother, seeing her husband dazed, reminded him, "Come on, honey, snap out of it. You have to record a video too. It's a boy. 1, 2, 3 fingers." His father's thoughts continued to surface. Joy and relief, respect for my wife, and the weight of responsibility piled up, making it impossible for Dad to stay calm. "How can I raise you well? My world became brighter because of you, also wider and more frightening. What if I can't protect you?" That fear changed the rest of my life. I used to dare to rush into a sea of fire. When the couple had no experience with childcare, they could only look at their little boy and discuss. The father said, "The blanket only covers his stomach." The mother replied, "That's not good." He answered, "No, not good at all." The line of thought appeared. "But I was afraid to think of you having a fever, shivering under that thin blanket." Thank you, Hyun, for letting me live as a father. I was truly happy. I'm sorry I couldn't be with you for the rest of your life. I'm sorry for leaving you with only painful memories. But as long as you live, that's enough. I'm sorry, but that's enough. Hyun reached out and touched the black substance emerging from his father's spirit. He burst into tears. "Dad! Dad!" His father's spirit spoke, "In this cruel world, how could I bear to leave you behind? What should I do?" Hyun started to bleed from his nose again, alongside long streams of tears. He didn't care and cried out chokingly, "Dad, don't go." His father was silent, looking at his little son and shedding tears. He stood up and walked away from Hyun, saying, "I have to go now. We will meet again. We will be a family again. I promise. I love you so much, Hyun." The boy still wanted to hold on and called out, "Dad." Suddenly, someone cut him off loudly, "Don't." The monk explained to him, calling back the deceased will make them unable to leave the mortal world forever. You must not call him now. Hyun fell silent and turned his head to look at him. Then he quickly ran out to the courtyard. Someone shouted again, "Hyun." He reached his hand forward, thinking to himself, "Dad, don't go. Don't go, please." Finally, he stopped on the stone steps, knelt down, and bowed low. His father's spirit completely disappeared. Although his mother couldn't see it, seeing her son's expression, she also covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face non-stop. The monk spoke, "The call of a life has been heard. So please, follow that path." Suddenly, a sound kept echoing, "It's my fault. It's my fault. It's my fault. It's my fault." It's my fault, it's my fault. A strange black shadow suddenly appeared. It gathered together and formed a specific shape. The black-shaped thing, with its strange voice, echoed, "If you see someone in trouble, you must help." Hyeon froze for a moment. Then he tremblingly reached out his hand, intending to grab the black shadow. Suddenly, Hannah appeared out of nowhere, grabbed Hyun's hand, and said, "Snap out of it." "Lee Hyun, what are you doing here?" Chapter 38. Hannah looked down at her hand and said, "I was going to give this to my mother, but the bead-like thing in her hand had shattered." The surrounding scenery suddenly split into black lines. Hyun stood dazed and exclaimed, "Huh!" Fragments of memories from Hyun's childhood to his adulthood flashed by. Suddenly, those things appeared, startling him. A moment later, Hannah turned and stepped into a black hole that had appeared in space, leaving behind a single sentence, "Let's go." Hyun followed her into a dark dimension. As he walked, he asked, "Why are you helping me?" Hannah replied, "At first, I was going to ignore you." She thought honestly to herself, "I really was going to ignore it." The image of Hannah touching Hyun appeared again, along with the image of her being shocked to the point of freezing. Suddenly, she turned and kicked Hyun's leg, thinking, "It's all because I absorbed that terrible emotion." He was startled and demanded, "Why did you kick me?" Hyun then asked, "The person you call mother is Lisa, right? When the field trip is over, take me to Lisa." Hannah refused. "Why should I do that? Mom is sleeping now, I can't call her." After that, they teleported out of the dark dimension. Hyun thought for a moment and said, "So the memories are still there." The other kids went into that room too. Hannah told him, "That is a room that makes people forever trapped in their trauma. It's absolutely impossible to escape on your own. Only when someone else breaks it can you get out. And when you escape like that, the memories remain. But if the room disappears completely, who knows what will happen to the memories and the soul? That room is filled with the emotions of the person who enters. There must be another emotion strong enough to break that emotion for the room to collapse. In your case, the bead of resentment shattered the room. Since this was caused by my family, I will handle it. While my mother is still asleep, everything. Don't control me. I don't agree with this. You should find the brown-haired guy first before that guy's soul shatters." Hearing this, Hyun immediately thought of his friend Choi Ji-dung. Then he immediately turned away and said, "Well then, I'll be going first. Thank you for saving me." Hannah still maintained an emotionless face and waited for him to walk a bit before saying, "Don't let yourself get stuck in the past anymore. I won't help you again." When the scene changes to some other place, someone is taking a wooden stick and dipping it into a red solution in a container. Then the tip of the wooden stick is stuck into the hand of the young boy, Jeseung. Music from the surroundings resounded. No one hears it in the dark of night. A singing voice, "We are the seeds. Your name resounds in the tear-soaked land of Oksa." Jeseung's hand was now stained with that red liquid. The music continued to play. "We sing praises to the divine." The boy Jeseung was using his hand, covered in the red liquid, to make a print on the wall. After he was done, another person came and wiped it for him with a cloth. That person asked caringly, "Does it hurt a lot?" The music still rang out, "Oksa, the child born to be near us from the unknown. The human form in the dark of night." The woman, with a worried brow, said to him, "I'm sorry, but mother is truly so proud of you." Jeseung replied, "Right now, I just want all of this to stop." The music continued to play. "Please embrace the despair abandoned by the dawn." Some time passed, and on another occasion, it seemed a prayer session was being held there. The person standing on the podium, with their back to everyone, said, "The faith that we have built now has nothing left to doubt. No matter the suffering, that faith does not waver." And now, his breath is drawing near. Soon, those footsteps will take form and come to this world. As he finished speaking, a door suddenly opened. A footprint appeared on the wooden floor. The man watched in silence. The people who came to pray were astonished, unable to speak. The young boy Jeseung looked up. A small shadow appeared in front of the strange drawing on the wall. The people sitting below looked up, staring wide-eyed. Someone trembled and called out, "Aksa has descended. He has descended." The people below began to clasp their hands and weep. That melodious music rang out again. We will walk together towards the source, where our sincere faith is illuminated. Jeseung sat in the yard, playing with leaves while thinking that all adults are foolish. Suddenly, something attracted his gaze. A strange round shadow appeared on the ground. Jeseung, without a hint of fear, said directly, "You're a wandering ghost, aren't you?" "I know everything. The so-called Aksa doesn't exist. It's just foolish adults." As he finished speaking, the atmosphere suddenly became unusually gloomy. Jeseung stood up, dusted off his hands, and continued, "Anyway, the adults can't hear what you say, nor can they see your form. If you're a ghost, then go back to heaven. Don't deceive the adults anymore." Suddenly, a pile of leaves flew at him. Jeseung angrily growled, "What was that?" A thought appeared. That ghost impersonating Aksa, from that day on, had taken residence in this place. The morning began with a prayer ceremony. The evening ended with hymns. No one doubted its existence anymore. Calling the name of that god became as natural as breathing. Then one day, the voice of that entity began to be heard, and soon after, its form was also revealed. It was a child a little younger than me. Less than a year later, that child had completely transformed. Strange, so strange, how bizarre. Don't the adults realize it? Do they really believe she is a deity? Perhaps from the beginning, it wasn't an ordinary ghost. Or maybe it was because the foolish adults kept praying and worshipping that the ghost grew stronger and stronger. But whether it's the real Aksa or something else, I will definitely not believe it. Lisa spoke gently to everyone like this, "Thanks to everyone's prayers and praises, I have grown to what I am now. I truly feel reborn. Because I am so grateful for that sentiment, I have opened this door for everyone. Now, let us depart together. To a true place of rest, beyond the pain of this mortal world." The crowd of believers immediately cried out, "Lady Lisa." She smiled gently and said, "I did not create this door. The person I want to thank is the believer Jeseung, who performed countless rituals to bring me to this place." The mother, crying with happiness, looked at her son and said, "Jeseung, let's go together. To a place where there is no more pain or sorrow." Jeseung, standing outside, reached out and called, "Mom, it's strange. Don't go in there, Mom." But his mother had already entered, so he had to run in after her. When he arrived, he looked around with some anxiety. Jeseung saw that everyone was enjoying themselves or expressing their gratitude in their own ways. Everyone had a smile on their face. They spread their arms happily to welcome the sunlight on the lush green meadow. The flowers moved. Jeseung was immediately drawn to them and moved his eyes to look at them. What struck him was that the flowers had no pistils. Instead, they were large, round eyes. Chapter 39. Jeseung, startled, shouted, "Mom! This place is weird, Mom!" It seemed his mother didn't hear him as she was too happy. He turned to call out to others, "Uncle, Auntie." An eye suddenly burst, splattering syrup everywhere. Then countless horrifying insects crawled out from it. Jeseung became even more frantic, crying out, "Mom!" He looked up and suddenly froze, staring at his mother. The gentle, smiling face of his mother had become distorted at some point. All the other people had also transformed like that. Then, red raindrops fell, hitting Jeseung's face. The entire sky had turned red. He turned his head with a bewildered face to the side. Lisa scratched her face and asked, "Is this not good?" She said casually, "You all are souls from the other world, so in this world, you will be seen as foreign objects. So how can we settle here? Why is it raining? Why do insects keep appearing? Sorry, I'm still lacking in many ways." Jeseung shouted loudly, "Give me back my mom. Give my mom back to me." Lisa let out a long sound as if thinking, but it sounded more like a taunt. Then she bent down slightly and said to the little boy, "I still don't know how to do it, so I'm sorry. But I just need to make it beautiful again, right?" Suddenly, someone's ribs were pulled up, and a flower grew on the tip of the long bone. From another person's ear, something like a tree trunk grew out, and finally, a flower bloomed. The other people also began to experience this. Flowers could grow from anywhere on the body. Where there are flowers, there will be insects. Butterflies began to swarm around people. This place is called paradise, filled with joy and happiness. Someone hummed, "The paradise of Aksa has finally arrived. O chosen child, revere and praise. The great Aksa will save us forever. Closer, more unified. Boundaries no longer have meaning." Jeseung watched the horrific scene before him. Everyone gradually softened like dough and then stuck together in a mass. He screamed, "No!" Jeseung ran over and hugged his mother, crying desperately, "Mom, no! Don't die!" A sound came from somewhere again. "Sing and dance. The paradise of joy and rest. Only eternal joy remains." Jeseung helplessly screamed, "I won't call you a ghost anymore. I won't call you that anymore." He trembled and pleaded, "Please return everyone to how they were. They may all seem foolish, but they are people who have experienced suffering. They've become foolish because they were too sad. Isn't that pitiful?" Lisa replied, "Sorry. This time I'll do it properly." She looked at the messy pile in front of her and sighed, thinking. Lisa struggled to fix her creation. The more she fixed it, the worse it got. She looked at the pile on the ground, which was now even more deformed, so she uttered, "This won't do." On the other side, suddenly, Jeseung coughed up something from his mouth. What he had just coughed up were 2 flowers. Jeseung raised his face in misery and said, "It's all your fault." He screamed, "It's because of you, ever since you came." Hearing that, Lisa conjured a black door and said softly, "Then leave. You should have from the beginning, right? You've always hated me, haven't you? One who denies me has no reason to stay here. Leave." Hearing these words, Jeseung was stunned for a moment. Then he turned around and shouted loudly, "Mom!" Without waiting for him to do anything, a hand pushed Jeseung into the black gate. The mother, though deformed, still thought of her child. "Son, go out and forget everything." Then a large bouquet of flowers grew from the mother's mouth. Jeseung cried out in fear, "No, Mom!" In the end, he was pushed out of that dimension and returned to where he was. Jeseung looked up at the wall with the strange print he himself had made. He stood up and repeatedly punched the wall hard, shouting, "Why only me?" Jeseung knelt down helplessly, murmuring, "Why is it only me?" After that, the television reported on the incident at Jeseung's place. Breaking news. 43 followers of a religious facility are missing. The cause is unknown. His inner voice spoke, "After that, I was protected in many places before being taken in and raised by my grandmother. Every night, I had nightmares. The image of a boy with a terrified face, his whole body covered in a red liquid falling from the sky." Jeseung's inner voice rang out again. "The sounds, the smells, the temperature of that place appeared vividly in my dreams. When all those things began to fade, the scene changes to a long time later. At this time, he was playing with his classmates. A chorus of voices shouted, 'Rock, paper, scissors.' 2 of Jeseung's friends shouted, 'I won.' That was close. The boy laughed and said, 'You coward.' This person is Choi Jeseung, now an 8th grade student." They looked at the building before them, which seemed to be abandoned. His 2 friends laughed and teased, "If you're scared, just say you're scared. I won't blame you. Let's just go. We can buy a new ball." Jeseung walked away, laughing, and replied, "I'm going to play soccer with a ghost." "Wait a minute." He went inside, holding a flashlight, walking and thinking, it's not that scary. Where did the ball roll to? After walking for a while, Jeseung finally found the ball. Ah, there it is. He approached and reached out to pick up the ball. But suddenly, it fell, slipping from Jeseung's hand. He looked up, bewildered. A faded, strange drawing on the wall appeared before Jeseung. Chapter 40. Jeseung slowly opened his eyes in confusion. The man was passionately lecturing on the podium. He himself was questioning his existence. Why is that symbol here? The painful memories of Jeseung's mother resurfaced. No, no. He was so stressed he broke out in a cold sweat. I have to get out of here quickly. However, Jeseung had another thought. No, couldn't I find Mom here? He imagined himself rushing towards the symbol. But Jeseung knew well this was not easy. Of course, it's a fantasy. He couldn't stop wondering about it. I have to find out. Why is this symbol here? And are there others like it in other places? Jeseung kept moving forward. He panted from exhaustion. Jeseung was determined to find the special symbol. From then on, I started wandering through abandoned buildings across the country. In an old warehouse filled with shipping containers, a tunnel had been sealed off by the authorities. Finally, he found it. Out of about 100 places, he would find the symbol in one. Jeseung's face was downcast. The travel expenses are terribly high. He closed his eyes tightly and thought, should I try the way he said? The young man scolded Jeseung for his useless work. I knew you were a weirdo, but what are you doing going around abandoned places? You're not making YouTube videos, are you? For some reason, he was harsh with Jeseung. You're not earning any money to help anyone. Because of that, he changed his direction to live streaming. Hello, I'm Jeseung. Today, I'm at the Jeseung Girls' School, famous for its ghost on the ceiling. 135,005 viewers, 38 minutes, 5 seconds live. The result Jeseung achieved after so many attempts. 280k followers, 42 videos. He explored with his own knowledge. Today, I will use an M-meter. 1,353 hours, 27 minutes, 41 seconds. Jeseung stood still in front of the wall with the symbol. 390k followers. He couldn't feel happy. In total, I found 5 symbols, yet I couldn't do anything. Jeseung tried another method to see if it would work. He had invited a shaman for an exorcism. He prayed sincerely and sang hymns. Jeseung refused to give up. He easily tried all sorts of spirit summoning rituals, but they were all useless. He returned to a state of distress. I really don't know what to do. I'm almost at my wit's end. Jeseung happened to catch Hyeon's image on camera. He thought he was overthinking it. This time, just one last time. Jeseung leaned close to his face and asked, "You can see ghosts, right?" He suddenly remembered a moment from the past. If even going with someone who can see ghosts like him doesn't change the situation, Hyeon annoyedly shooed Jeseung away. Get lost. Even though he brought food to coax him, go away, Hyeon was adamant and did not agree. Jeseung accepted the truth. Then I will truly give up. He lingered around Hyeon. Go away. But he couldn't soften Hyeon's heart. Do you want me to kill you? I swear. Jeseung's eyes showed tension, as if a stream of water was flowing across his face. Jeseung's past memories were washed away with the water. Lisa appeared in the strange space. Her face was as bright as ever. Jeseung reached out his hand, wanting to touch Lisa. Mom. He showed her the pictures. All right. Choose from these. Hyeon hesitated, not knowing what to do. He pointed at a picture. Let's choose this one. Jeseung was a bit surprised. Choose the abandoned school? He didn't care much. It doesn't matter. Because the symbol has been found in all 5 of these places. Jeseung must be very confused. How far do I have to climb? Hyeon, if you are really the key to opening this place, then I will have to kneel down and atone to you. He resolutely made an oath. No matter what happens, I will not let you die, even if I have to sacrifice my own life. Jeseung smiled brightly despite the hardships he had been through. He was caught by a large hand. Jeseung seemed to have discovered something. That wall. He walked hunched over in the dark. That wall. So that's it. Jeseung finally understood. Everything I've found so far has been a complete symbol. But this wall is different. He had no more doubts. This is an incomplete symbol. Jeseung then cut his own hand and said, in other words, only when I complete it with my own hands will the mechanism be activated. He placed his hand on the wall. When the symbol is completed, the door will open. Jeseung was certain of one thing. In this case, it must be the way out. He was aware of his next task. What I have to find outside are the incomplete symbols. If I complete them, the gate to Lisa's paradise will open. Many insects were crawling on Jeseung's face. He hurriedly brushed them off. The space here surprised Jeseung. Hands were coming out of the ground trying to touch him. Jeseung, Jeseung. The connected hands touched Jeseung's face. You've returned? Mom has been waiting for you. It was as if it wanted to embrace his entire body. Mom missed you so much. Lisa's face was smiling when she saw Jeseung. My son. He paused for a few seconds. Jeseung rushed into the arms. Mom. He sobbed as he met Lisa again. Mom, I'm sorry that I was the only one who escaped. But I tried my best. Jeseung would do his best to save her. Now let's leave this place together. Please come with me. Lisa stated an unavoidable reason. I can't, my son. Mom died a long time ago. If I truly leave this place, I will vanish completely. She asked for Jeseung's opinion. Do you really want Mom to disappear completely? You'll never be able to see Mom again for the rest of your life. Lisa didn't want him to sink into sadness. Jeseung, we've been too tired, too miserable. Now we just need to go back. Lisa had only one wish. To return to a place with no more pain, no more sadness, to the happy home of the past. Where there was a father and a mother. She was so happy. Now we can be together in peace. Lisa extended her hand towards her son. Come here, my son. He raised his hand to follow Lisa home. Let's go back together. Someone suddenly grabbed Jeseung's wrist tightly. Hyeon scolded Jeseung as if slapping him, so he wouldn't do something foolish. Wake up, you idiot. Chapter 42. A bizarre scene appeared before their eyes. The sky was a gloomy, fiery red. A girl appeared with long black hair covering her face and a bow tied in it. Hyeon and Jeseung both turned to see the sight. Both of them ran over in a panic to check the situation. Hyeon ran, shouting, 7th rank, Ohana. The girl remained motionless, making Hyeon think she was dead. As he got closer, the girl suddenly lifted her head and replied, Sorry, I was also brought here. Seeing this, Hyeon worriedly shouted at her, Get down. What are you doing up there? With a calm face, Hannah continued Hyeon's words, My body can't move. After speaking, she called someone's name, hoping he would stop this ridiculous game. Oppo, stop it. This isn't Mother's way. You'll get scolded. He suddenly appeared from nowhere. Mother's way is wrong now. I don't agree. Then he arrogantly challenged, Just wait and see. My way will be much more effective. Suddenly, Hyeon rushed out and threw a punch, intending to give him a beating, but he missed. After the missed punch, he discovered he had moved to a different, strange space. It was pitch black around him. Surprise mixed with anger, Hyeon gritted his teeth. What now? It was pitch black and silent. At this moment, even a small sound could attract great attention. A sound was made. Hyeon turned back to investigate. Before his eyes, an extremely brutal scene appeared. A boy of about 6 or 7 years old was holding a fruit knife, stabbing repeatedly at a man lying on the bed. Suddenly, The boy turned his head and stared at Hyun, then smiled and said chilling things. Killing this way or that way, it's all the same. Dad was killed by you. That truth can't be changed. The boy's words were like a fatal knife twisting into Hyun's mind. His psychological defense was broken. He fell into a trance-like state, constantly tormenting and blaming himself, feeling miserable, and a sense of panic and fear enveloped him. Like a madman, he felt he was no longer himself. While still immersed in this chaotic state, Hyun had to witness his 4 dearest friends being killed. Pools of syrup spread across the ground, creating a terrifying obsession. Elsewhere, Jeseung was turned into a child and was being held by a long-haired monster claiming to be his mother. It was always showing concern and using seductive words to hold on to Jeseung. Don't leave Mom. Mom can be a replacement. Panicked, Jeseung broke free and ran from the monster. On his escape route, he encountered demon flowers. They looked grotesque and could talk. They said Jeseung was a traitor. Why did you just run away by yourself? You can't protect anyone. What did you come back here for? What kind of mother did you hope for? Why did you run away? The barrage of questions made Jeseung pause. Then, from behind, the monster's voice rang out, "Do you hate Mom because she turned into a dried corpse? Why didn't you save me, you bastard?" The monster roared, and hands reached out from its eyes and mouth, pushing Jeseung. A scene around them collapsed. Jeseung fell freely into a pit. There was a giant mouth there, wide open, waiting to swallow him whole. At that moment, his feelings of self-pity and despair erupted. Jeseung cried while thinking, "I didn't run away. Mom clearly pushed me out back then." His despair was amplified to the extreme. He started to stutter and torment himself. Was I relieved to be alive back then? While this thought lingered and repeated continuously, a voice from the void kept echoing in Jeseung's ear, tempting him to commit suicide. A pair of thin, pale hands took Jeseung's hand, holding a knife, and placed it on his neck. Jeseung ended his own life. Outside, Hannah saw the souls of the other 2 about to shatter. She thought to herself, "Why are humans so miserable?" As she finished her thought, a stream of black gas escaped from their bodies. Their emotions are escaping from their bodies now. The only thing I can do now is eat them. Looking at those terrible emotions, I don't want any of it. I'll help them a little. They can take care of the rest. When the excessive negative emotions were eaten by Hannah, the 2, Hyun and Jeseung, in another space, felt their minds become clearer and more alert. The suppressed negative emotions that were about to explode suddenly disappeared in an instant. Now, only a feeling of emptiness remained. Fear, guilt, helplessness, loss. Those things were terribly painful, but it was okay now. Recalling the stream of memories, Hyun had accepted his past and was more honest with himself. It's okay if they come back to me now because I have grown enough to embrace them. As for Jeseung, he rushed in and knocked away the monster and plucked all the demon flowers. While fighting, Jeseung said, "I just want to live. Why did I become a sinner? It's because I'm still alive that I will open a way out of that hell." A sliver of light appeared from the darkness, like a hope for life, for happiness, after the painful days of the past. Chapter 43. Scene change. Hyun and Jeseung were bewildered, looking down. They saw Hannah looking pale. Jeseung saw this and thought to himself, "It seems she's having a nightmare. Why did only one come out?" A moment later, Hannah woke up. She wiped her mouth and spat out a marble. She couldn't help but wonder, how much garbage emotion did I swallow? Which made Hyun's face freeze. I don't know what's going on, but are you okay?" Then suddenly, Hannah got angry and started punching and kicking the 2 of them. Get out now. Why are you hitting us?" Then she put on a serious face. "First, let's get out of here." Unexpectedly, the marble in her hand automatically cracked open. The reason was because that Oppo guy is messing everything up right now. At this moment, when looking up at the sky, Hannah saw an extremely bizarre scene. Even Jeseung and Hyeon were stunned. These are all souls. He wondered, why can I see them too? Then Hannah explained, look around. This place is still inside. Then she shouted upwards, Oppo, don't break the rules as you please. Hearing this, he looked down and let out a sigh of relief. You're out, huh? Don't be so angry. In terms of results, it's all beneficial for Mother. Hearing that, Hannah immediately retorted, severing pure souls from this world and bringing them to our world is Mother's will. This made Oppo want to break away from his mother's ways a bit. Too sentimental. Just grab a bunch of them and force them to adapt. If you stuff a few hundred in, 1 or 2 will adapt, right? Just increase the numbers that way. We don't create souls, we steal them from this world. From the very root, it was never a... I've worked hard to shatter their spirits, now I just need to collect them and it's done. As soon as he finished speaking, Oppo immediately controlled the mouth next to him, making Hyeon stare blankly as the soul was being sucked in. To prevent his friends from suffering the same fate, he immediately ran over to his friend with glasses. No, he said, then grabbed his arm, but he was lost in an instant. At this moment, Hannah came over and whispered to the two of them. Can you provoke Oppo? I want to verify something. After discussing, Hyeon couldn't help but be surprised. Just need to make him furious, right? Then, as that foul mouth was gnawing on the souls and straight into its throat, Hyeon followed, grabbing a soul's leg and flying upwards, leaving Oppo stunned with a blank face. In just an instant, he let go, then used his strength to punch hard into his handsome face, making him unable to react in time and take a full, extremely hot punch from him. At the same time, syrup from his nose just flowed out. Then, Jeseung also followed, grabbing a soul's leg to fly up. Take another hit, you bastard, he said, and then without hesitation, he launched a fiery kick right into the middle of his chin. Because he no longer had a grip on the soul, Jeseung was in freefall after the kick. Luckily, he managed to grab another soul in time, holding onto it tightly. Along with that, Hyeon also climbed onto the neck of another one. He felt a bit embarrassed and bowed down. Sorry, I kicked a bit too hard, he thought to himself. This place is no different from inside a haunted house where you can physically touch the souls. This means even if I get injured. Scene changed to Obo's side. The wounds on his body were gradually healing, but the pain remained. Even though I've absorbed many emotions, I didn't know this feeling. So this is what's called pain. He pondered, the emotion that comes after pain is rage. Suddenly, the human-shaped souls turned into tangled messes and fell one by one into the pitch-black water. It carries the resentments of a hateful world. Help, save me. After Hyeon had no choice but to fall, he turned to ask Jeseung, can you swim? But when he looked at him, he saw that he was being held by souls, clinging to him, not letting him escape. It seems the problem isn't swimming then. Hyeon had no choice but to turn and cling to Hannah. Hannah, you must have a plan, right? Only to see Hannah had already swallowed a few gulps of water without him even realizing when. So, the young man had to resign himself to sinking on the spot. This is screwed. And so, all three of them sank into the water. They quickly held each other's hands tightly, because Hannah believed that since it was inside the subconscious, it would be possible. Wait, I will lend you my power, just like I did with you guys. Then she transferred a stream of green energy into the two of them. Absorb the soul's trauma. Not all of it, just enough so the souls can pull themselves up. Create an opening for them to escape, that's enough. Then she resigned herself to being dragged away by the underwater demons, because trauma is not the truth itself, but a form of emotion interpreting the event. Returning to childhood memories. Hannah, in a grimy state, looked up to see her mother, fuming, yelling, "What are you looking at? Go to your room." So she had to obey. Yes, yes, she said, and hid the test paper behind her back. Upon entering that dark room, Hannah finally dared to cry, revealing her true emotions. She got on the bed and sat in a corner, pleading, "Please praise me. Please love me." Then suddenly, a teddy bear approached and waved at her, saying, "Hello," causing her to scream in terror. The teddy bear can talk. Then it looked at the test paper and praised her, "You're amazing." This made Hannah shy. "Amazing?" It nodded, "Yes, you did a great job. Very cool. I know how much effort you put in. Even though no one acknowledges it, you always try your best. I know you held this with hands that were trembling so much." Then, it transformed into an identical version of her and hugged her. "I know everything. You're not alone. You did great, and you will be fine in the future too." Suddenly, a black shadow emerged from her back. It was trying to escape when a hand quickly and timely pulled the black shadow away. Scene change. A notebook stained with syrup. The surrounding students were relentlessly insulting him. "That pig is having a runny nose. Doesn't pig syrup have parasites?" "But lately, he doesn't react, so it's boring," he said while poking the boy's hand with a ballpoint pen. Instantly, that student stabbed the fat boy's hand hard, causing him to cry in fear, "Someone, I'm so scared." Then suddenly, from outside the door, a gorilla appeared. It calmly stared at him, then aggressively ran forward, scaring the students into fleeing for their lives. Where did a gorilla suddenly come from? Run! Seeing the gorilla appear unexpectedly made them run in panic. "Quick, get out! The door is locked." There were even other students who were so scared that their limbs went weak, making the fat boy standing nearby also panic, helplessly listening to them cry for help. "Help! Help!" He trembled more and more. "Help me!" Suddenly, the gorilla appeared behind him, putting its arm on the fat boy's shoulder. Look here, look here. Just one gorilla and they're all dead scared. Lately, whenever you see them coming in a group, your heart pounds. You have trouble breathing." The more it spoke, the more it provoked the fat boy, and you automatically bow your head, right? But they are no match for a gorilla. So the gorilla comforted the fat boy. "That fear isn't really necessary in life. Let me take it away." As soon as it finished speaking, it thrust its hand into his body and violently pulled out a black lump. Then it joyfully left, not forgetting to wave goodbye. From now on, be afraid of gorillas instead. This left the fat boy bewildered, not understanding what happened. He was even a little scared. Then he suddenly woke up unconsciously in the middle of a hallway. "It seems I just had a nonsensical dream." Scene change. A place in a hospital. A little boy with a terrible disease in his body. Suddenly, his eyes lit up at the sight outside. He smiled happily and reached out his hands to catch the falling snowflakes. It turned out to be because the young man, Hyeon, was distributing artificial snow down to him. Scene change. Another boy was also playing happily on the gorilla's arm. When the scene changes, a little girl was holding a small cat that had taken its last breath in her hands. The little girl sobbed, then suddenly, a stream of blue light flowed from the boy, Hyeon, distributing happiness. The cat's soul floated up. It happily waved goodbye to her and left. Even in family arguments, the gorilla would also stand up to shield and protect the son of the alcoholic. Or when they were tentatively learning to ride a bike and almost tumbled to the ground, but as soon as the boy closed his eyes tightly, it seemed as if nothing had happened, because there was always a father behind him, supporting the little boy as he faltered through the first challenges of his life. Returning to the black lumps that the gorilla stepped out from within their hearts, suddenly, the students woke up. Each and every one of them had tears welling up in their eyes as they remembered the strange dream from earlier. Scene changed to Appo's side. He asked irritably, "What the hell is your problem?" While Hannah had a bow tied around her neck, she still spoke very calmly. "Spit out all the souls you've swallowed." But Appo pretended not to care and asked again, "I'm asking what the problem is." Then he resignedly gave in. "Whatever, take your friends and get out of here quickly. I'll let it slide. Mom said we have to live in harmony with each other." Instantly, a sudden hook kick slammed into his face. Hannah, with a deadpan face, provoked him. Are you salty? This made him furious. Do you want to die? Then he thought about the future and decided to let it go. No, because we can't die, so I will make you suffer so much you'll wish you were dead. Then he used his power to create arms that emerged from the puddle of water. They grabbed her tightly and pulled her down, causing the bow on her neck to tighten gradually, which made Hannah scorn him. You just needed to collect the souls and leave. Yet you're as easily agitated and impulsive as a child. As expected, you're still incomplete, aren't you, Orbo? On a side note, we were created lacking emotions. So we want to absorb as many emotions as possible to become Mother's perfect children. While I was fatally wounded and had to wait to recover, my other siblings went out into the world, thinking they had absorbed many emotions. But from experience, absorbing emotions has a time limit and capacity. You can only absorb them one by one. Moreover, your stomach will feel extremely uncomfortable. Exceeding a certain threshold will cause overload and regurgitation. A cracking sound echoed. After dealing with Hannah, Appo stretched comfortably and left. Now I have to go. Then he ordered his demons, everyone, come back. Suddenly, from those surging waves, different faces emerged, most of them were teenagers. Instantly, the wide mouth above immediately sucked in all those soulless people. And even Jeseung and Hyeon were also sucked up. Seeing this, Hannah took the opportunity to shout, despite the syrup gushing from her eyes and mouth, "Throw it all now!" At him. As soon as she finished speaking, they obeyed and threw the black mud clumps towards Appo. You can only absorb one at a time. Moreover, your stomach will feel extremely uncomfortable. Exceeding a certain threshold will cause overload and regurgitation. Because it was all part of Hannah's plan. Even so, he would still swallow it all, because that is our instinct. After unconsciously automatically sucking all the black slime into himself, then suddenly, a wave of pain flowed through his entire body. Making me swallow something like this forced him to self-destruct immediately. And so, from the holes in his handsome face, thousands of souls of different people gushed out all at once, causing him to lose control of himself and reveal his ugly form. No, the souls are all escaping. At this time, Jeseung and Hyeon were sitting below, panting heavily. Is it over now? But they didn't expect that this was only the beginning. Obo, with a crazed mindset, gradually evolved into a new form. You will all die here. We'll all die here. We'll all die here. Suddenly, the whole place went into freefall, turning into jagged, sharp mountains. Hyeon fell freely and shouted loudly. Luckily, he managed to grab onto a piece of rock, his whole body hanging, otherwise he would have been done for. He shouted to check on everyone. Are you okay? Looking over at Jeseung, he was unfortunately pierced by a sharp rock. He immediately shouted his name and ran over. Let's get out of here quickly. We'll recover once we escape our bodies. But Hannah said it's impossible. This place is Obo's space. We have to kill him to escape. And in this space, he is like a god. She thought carefully. Just need to compress emotions one more time and it'll be enough. Hyeon said, take my emotions. She quickly replied, a few emotions aren't enough. Will you accept becoming a corpse without emotions? Hyeon quickly asked, we can get them back, right? The blonde guy without the towel pointed at them. Just take all of mine. At this moment, the white-haired man appeared here. He grabbed Hyun's hand. Instantly, that arm was crippled. He cried out in pain. His malicious eyes looked at Hannah. Then he finished her off with one hand. Hyun couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. But she wasn't dead yet and said, put your hand on the blonde guy and touch me. He did as she said, and the emotions, all the joy and sorrow, a black sword was pulled from her mouth. Hannah shouted, stab it straight into his heart. He immediately followed her command and charged forward. This time, he still used sharp rocks to attack him, but it had no effect, because Hyun's body now had no sense of pain, and he rushed forward with the sole purpose of killing him. He wanted to dodge, but Hannah used her power to bind him in place. And just like that, Hyeon used all his strength to stab straight into his heart. This guy was finally defeated, his body shattered into pieces. The battle ended. Hannah then returned the emotions to her two friends, but they were mixed up with each other. Although it was a bit uncomfortable, their bond became even deeper. Now, let's